After a 2-month break for the European Le Mans Series, we are back in action and still in Italy, because the last time we were racing was in Emilia-Romagna at Imola. We had a pause for Le Mans last month, but now back for round 3 here just up the road from Milan at Monza. Such an historic circuit, the second oldest venue on the planet that is still operating as a motor racing facility, second only to the great Indianapolis in the United States. And Monza celebrating 100 years since this place first held a race meeting in 1922. Delighted you could be with us then for the next 4 and a bit hours. We're just under 20 minutes away from the start of round 3 of the championship, having already visited the south of France at Circuit Paul Ricard and Imola as mentioned. And we have Barcelona, Spa-Francorchamps and Portimão still to come before the season is completed. My name's Johnny Palmer. I'm joined by Graham Goodwin, who's the editor of dailysportscar.com. And the grid fit to bursting with fans, with team personnel, with guests. Graham, it is incredibly warm, the warmest of the 3 days we've had so far at 37 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, it's hot and hot is where we're at. Good afternoon, everybody. If you're here with us in Europe, good morning, good evening, wherever else you are in the world. It's going to be another cracker, Johnny. It is a packed grid, 42 cars set to do battle here. Hopefully not quite as physical a battle as we saw yesterday, the Michelin Le Mans Cup.
Yes.
17 LMP2 cars, 13 LMP3 cars, one of which, as we'll get to in a few moments, starts from the very back of the grid, and around a dozen GTE cars, of which one is the hashtag Underducks Absolute Racing car. You just take a look up there, and what they're bidding for, it's fabulous trophies for starters, but it's the glory, it's the championship, it's the opportunity to push forward and take an opportunity to go to the Le Mans 24 Hours next year, which will be the biggest race of the world ever. You talked about 100 years. That's 100th anniversary.
Yeah, it is.
That's coming for the Le Mans 24 Hours. Second on the grid here for GTE, the very pink Iron Lynx Ferrari. The 3 female drivers that have just been turning heads for the performance on track and came very close indeed yesterday to a first European Le Mans Series pole position. Have had a pole position in the WEC, but never done it here. Second on the grid for them this time, and that's because the most experienced driver in the FIA World Endurance Championship, team owner, team principal and bronze-ranked Christian Reed, put this car, Johnny, the 77 Proton Porsche, on pole position in GTE.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've had the 77 car on pole, and not the first time here at Monza, in fact, but because we've recently gone all bronze-rated drivers in that qualifying session, a first pole for a long time for Christian Reed. This is bonkers. I used to watch Kickstart as a kid, over barrels and over tree logs. Well, you can apparently ride a scrambler bike into race control, should you wish. I suppose it's probably not the best option if you've been called by the clerk of the course during the race. There is a way all the way to the podium, though, on that motorcycle.
That is the clerk of the course.
Of course it is.
Eduardo's not here this weekend.
Yeah.
It's not the clerk of the course, that's our new race director. That's how he rolls.
Yeah, indeed, maybe it is. Ramsey Fires, the Bahrainian clerk of the course for this weekend. That was just him arriving, perhaps, and now down on the grid as well, having a tap away at the drums. The Brazilian-type drums were in full flavour earlier on in the pit lane as well, getting a really good mood for the signing session, which was held earlier on this morning. Pit lane closed officially at 10:30 local time, and 5 minutes later, the dummy grid itself was opened, as I say, to guests, and fans are back and in force for ACO rules racing. We've seen it so far in the World Endurance Championship. Of course, massive amount of fans were at Spa-Francorchamps for their race earlier this year at the start of May. And this second event in Italy, yes, separated by 2 months, with a visit for many of these teams to Circuit de la Sarthe in the meantime, but this was never the plan, I'll remind you. We've come to Monza as a backup for what was originally due to be a visit to Hungaroring for the first time in something like 10 years or so.
More than that, I think.
Was it 2011?
2010, 2011, that's all there.
So it's a shame that, you know, politically, geographically, it's a difficult place to go right now, Hungary being a neighbouring country to Ukraine. So the decision was taken instead to come here at Monza. And it makes sense with the World Endurance Championship here in 7 days' time, or less than that if you count the free practice sessions as well. So it's turned into a bit of an ACO Rules motorsport festival over a 10, 11, 12-day period. The trophies then displayed on their various plinths just in front of the front row, and we will detail exactly which cars will be starting there in a moment. We've talked about GTs though. The pole time for Christian Reed was a 1:48.859, but we'll pause for the Italian national anthem.
Che schiava di Roma, Iddio la creò. Fratelli d'Italia, l'Italia se desta, dell'elmo di Scipio s'è cinta la testa. Dov'è la vittoria? Le porga la chioma, che schiava di Roma, Iddio la creò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò. Sì!
Excellent.
Carola Campagna for the second day running, producing a superb version of the national anthem at this venue, known in Italian as the Il Tempio della Velocità, which is the Temple of Speed.
There you go.
I need to correct something regarding the Hungarian round of this championship.
Yeah, it wasn't as I think we all thought, because of the proximity to the trouble parts of the road across the border. It's actually to do with, rather ironically, noise limits at the Hungaroring and availability of testing in particular.
Right.
With noise limits.
So they'll have a certain number of days at their venue that they can go unlimited noise.
Correct.
And presumably they could supply maybe 1 day, but they couldn't supply the extra days for the testing. So apologies. Yep. This is the reason why we're in Italy.
That's fine.
And, well, we didn't really need an excuse to come to Monza.
We most certainly didn't. Well, we've got just a quick picture there on the screen of the Inter-Europol competition car and the crews, as we've moved on, though. It's best wishes to a member of their team, Karina, who I'm afraid had a bit of a tumble in the paddock earlier this weekend. Rather nasty injury. No, she's not feeling particularly comfortable, but is still assisting the team and fulfilling many of her duties from a hospital bed close by. Karina, we hope you do feel more comfortable, and we hope all goes well with the treatment you're going to be getting there in the next couple of days. We will see you back at Spa, I have little doubt of that.
So the LMP3 cars are all lined up. Now, they've got the added distraction of the motorcyclist, the scrambler, just doing some donuts now around the trophies and needing to, well, stay out of the way of the teams ideally. But he is doing that, in fairness, because the final preparations are being done now. The 5-minute board due in the next 4 minutes. The band playing as well, but all of the teams are fully focused on their driver that they have chosen for the opening stint. In the case of United Autosports and car number 3, it will be Jim Maguire. Welcoming back Jim to the championship. He had some business commitments back in the US earlier on in the season, and also couldn't get to one of the events.
No, this was back surgery. He actually
was
it? Yeah, back surgery. Yep. So hopefully he's fully healed and comfortable.
And that was that Imola that he missed?
He was. He did indeed miss Imola. Yes.
Yeah. So they really missed him during that weekend. Andrew Bentley and Kai von Berlo doing a sterling job though in his absence. Do you reckon there was short straws drawn for the person to lie on the tarmac whilst the motorbike is literally jumping over you?
No, that's the driver from yesterday's Michelin Le Mans Cup race that incurred the most penalties. That's what they won.
Yeah. So if you chose to do a drive-through during a full course yellow, I'm afraid you've got to lie down like a sleeping policeman and just wait for the noise to stop.
A literal sausage curb.
Correct. So far not been collected by any of those treaded tyres, but I mean we're talking millimetres.
Oh no, sorry.
That does not need to be done.
No.
James Bond style no, we expect you to die. It was the it was the line, was it not?
It was.
Yeah, so we're going to avert our eyes from what is going on at the front of the grid and concentrate now on the pole-sitting car of Cool Racing, because setting the time unbelievably well yesterday was Malte Jakobsen. He was 0.8 of a second clear of everybody else.
Yeah.
It was a significant chunk, a 1:43.627 from Malta. Didn't even join the session at the start, but and there was a red flag in the middle of the LMP3 session as well, coincidentally involving the sister car at Cool Racing, and because of Anton Duquin effectively causing that red flag, his car will need to start at the back of the grid now, car 27, and that is not just at the back of the LMP3s, behind all of the 12 GTEs as well, and Anton Duquin will start that car too. I think he's probably been instructed to do so by the officials. Still, the mayhem continues at the front of the grid.
This portion is because of that run through pit lane they shouldn't have done.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. We've already had the one.
This is a little bit like
contact at turn 5 was the run towards the groin.
You know, when you put your hand down on the desk with your fingers splayed and you bounce a pencil between the gaps, it's a little bit like that, only with a motorcycle.
Yeah, it's a bit more dramatic, isn't it?
Just slightly. You're not just going to get a slight lead pencil mark on one of your fingers if that goes wrong. Anyway, this was earlier on today when the signing session was taking place. Ricard Lietz enjoying himself, and also those at Inter-Europol competition. 42 teams here, and cars at least, up and down the order.
Stacked.
Yeah.
Absolutely stacked, this grid. It's been a great season so far. It's looking like it's coming to something of a crescendo. Still some cracking circuits to come for the European Le Mans Series. Barcelona, which is quite rightly set at the top of the show, Johnny, then Spa-Francorchamps, and then Portimão to finish the season. 3 excellent venues, and as always, no doubt the entertainment's going to be served up here. This blend of P2, P3 and the GTE cars.
Duncan Tappy's been chosen as the starting driver in car number 22. He is teamed up with Phil Hansen and Tom Gamble once again, and will start from 7th place. And just in front, on the 3rd row, Ferdinand Habsburg will commence in the Prema Racing team car. Now, we haven't spoken a great deal about Prema so far in the broadcast today. They are top of the championship, and significantly so. You can see on the graphic at the bottom, 50 points, plays 27 for the Joop van Uitert, Nico Jammer and Julien Canal car, number 65, that has a very good starting position. We'll talk about Panis Racing in a moment. Meanwhile, Nicholas Kruten, the young German driver for 37, Cool Racing, will start from 5th place. Nicholas still fairly, well, very young, in fact, in his teens, I want to say. Yeah, still 19, from Trier in Germany, and sharing with Guy Feillet and Nicolas Lapierre. John Fowle for Algarve Pro Racing. This is a Pro-Am entered car, but was qualified yesterday by James Allen to 4th position. Alex Peroni is the 3rd driver in car number 47. And a quick wave there from David Heinemeier Hansen, who's joining Fabio Scherer and Pietro Fittipaldi in the Canary colours, the green and yellow of Inter-Europol competition. This is the best placed of their cars on the grid. 3rd place for car 43. And then in a moment, we will move to the front row. Another really good qualifying session for Panis Racing. They've had a succession of podium finishes in recent Le Mans 24 hours, but this is their sort of stable entry in the European Le Mans Series with car 65. And Julien Canal, who brings a lot of funding to this event as well, the man from Le Mans, joining Joop van Uitert and Nicolas Jammer, as mentioned. They are all 2nd in the championship behind Prema Racing, but they will start ahead of the Italian team on the grid. And finally, Graham, here are our pole sitters. Yeah, and great qualifying run from Matthias Besch, his 2nd pole position of the season, and scoring the top 3 times in that session with his final 3-lap crack at this. And he's driving like a man with a point to prove at the moment, is Matthias. And it's good to see TDS Racing back here with this effort. The 31 car will be started here, though, by Philippe Chimodomo. And it's been a
taxing few weeks for Mr. Chimidomo after some woes that saw him removed from the running at the Le Mans 24 Hours. But hopefully around this 5.793 kilometre circuit, things are a little more simple. Every corner a legend. This place really does suit mixed class racing, and the speed here is phenomenal. Particularly, I think, suits these LMP2 cars. Great to watch them, great to listen to them coming through here, and then the level, the depth of the pack that we've got here, just all the better. Ones to watch at the start here, Johnny. Just back on row 4, we've got Duncan Tappy and Ferdinand Habsburg, the two higher rated drivers starting amongst what is, for the most part, a sea of bronze.
Yeah.
Now, that's going to be a very important factor, whether or not we actually get the almost traditional, usual here, early full course yellows. Turn 1 and 2, that first chicane, really is a pinch point. We were looking for people to be sensible and disciplined through there. Quite whether or not Messrs. Tappy and Habsburg got that memo, we'll wait and see.
I think Cruton could be somebody to keep your eye out for as well. Amazingly, Duncan Tappy's still silver, though, so he's actually the lowest ranked of the three in the number 22 car, technically speaking. But Tappy is certainly no slouch with all of his GT3 experience over the years. With
LMP3,
and LMP3, but I was thinking about his days at McLaren in GT3, and then, P3 within the Michelin Le Mans Cup and in the European Le Mans Series as well. A reminder that the car at the back of the field looks rather different from the GT cars that surround it. That's because it's Antoine Ducan's Cool Racing LMP3, car number 27, in 47th place, alongside John Hartshorn's Oman Racing with TF Sport Aston Martin. The green flag is waved to indicate the formation lap bang on schedule at 11:27 local time. There are 240 minutes ready to tick away for the third round of the season of the 2022 European Le Mans Series. Live here from Monza, red hot conditions. There are several hard stops around this place, including into the first chicane, the Retifilo chicane, where you're hammering out of Parabolica and then need to leap on the anchors. So brakes are going to be punished throughout the 4 hours. Certainly tyres are as well, because of the heat and because of the lateral load through corners like Curva Grande, Lesmos and Parabolica. So the teams have only a certain amount of tyres when you are considering P2 and P3 to work out, which tyres are going to be using which stints. Certainly the need to double stint tyres is there, possibly to triple as well. And that needs to fit in with your driver stints as well, because generally, new driver gets on board, he wants his own set of tyres to go with that. It's not always possible.
Yeah, job one here, this 42-car grid, is keep out of trouble in the first couple of 3 laps here. There's so much opportunity for a fumble, to try to force an error. It's pretty early doors to the first couple of 3 laps to do that. Consequences can be severe. Lots of places that you can be caught out. And if anybody does go offline, as we saw very vividly yesterday with the Michelin Le Mans Cup, Johnny, this track surface can get treacherous and slippy with dust. It is very dusty here. It is bone dry everywhere, and gravel all over the track surface. So all sorts of things to watch. But what we're particularly watching for here is discipline. Any mistake here, particularly in the early laps, is going to be punished, and punished hard.
Philippe Chimidomo to start from pole position for TDS Racing by Vaillant, after the pole position time was set by Matthias Besch for the second time this year at 1:38.032. He was 0.3 of a second clear of everybody else. He'll start alongside Julien Canal for Panis Racing. Then it's David Heidemeyer Hansen for Inter Europol. John Falb in the second of the Pro-Am cars, one on pole, remember, one as high as 4th position for Algarve Pro Racing. Nicholas Cruton for Cool and Prema, the championship leaders. Ferdi Habsburg starts in car number 9 from 6th position, ahead of Duncan Tappy and Memo Rojas for United and Duquesne respectively. It's Edex Sports Paul Lafargue in 9th, ahead of another Pro-Am car for Racing Team Turkey and Sally Jolic. That car was qualified by Jack Aitken. Rodrigo Sales for Nielsen Racing, Matthias Kaiser for Mühlner Motorsport, the Belgian outfit. Francois Perrodo for AF Corsa, number 88, is 13th on the grid, ahead of Bent Fiscal for Algarve Pro Racing. Just the two drivers in that second Algarve car. He's joined by Sophia Flörsch.
And that's another one to watch, because Fiscal, as we saw at Paul Ricard, fending off one of the Jean Penutet to take second place at the first race this season. He doesn't lack for confidence, for the delivery of applied aggression, or indeed for speed.
Maurice Smith starting from pole position in LMP3 after Malte Jakobsen's superb performance yesterday. He's ahead of Charles Cruz for Inter Europol, Jim Maguire and Josh Cahill, both for United Autosports. And on pole position in GTE after his great qualifying supply performance yesterday, Christian Reed will start the 77 car ahead of Sarah Bovey for Iron Lynx, Andrew Harrianto for Absolute Racing in another Porsche, and the JMW Motorsport car is the second of the best Ferraris for Jacopo Petrabelli. So long wait as they come out of Parabolica for this run to the start line, which is in a different place from the finish line. So it's wait. The red lights are about to go out, and round 3 of the European Le Mans Series for 2022 is go now here at Monza. Great overtake at the head of the order, although there was some contact between Julien Canal and Philippe Chimodomo. Chimodomo's a little bit slow through the first chicane at Loretta Vilo as a result of that, but that could have been a heck of a lot worse if both cars had spun right at the head of a 42-car field. They survived, and Julien Canal for Panis Racing is the new leader. Darting from one side of the track to the other was Duncan Tappy in the best-placed United Autosports car. He's jostling for position with David Heidemeyer Hansen, in fact, in the 43 car. Nicholas Cruton, I told you to look out for him. He's up to third already for Cool Racing and the 37 car, and now has Chimodomo, the bronze-rated driver, just ahead of him. Getting away well in LMP3 is Charles Cruz, who's got the jump on Maurice Smith, the pole sitter. Josh Cahill now ahead of Nick Adcock, and Tony Wells struggling a bit for Nielsen Racing in 5th place. And in the GTs, Ferrari lead from Porsche, so Sarah Bovey now ahead of Christian Reed.
Yeah, Sarah Bovey and Giacomo Petrabelli by the pole. Oh, big slide, and double, triple contact there between the 31 and the 22. That was very squirrely under braking. Somehow survived it.
Amazing that they all got through there and just about staying in the right direction. Also making waves in the 30 Duquesne car is Memo Rojas, a former champion in this series, slotting up the inside now of Ferdinand Habsburg, who's driving the number 9, the red and white Prema Racing car. And ahead of him is David Heidemeyer Hansen, just trying to cling on to these spots as much as possible. They head across the line for the first time then. 5.3 kilometres have just been completed, and a big lead, all things considered, for Julien Canal. 1.8 seconds to the good over Nicholas Cruton in second, and Philippe Chimodomo about to go 4th because Duncan Tappy comes from a long way back at the first chicane, and Chimodomo gets a big old shove there from Heidemeyer Hansen as he falls to 4th place. Heidemeyer Hansen in the yellow and green of Inter Europol competition.
Yeah, he's now in a hurry to get by, as is Habsburg behind. It's a good place for Tappy to have made that pass, because there's no way through yet for Ferdinand Habsburg. Expect that car to be coming strong right now. On the fog, Memo Rojas, Ben Fiscal making progress as well. He's up into 9th position. So the quick guys at start, profiting at the moment from what's been a relatively instant-free start to the race.
Just correct what I said about Tony Wells. He's in no way struggling. He actually started a little further down than I was remembering. In class, he was, I think, 8th, and he's now got up to 4th, and is pressurising Josh Cahill for 3rd in the LMP3s. So the Nielsen 7 is absolutely flying. There is trouble, though, for an LMP2 car. It's not Chimodomo, because
40th, the Graf Racing
the 40 car that was started by Eric Truyer, yeah.
There's trouble at the front right on that car.
So towards camera, Julien Canal leading, but now starting to go after him to make sure he doesn't get too much of a gap is Nicholas Cruton in the blue of Cool Racing, and slotting up the inside for Algarve Pro Racing is Bent Fiscal, who you said to look out for as well in car number 19.
Yeah, makes it just a little bit of rubbing, a little bit of contact there to the inside of the two cars that were ahead, now to the outside of the Dexport car, Paul Lafargue.
So Viscal to 8th behind Memo Rojas, and only just, but Rojas in that black car with the green headlight surrounds and the green detailing on the dorsal fin, and Viscal and also the car immediately behind him, which is the
Matthias Kaiser making progress as well.
Kaiser in blue and white Mulner car. Side by side will run Memo Rojas with, is that Chimodomo on his right-hand side. So Chimodomo, as we would have expected, is just losing 1 or 2 spots at the head of the order after the car was qualified by Matthias Besch, but that's fine for TDS as long as they stay out of trouble, because they are burning bronze time nice and early in the race. And then if there's a mid-race safety car, once Chimodomo's done all of his driving duties, that could bring that car well and truly back into the mixture.
It's still really, really busy out there, isn't it? So far, cool heads have prevailed. Came close to utter disaster or so ago with Duncan Tappi, Chimodomo coming into Ascari, but somehow they both emerged from that.
Almost 3 abreast there, as now Sally Jolic in the metallic red, almost the cherry red Racing Team Turkey car, number 34, is stamping its authority right in the middle of that long train of cars. Nearest camera is David Heinemeier Hansen in the 43. He is 4th, and on his boot lid is Ferdinand Habsburg. Here's Chimodomo in the TDS Racing by Valiant car, number 31, in 8th place. And then you've got Paul Lafargue for EDEC, Sally Jolic for Racing Team Turkey, Mulner Motorsports Matthias Kaiser. Kaiser's just got ahead of Jolic, in fact, as John Faub loses a couple of places also to Francesco Draconi in the dark blue of BHK, and a change there for Habsburg, who gets ahead at the first chicane of Heinemeier Hansen.
Now up to 4th place for the Prema car, but has lost ground with that battle. Good stuff from David Heinemeier Hansen to hold back the much quicker driver. I think David wouldn't mind me saying that. He probably wouldn't mind me saying that, but I've said it now anyway. But beginning to pull away there. 2 cars, by the way, in trouble. We saw that issue for the Graf Racing car. Looked to me that that was either rubbing bodywork or a puncture front right. That car has been in and out with a minute on pit lane, but also in trouble, the 15 RLR M Sports LMP3 car. That car pitted and is still on pit lane.
Out of the first Lesmo goes Chimodomo's TDS Racing by Valiant car, and right behind is the mainly dark grey colours of Paul Lafargue EDEC machine. Now let's have a look at what's going on in the GT category. Here's your leader Sarah Bovey in the pink Ferrari, but from both sides being attacked, and around the outside there Giacomo Petrobelli very nearly into the lead of the race. There was a Porsche nibbling away though as well, and that is Christian Reed in the 77.
It is, so Reed's not giving this one up. Petrobelli couldn't hold it there. Stuff this as well in GTE. And it's the Absolute Racing car in there too, and Michael Fassbender. Pack Racing, look at this, all the way down to, which is that, Rinaldi Racing in 10th position. It's the top 10 cars, separated by nothing more than tenths between them. Fabulous stuff.
Now Jim McGuire doesn't want to be part of this, and he's pedalling as fast as he can to try and get the number 3 car away from the leading gaggle of GTs, but I just wonder if anything, Sarah Bovey might be certainly being distracted by Jim McGuire, and places around the circuit marginally faster, as side by side Sally Jolic and Francesco Draconi will go, the 34 alongside the 35. 35 is the BHK Motorsport car for the British team.
Yeah, John Fowle trying to get involved there as well, couldn't quite make it. The move to defend to the outside from the BHK car has been effective so far. Sarah Bovey's managed to get by Jim McGuire and is now beginning to gap the rest of this pack.
And that was crucial for me, for the Belgian, to be able to, yes, open up a little bit of a margin now where she can just develop her own rhythm. And there's a clear road in front. Side by side, Petrobelli actually loses a spot to Christian Reed, who's trailing a bit of damage, I think, on the rear left corner. So that needs to be possibly not. Side by side again between Harrianto and Petrobelli, who's lost more places.
He's about to lose another one, I think, with Michael Fassbender getting a great run to the outside here. The Porsche's got good speed this weekend, and he's done it.
And trying to thread the eye of the needle there was Takeshi Kimura in the Car Guy car. Here he comes from way back in that bright yellow machine. Careful not to make contact with Petrobelli. He's avoided that and gets the place on Michael Fassbender.
So Petrobelli, 2 places in one corner, up to places that now for the 57th, 6th place for the Castellet racing car. It's a warning flag, by the way, to the Panis racing car of Julien Canal, and through and by Duncan Tappy into 3rd place. Uncorked now, Ferdy Habsburg. About to say, by the way, once he got into clear air, the 141s came down rapidly. He's just put in the previous lap at 139.847. And at the moment, that gamble at the start of this race and hoping we weren't going to go to an early caution period is going to pay off for Prema.
Julien Canal's been shown a warning flag for the contact at the very start of the race with Philippe Chemodomo. That was at the first chicane before they turned right initially, and it could have gone very, very wrong, that. So it's a warning flag, but nothing more at this stage. But that will continue on basically the copybook of car 65, regardless of who cycles in and out of it. So they're going to have to be very careful, Panis Racing. It's like receiving a yellow card in football in the opening minute, basically.
I should say, by the way, with the chasing pack in GTE, they've not got by Jim Maguire yet. Sarah Bovey is gapping that field. Christian Reed has managed to get by the LMP3 car, the rest have not.
Yeah, but Christian hasn't been able to prevent that 3 seconds opening up between Sarah from Brussels and Christian Reed, the German. So Iron Lynx at their home circuit, although they go to 2 home circuits this season in the European Le Mans Series, of course. Iron Lynx, Proton Competition, the German squad, Christian Reed's team, number 77 up to 2nd place. Then the gap for Jim Maguire, although he's fallen a couple of places back behind a few more GT cars as well. So you've got Andrea Harianto, Jacopo Petrobelli and Takeshi Kimura, who have all managed to squeak past Jim Maguire as well. That's a tough place for Jim to be right now. GT cars in front and behind, and they are desperate for track position in the GT category this early on in the race.
It's another fastest lap of the race to Ferdinand Habsburg. He's now 3.4 seconds back from Nicholas Croyton, with Julien Canal a couple of seconds ahead of him. Duncan Tappy dropping back from the Prema Racing car. Ben Fiscal, meanwhile, has now managed to get his way by David Heimeyer Hansen. And he is up into a fine 5th position at the moment, so it's all coming together rather nicely. LMP3, meanwhile, Johnny Cruz leads from Mo Smith, Josh Cahill, Tony Wells, Nick Adcock. They are the top 5. Still no sign, by the way, of that number 15 RRM Sport car emerging from pit lane. No further action on the race starts. Briefly, some yellow flags at turn 5. That is the 2nd chicane. FIA. So who's had a moment there?
Well, Charles Cruz got the jump on Maurice Smith in LMP3. So for the time being, they've stayed in the same order. Then it's Josh Cahill, a hard-charging Tony Wells in the early stages, gaining, I reckon, 4 places. Adrian Schiller in the Euro International car is 5th. Loads of dust at the exit of the 2nd chicane at Delle Roggia, I noticed then as well, but no cars in the gravel, thankfully. And here comes Ferdinand Habsburg, who's caught up with Julien Canal. This is not for the race lead, but it's for 2nd, because Nicholas Cruton is stretching his legs now to almost 3 seconds for Cool Racing, and there's a new 2nd place car. It's Ferdinand Habsburg, the championship leaders, Prema Racing.
Yeah, absolutely. He's much, much quicker at the moment. I think, by the way, that incident at the 2nd chicane looks to me to have been Paul Lafargue, somewhat delayed, the export car losing place as a result, down to 9th place. Cool Racing lead, Prema Racing in 2nd place, then it's the Panis Racing car, United Autosports 22 car, first of the 2 Algarve Pro cars, the 19 in the hands of Ben Fiscal. They are the top 5.
And I think Julien Canal recognises that he's not going to be able to compete with the pace that gold-graded driver Ferdinand Habsburg is able to produce at this stage. He just needs to identify lap times that he's comfortable with, which he's been so good at through the years, and recognise that there are quicker drivers to come within that team, like Joop van Uitert and like Nico Jammer, who are both golds these days.
Particularly important at this stage, and particularly with the heat we've got today, to look after the tyres as well.
Yeah.
And that may well come back and bite some of the teams pushing very hard in these conditions. LMP3, meanwhile, Charles Cruz is edged out 1.5 second lead over Mo Smith. Good start though from Mo. So Mark Benham and Milton Jakobsen to come in this car, of course, later in the race. Comes the pack. Oh, there was a touch there from the rear of the number 69 Oman Racing by TF Sport car by one of the Rinaldi Racing cars. That would have been the 32 of Pierre Arret. No apparent damage done. Looking to the rear of Michael Fassbender, back towards Duncan Cameron, the 55 car. It's a bit of a race car with its D-Day stripes fashioned around a Spitfire livery. As through comes...
That's the race leader, Nicholas Cruton for Cool Racing. Glorious sound as well, though, from the Michael Fassbender Proton competition car. And Fassbender needed to have his eyes wide open in the door mirrors there to know that the overall race leader wanted to get through without wasting any time. So that's how quickly they're catching the GT traffic around this 5.7 kilometre circuit. We're only on lap 9. And the LMP2 race leaders are having to deal with, well, mid-order GT traffic. Fassbender's 6th. Takeshi Kimura next up on their list, who is 5th, and then Petrobelli, Harrianto, Christian Reed 2nd, and Sarah Bovey leading GTE. They will all need to be lapped in the next couple of circuits of this Monza venue.
Key now is just how much time can Habsburg make through traffic, and the answer at the moment, he's making up tenths. He's making good progress, despite Nick Crichton not really getting terribly much of a delay. He hit the pack, though. So through comes Julian Canal to go by the pack of 3. He has dropped back by about half a second, so making a better fist of traffic was Nick Crichton that time around. So Duncan Tappy and Ben Fiscal, I think, are going to have it slightly tougher. They've caught these two GT cars at a suboptimal point on the circuit, coming through that first chicane.
The fastest driver in LMP3 currently is Antoine Ducan from the back of the grid. 1:47.094 he's just done, in 8th place in the second of the Cool Racing cars. And what's the gap to the next car?
Well, he's 13 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, he's only 2 tenths away from Nick Adcock, which will be the next car on his list. Agreed, he's losing time to Charles Cruz and to Maurice Smith in the sister car, but he is making waves through there. Now, of course, if the teams had been given free choice, they would have wanted to start with a bronze driver, really, but the regulations mandated that Ducan, who's silver, needed to begin in that car from the back of the grid. There's also been early drama, I'm noticing, for the 15 RLR M Sport car. You noticed that, have you?
Yeah, that was I think possibly as early as lap 1.
Right.
Lap 2 by the look of it. Looking at the lap gap right now. So that car, I'm not going to call it as being terminal, but that car came in early and has not moved since. No. It's one we could possibly ask.
Massive crash. Big trouble. Massive crash for Michael Fassbender and Memo Rojas, and also one of the Rinaldi Racing Ferraris as well. Now, I don't know how that developed, but here's the onboard looking at
Safety
the back of Michael Fassbender's Porsche.
It was the Duquesne car and Fassbender
Memo
that were involved.
Rojas.
Yeah.
And was it Rojas trying to get past the Porsche? It's happened coming out of Ascari, where we had a monster crash last year or the year before in the Michelin Le Mans Cup as well. Big
damage for the Porsche. The Oreca has left the scene. There was then delay for one of the Rinaldi cars, simply because a substantial part of the bodywork of the Porsche was on the track in front of it.
Yeah.
But we didn't see how that developed. I'm sure we'll get an opportunity to look back at that. So let's hope that's a fairly substantial biff with a barrier for Michael. Let's hope he's okay.
Of course.
He'll be under instruction to just stay where he is while this field is brought under control. It's a fast exit from there.
Well, that is the major concern now for Michael. And then you think about the car, which was brand new at Le Mans, which they brought in at Proton competition. But this is the other side of the story, if you like, with Memo Rojas carrying front right, well, all right damage, basically. It has absolutely plucked out a significant chunk of the bodywork, rippling down the right-hand side.
I think there was an initial impact, whatever happened there, and I think the Porsche has then whipped around and hit him at least twice. Now, and that, by the way, is not attributing responsibility or blame. It just looks there's been clearly more than one impact on that car.
Yeah. And then there was more contact when one of the Rinaldi Racing Ferraris
I think it was a hit from the rear by possibly Duncan Cameron on the Porsche, which then whipped the Ferrari. Was certainly...
He's got damage. They're side by side.
So what happened here?
Fassbender goes to the curb.
And it was Fassbender. Fassbender went wide, lost immediate control, hit Duncan Cameron, and then he was catapulted. Fassbender catapulted into a rather luckless Memo Rojas. It was an error from Michael Fassbender, I'm afraid.
What I don't know is, was there some contact between certainly there was a lose for Fassbender, but I think there was possibly side-to-side contact between Cameron and Fassbender before that moment.
Don't know.
I'd like to see that again to be sure, but you're right that there was the spin itself was not induced via contact. Yeah, there's
that's the second contact.
Yeah, so he'd already had his moment.
Yes.
But what I mean is through the second element of Ascari, or between the two, the right and the left, they were certainly
close
jockeying
together.
for position.
They were. And then
the 32 Ferrari, which ends up stopped on the circuit
because the bodywork of the Porsche is in front of it, is
Pierre Herret. Well, but there was also nose-to-nose contact between Fassbender and Herret.
Right, well, let's just unpick that while we're under the safety car. Michael is out of the car, walking to the doctor's car. I'm sure that's the sensible thing after an impact like that. He will be taken for a mandatory check at the medical centre, but by the look of that, looked absolutely okay. But the Porsche rather less so. So coming out of Ascari, the number 93 car, let's see what Memo Rojas has actually got to say, because Haley is rocketed down to the Duquesne team pit. She's going to have the double ELMS champion talking to her right now.
So I'm down here in the Duquesne garage with Memo Rojas. It's quite fresh from the incident that we just saw. We're just trying to get a bit of clarity and insight as to what actually happened there, Memo. Firstly, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay, thank you. Yeah, just disappointed. Not sure what happened there. Somebody really make a big mistake and ruin our race. I haven't seen the replay, but it seemed like a GT car just took me out of the race.
Okay, what did you actually feel in the car? Where did the impact come from?
Well, I was setting up a couple of GTs for the exit of Ascari. I had a good run on them. I was already overtaking them. I was almost completed the overtake, and suddenly in the middle of the straight, one car turned to the left, or they hit between them. I honestly don't know what happened, and they put me out of the race. So
we just watched the replay together. I mean, what did you see? How do you interpret what happened from like another angle?
Somebody not not driving at the level we're supposed to drive. Yeah.
Okay. Do you, with regards to the car and the damage, do you know what the damage is?
No, the car is broken. Yeah, it's done.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you, Memo.
Memo Rojas for the Duquesne team, chatting now with Richard Bradley in the back of the garage, who is describing the incident. Yeah, so we know Fassbender has his moment on the curb, that then hits the Ferrari as it returns to the racetrack. So the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, but there'd been contact, I think, in Ascari. Now, whether that forced Fassbender out to the curb, here we go. Yeah, they lean on each other.
There was contact.
Then Fassbender goes to the curb, and the car's already sort of sideways. There's no grip on the curbing and that ripple strip, the other side of it. But unless we had a camera actually in Fassbender's car to know how substantial...
There is a camera in Fassbender's car.
No, but winding it back before that moment, yes. I want to know how substantial the contact is from Cameron to Fassbender, and did that force him out to the curb and basically into the moment? Only Michael will know that, and Duncan Cameron could provide us the other side as well. We've got cameras looking at the front and the rear of Fassbender's car, but it doesn't start early enough for me so far. But the damage is quite obvious. Several cars have been affected by that, including the Cameron Ferrari, which had to limp its way around the rest of the lap, carrying front damage, and a real horrible situation for Pierre Herret, who just had to drive into Fassbender as he came back across his nose.
Right, incident obviously under investigation. Let's unpack that again. So that was initial one and then a second contact between Michael Fassbender in the number 93 Porsche. That car is out of the race. with Fassbender en route to medical centre for a check-up, but he did walk to the medical car. Double impact with the number 55 of Duncan Cameron, who has continued, has not pitted in that car, so the safety car is out of course. There was then further contact with the number 30, Duquesne, Orica. We've heard from Memo Rojas that that car is out of the race. Well, before we go very much further, Hayley's trotted down to the number 93 pits at Proton Competition. She's picked up with Zachary Robichon, and he's going to tell the story from the perspective of the team. Down with Hayley right now.
Down in the Proton Competition garage, joined by Zachary Robichon, teammate of Michael Fassbender. So could you just tell us how Michael's doing? Is he okay?
Yeah, you know, most important right now, he seems to be doing okay. You know, he's talking, he's out of the car, nothing sore. So I think right now that's the most important. And yeah.
What can you tell us about the incident?
You know, I think there's a kind of one of those things that it's never just one thing that happened. I think looking at the replay, obviously, it looked as though probably with the LMP2 and stuff, a few cars, and probably weren't aware that we were 3 wide at that moment as kind of the look, yeah.
And how did Michael interpret that moment?
To be honest, we haven't really spoken too much about it. I think the first thing was making sure he was okay, seeing if we could drive the car, and then after that, you know, we made the decision to park it. And I think at this point, yeah, we haven't spoken to him further about what happened, and obviously he'll have the best interpretation of it, being that he was in the car. So at that point, hopefully we'll have a better idea.
I mean, it is tough. This is like multi-class traffic out there, and you know, a lot's gone on in the first 20 minutes of this race. You know, it can't be easy. Yeah,
and there was definitely some frustration right from the beginning. You know, with the P3 traffic. You know, some of the P3 guys getting stuck in with the GT cars. I think that frustration mounts, and then we were fighting the Ferrari, and then the Ferrari got pushed off by the LMP2 the corner before. So I think everybody, you know, tension was high, and it kind of looked like as though going through Ascari, nobody wanted to give any room, give any space, and yeah, basically just disappointed right now.
I can imagine. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, very candid conversation there with Zachary Robichon. He's travelled a long way this weekend from Canada to here to Monza, and suddenly realising you're not going to get a stint or two. That's the horrible nature of sports car racing when you're sharing a car, because you desperately want it to be in one piece by the time you take it over. So this is a reminder of what happened at the start of the race. The contact between the two LMP2 cars, certainly heart-in-mouth moment there for the two drivers involved, Philippe Chimodomo and Julien Canal, and for everybody behind as well. But thankfully they controlled the half moment. Matthias Besch screaming from the back of the garage there after presumably the contact to his TDS Racing by Vaillant car. But Chimodomo survived that and continued on the straight and narrow. He has lost places. Chimodomo currently running in 14th position. So busy right way down in the GT pack, though. This is the middle order of GTs, with a good start from Sarah Bovey to get the jump on Christian Reed. Going back to live action, though, now, and the cars evenly distributed around the racetrack. We are under safety car, and as soon as the safety car comes out, the pit lane is automatically closed. So that means that LMP2 cars that would normally need fuel after probably, well, with a formation lap included in their stint, maybe 35 minutes. We're not a million miles away from that at 27 minutes completed so far. Remember, it's 3 laps behind the safety car that the pit lane is closed, and then it will reopen for pit stops to begin. I wonder whether there'll be any takers. It's a sensible decision to make a first pit stop under a safety car, because you're losing far less time than if everybody else was going at full racing speed under green flags. But at the moment the option is not there. There'll usually a message on our screen to tell us when the pit lane has opened again. Nicholas Cruton got away so well, but unfortunately that gap that sat at 3 seconds at times has now been negated to just a second, and that is under safety car speeds. It'll be even less than that when we go racing again between Nicholas Cruton and Ferdinand Habsburg. That are your top 2 cars, Cool Racing to Prema Racing. Then it is Julien Canal for Panis Racing, number 65. Duncan Tappy for United Autosports running in 4th spot, and Bent Fiscal in 5th position. We could potentially have a wave by here as well. The safety car, though, is going to come in this lap, so I reckon the option of a wave by has maybe been passed up this time because we are so early on in the race. By a wave by, I mean just to untangle the complication of one or two classes being separated by overall leaders, but we don't need to do that at this stage in the race, so we won't worry about it, frankly. And the safety car, which is now heading up towards Parabolica and rounding the long-lasting right-hander, which slowly opens up to reveal the start-finish line, is now heading into pit lane, as I've mentioned. So green flag is out to confirm we're back to full race pace again, and Nicholas Cruton leading by just 0.7 of a second. That will probably come down even further in the braking area. Now getting a sight, though, of Bent Fiscal in 5th position in car number 19. There behind him is the Ferdinand Habsburg car, so it's Cruton who leads for Cool Racing, Ferdinand Habsburg in 2nd, and Julien Canal in 3rd place.
Bent Fiscal and Duncan Tappy going either side of the Absolute Racing car, and Fiscal has got that done. Fiscal through and into 4th position. He's going to be pursuing Julien Canal now. The way that safety car came out actually is not interrupted very much in terms of class battles here. So no one's gained massively here, which is often the concern with a safety car in mixed class racing. Croydon 3 seconds across the line ahead of Ferdinand Habsburg. Touch there between the 90 and the 22. So quite physical between the Algarve Pro Racing car and the United Autosports car, with David Heimar Hansen taking the opportunity to close back up with this pair of cars.
Duncan Tappy saw the opportunity to attempt an overtake around the outside of the De La Roja chicane, but Bent Fiscal wanted as much road as possible so he could shallow the angle into the left-hander. But side-to-side contact, these LMP2 Oreca's will stand up to that punishment as long as you don't do it too often. And running underneath the bridge then, underneath the old banked circuit that is also celebrating its 100th year in 2022, and emerging into Ascari corner. There's the fight between Duncan Tappy and David Heinemeier Hansen. They are just ahead of Sarah Bovey's class-leading Ferrari for Iron Lynx, number 83.
Yeah, and Heinemeier Hansen got a cracking run through Ascari there, right with Duncan Tappy. If it can keep close here, there might be an opportunity to use the slipstream down towards the first chicane. Fiscal, though, what an impressive start to this race it's been from him. Right down at the back of the order after a disappointing qualifying session. Now up into 4th place and looking to close down Julien Canal. Not close enough here, the Dane on the British driver. It's going well at the moment for these top 5 cars. Beginning to drop the top 6 cars rather, beginning to drop the car behind, which is the Miller Motorsport car of Matthias Kaiser. This is mission control for United Autosports. Richard Dean there at the back. Not given up this chase, Duncan Tappy. Neither has David Heinemeier Hansen. What's happening in terms of the chase? Making a little bit of impact on Julien Canal. At turn 1 at the moment. Trying to see, and that is trouble for the number 14 car of a terminal nature.
First corner, I reckon.
It is. It's coming into the first chicane. That is James Dayson, who's made what looks like pretty heavy contact with the barriers.
We had a similar situation for Alexander Bukantsov yesterday.
Damage at the rear of that car. There's damage at the rear of that car as well. Has he been collected?
Well, he's clearly been on the right-hand side of the road as well. The bullet that's missing from the rear right is sitting on the paved section, which is the
safety car again,
which is the escape road.
And there is debris across the track. He's got into the barrier before the braking zone.
So there's the bullet detaching and skating across the road. Massive damage on the front left, which has destroyed the suspension on the Inter-Europol competition car.
It's the whole of the front and underbody part of the front of the car has gone with that impact with the barrier. Safety car is back out, and that's going to be principally for a clear up and an examination of that barrier. We can't quite see it from here where the point of impact was, but it is possible there might need to be barrier repair. Car's running through a bit of a debris field there as well. Again, we saw James Dayson step out of the car. the most straightforward recovery. Can't really just pull that back in. It's going to need a lift, I think. So pretty clearly it's game over for the 14.
Big grin, nevertheless, from the same team for Pietro Fittipaldi. Unsurprisingly, that is not his car that has had the damage into the Turn 1 Armco barrier. James Dayson, though, will have been, will be potentially rather bruised from that incident, because it was several contacts, and what I don't know yet is whether another car was involved. There was a car very close indeed when it all happened.
If you look underneath the nose there, that's playing with the plank. That's the regulatory ride height plank. That floor should continue at the same level all the way to the front of the car. It's that piece of bodywork that has come awry. It's broken the nose section into two halves, one part of which is still attached to the car. The other part flew across the track. See James in the background under the canopy there, just getting it out of his helmet and hands device. He looks okay.
Well, that's good news, but we could do with knowing the lead up to the incident on the approach to the fastest part of the circuit, when you are at sort of terminal velocity at the end of the main straight. The long back straight, which runs into Parabolica, and then you're maintaining high speed through that very high speed turn 11, and then back onto the wide start-finish straight. But there's always a pinch point down at the first chicane. I'd like to know whether there was another car involved and whether it had some kind of impact on the incident as well. But a very damaged number 14 car, unfortunately, for James Dayson.
It is being called as contact between James Dayson and the number 6 car. That is the 360 racing car with Mark Richards aboard.
As I say, I did spot there was a car nearby. I hadn't identified it as the number 6 car, in all honesty. But Mark Richards running in 9th position. Maybe he's carrying a bit of damage now as well.
So he is in that order. It's the dark blue car in this train, way back in the train. Well, we reset again.
There's a genuine concern for fuel here for the LMP2s. They can't get in the pit lane at the moment because the safety car will have closed the pit lane for a second time. And we're at 36 minutes. Yes, we spent a long time behind the safety car, so that will extend the fuel window.
Well. There's a lot of full throttle here.
But, I mean, the first safety car, well, I'll get you an exact time on how that lasted, but that will have certainly helped with the fuel consumption. It was nearly a 12-minute safety car initially, and the time is ticking away now for the second one of those. Initially a yellow flag, now into a second safety car to deal with the incident that has involved James Dayson and quite possibly Mark Richards as well, labelled as contact between the two cars just after midday today. Remember, we started on the half hour at 11:30 and are racing through till 3:30 this afternoon.
Just looking where that number 6 car is in the running order here, and I think it's way towards the back of this pack. There it is, right in front of the yellow Ferrari.
So you've got Cool Racing's Anton Ducas, and right behind it is the number 6 car, so immediately in front of the Iron Lynx number 60. OK, some reaction from the Polish squad who've been involved at turn 1. Let's get to Hayley in the pit lane.
Yeah, so I'm down here in the Inter-Europol competition garage, just trying to get maybe a bit of insight into the incident that we just saw at turn 1. I mean, Noam, sorry, I'm joined by Noam Abramovic. Can you just tell us, give me any more information that you have with regards to that incident?
So we saw on the dash there is a contact between the 14 and the 6. So we don't know what happened exactly, but he's okay. This is the most important things, and we saw after the crash, and we don't know exactly what happened.
Okay, as you said, the most important thing is that he's okay. But, you know, with regards to you, it must be quite, tough to know that, you're all ready for a race and that, finally you won't be driving it.
No, I can drive because the car is dead for sure, but this is the race, and this is the endurance race, and we can do anything
I appreciate that, but you know, it must be, as I say, must be tough for you. It is endurance racing. So I mean, you know, what's the story now? You're going to be supporting the sister car now, right?
Yeah, for sure. We are going to support the LMP2 guys and the sister, the 13 one. So he was first for the moment, so that's good for us and for the 13. So yeah, we are going to support her.
Are we going to see you in Barcelona?
Yeah, for sure.
Good, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Poor old Noam, he's only 16 and hasn't been racing in shared cars for very long at all. This is his first year, in fact, in endurance cars. Any more of a clue, Graham, as you watch the replay of exactly what happened in the lead up to that?
No, we didn't really see the point of impact just after it. It did seem as if the 14 was behind the 6. But again, so difficult to call it, isn't it, when you're seeing the aftermath of an event that's happening at 140, 150 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Braking distances for all of these cars. You know, we look at these LMP3 cars, the junior formula, and it's very easy to come to a conclusion, look, there's a slower car. Well, it is slower than an LMP2, but then again, so are most things. This is still a very capable car, as we've said before, weighs about as much as a family pack of crisps, chips if you're listening in other countries than the UK. And is powered by something with significantly more than 400 horsepower. This is a very quick car indeed. Brakes late, corners hard, and things can happen and go wrong very, very quickly with margins of error measured in the, well, fractions of meters. Let's put it that way. So there is the other car that's involved in this incident. But certainly not. Would be good to be able to get a close-up look at this side of the car. No damage to the car that I can see.
No.
And I think if it happened on that side of the car. I just wonder whether or not James Dayson was looking to go to the outside of turn 1 and was simply crowded out of that. Found himself on the grass, and the car's just turned into the barrier, hard left.
Yes. Yeah, it was labelled as contact on the screen. It's not necessarily physical side-to-side contact. It might be the two of them trying to get to that racing line to get the ideal then apex into the first corner, but can't describe it to you at the moment, unfortunately. But I'm sure Race Control, as a matter of fact, have many more camera angles at their disposal than we do right now.
We may well hear from James. James, I think, will be making his way to the medical centre as soon as the marshal's going to assist him there. And after that, I'm sure we'll rejoin the team, and it may very well be that James chooses to tell us his side of the story.
Before we move on from Noam Abramcic, I think it's important to recognise that he has dual nationality. He's on all the entry lists as French, but I noticed the Israeli flag was emblazoned on the kind of fireproofs underneath and labelled on his Instagram as a French and Israeli driver. Israel, not a country where, you know, a lot of racing drivers have come from. I'm thinking about the Nissani family, Roy Nissani, who's doing some great things in FIA Formula 2, but 16 years old, Noam Abramcic, and potentially, you know, a real flag bearer for that part of the world within motorsport.
We've talked, haven't we, throughout this season and seasons past about just what a joy it is to see other nations and drivers from other nations and teams from other nations discovering endurance racing. You know, reminded, of course, as we always are in those instances, with our friends from Team Tour in Iceland. Yes. But so many other nations now represented, whether it's a team or a driver, that we just simply wouldn't have seen. And quite often, you use that phrase, flag bearer. It's a real thing, in that once you've got someone that's there as an example in your smaller community of motorsport practitioners in a country that may not be recognised in that field, you are going to be more likely to follow it, and you are going to be more likely to look into it. And we've seen that time and time and time again. You know, we talk about some of the smaller nations, and we're about to go back to green flag racing. Smaller nations that just got that seam running through them of endurance races. Denmark's a great example. Switzerland's another great example. Not huge populations, but massively overrepresented in the niche sport.
Indeed. Very interesting point. We go back to green flag running then again for the third time after two separate safety car incidents, and getting a very good run now on the race leader is Ferdinand Habsburg. There was no room to Nicholas Cruton's right-hand side. He's going to have to go left and try and draw level and then be super late on the brakes. Can he get the required turn in? No, Cruton's car position is superb, running a little deeper into the corner, slowing things down, but the more important thing for the young German is he hangs on to the race lead.
Great stuff from him, not intimidated at all there, Nick Cruton. There will be, I'm sure, there'll be moments there to be concerned about the Cool Racing team, but they'll have been pleased with the way he kept his cool under pressure there, going down the middle of the road, not giving the opportunity for Habsburg, who has to take avoiding action. He's been bullied out of that by Nick Cruton. Well done, young man.
And if you think, I've never seen that part of the Monza circuit before, well, that's because that's the runoff at the second chicane. You have to go around the right-hand side of the bollard to legally rejoin, and he's lost a place because of it.
He's lost a place because of it, and now he's under threat from Ben Fiscal, who's another man with a point to prove. So Nick Cruton's defence through turns 1, 2 and 3 has paid huge dividends for the young man. It's got Ferdy Habsburg off his rear wing, has put Claire Air and Julian Canal between them, and now has put both Ben Fiscal and Duncan Tappy on the rear end of Habsburg. We turn another chapter. Excellent.
So down the straight between the chicane at Ascari and the Parabolica goes the scrap for the head of the order, Nicholas Cruton for Cool Racing in the 37 car, ahead of now Habsburg and Julian Canal tucked in behind. Bent Fiscal in 4th position in the number 19 car. Then it is Duncan Tappy, David Heinemeier Hansen, Matthias Kaiser of Liechtenstein. Speaking of countries again that need to be recognised in this entry this weekend, Mühlner Motorsport's 7th position ahead of Paul Lafargue, and the contact now involving car number 93, Michael Fassbender's Porsche, will be investigated after the race. Now that presumably is because one of the big influences within that perhaps is out of the race already, the number 93 car, so they can check on all of the specific angles before they make a decision on what was a difficult crash to watch, I have to say, and has put some of the contenders in various classes now out of the race.
Just been watching another spirited attack here with Habsburg by Julian Canal. It's now about Ben Fiscal and Julian Canal. Canal is fending him off and fending him off well. That was led to a squirrely moment through the first chicane for Ben Fiscal. Duncan Tappy following close by here. There is all sorts of dramas potentially coming. Habsburg again is gapping Canal and again is catching Cruton, but this is burning his time in the car.
Yeah, and well, clearly sitting in the car during two safety cars has helped with those teams that have decided to put their slowest driver in for this opening stint, because it's kept a lot of teams in contention, including some of the Pro-Am runners. Although, interestingly, looking at the LMP2 order, all the Pro-Ams are now together from 10th position down to 16th. Has actually intensified the second rung of LMP2. There's a further decision from race control, Graham Goodwin.
Yeah, that decision goes against Duncan Tappy in the number 22 United Autosports car, and he's going to get 5 seconds added to his pit stop the next time around. That's going to be very soon indeed for contact with the TDS car, the 31 car, earlier in the race. The other quick point before we get into a pit stop cycle, which surely cannot be far away, is just a note as to how relatively economical these LMP2 cars must be behind the safety car, because we're now 47 minutes into this race and they've not stopped for fuel.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of a safety car which is circulating at, well south of 80 kilometres per hour. 80 kph, remember, is the speed for a full course yellow, but you can buy back even more fuel mileage behind a safety car, the first of which lasted nearly 12 minutes, the second of which was just over 10 minutes. So effectively that's 22 minutes of safety car we've had in a stint that would normally last about 40 minutes for the opening stint in these races. So how far will the window extend? These are fairly kind of rough calculations that the team have to be making. They will have done their fuel management during the first couple of free practice sessions this week. First car to blink then is the number 24 Nielsen Racing car of Rodrigo Sales, in now and dropping all the way behind the LMP3s. They will stop after about an hour.
They'll be a little longer, of course.
Yeah, because of the safety cars, of course.
Also, by the way, on pit lane, we saw it run by in the background in that shot, the 32 Rinaldi Racing car with Pierre Aretta. I wonder whether or not some of the damage there needs attention. Once we're back up to full racing speed with laps underneath it, is there damage that's beginning to bite on that Rinaldi car? A car that, remember, we've had a race win from this season, for doing pretty well in the points, so not good news for the 32 crew.
So Panis in, Algarve in, United Autosports, Duncan Tappy in, and David Heidemeyer Hansen as well. Also joining them now, Francesco Draconi for BHK Motorsport, and John Falb in the second place Pro-Am car. So that will jettison Salih Yolic now to the lead of Pro-Am for Racing Team Turkey. He's up to 5th overall, but only by virtue of the fact that he hasn't made a stop. And neither of these two cars leading overall. Nicholas Cruton from Ferdinand Habsburg, separated by half a second. German driver ahead of Austrian. And Habsburg into the first of the Lesmos, looking to have a little bit more pace than the silver-rated Nicholas Cruton ahead.
We've had one penalty going the way of United Autosports. I think there's about to be another, and it's for the number 2 LMP3 car. Reported to the stewards, it's Josh Cagle at the wheel of that car for overtaking before the line at the restart of the safety car procedures. And that would have been Josh Cagle making his way by, well, I'd have guessed Mo Smith, but Antoine Ducan from the back of the grid is up to 3rd in class now.
Yes.
So it's a hell of a run to the front from, frankly, one of the drivers that we thought before this season would show very well, but has had no real luck to this point. Maybe that's about to change.
Yeah, well, the 17 car is, or rather the 27 car, has Jean-Ludovic Foudbert and Nicola Molini still to come. So they're not, like other teams are in P3, using any bronze time right now. Foudbert will have to get in, presumably in the middle part of the race, after this opener from Antoine Ducan. Now rejoining is the TDS racing car from pole position, remember. And the 31... Has they done a driver change in the 31?
31's just come
No, it's still
in.
Chimodomo.
Has he come in and out?
Yes, so Chimodomo has done a 1:08 pit stop, and no driver change for TDS Racing by Vaillant. Julien Canard staying on board the 65 car that was running as high as 2nd a little earlier on. Bent Viscal keen for another stint, as is David Heinemeyer Hansen for Inter-Europol competition. There have been very few driver changes, in fact, of the pit stopping cars.
Well, the good news for Cool Racing is not just Nicholas Cruton still leads the race, but he hasn't pitted yet. He's extending the time for, if you like, the junior driver in this squad, with fuel efficiency as well. So the 37 car at the moment sitting very pretty indeed. By the way, just putting in his quickest lap of the race, surely will be coming in at the end of this lap. It is now, what is that, 51 minutes under the wheels of this car, and it's going to be about 52 before he pulls to a halt.
So in splendid isolation, Nicholas Cruton motoring his way towards the end of a lap, and quite possibly a route into the pit lane. The flag of Switzerland emblazoned on the rear wing end plate there of Cruton's car. And heading into the second chicane now, fresh from its pit stop, Ferdinand Habsburg. So that was just a blast of fuel. I doubt they did tyres on car number 9 either. That was 1:03, so there won't have been time to change Goodyears during that. And Habsburg needing to nurse his tyres a little bit over the opening 45 minutes or so. And now in from the race lead, Nicholas Cruton, the 19-year-old German. And the door is open, but that is simply to replace a water bottle. Fuel going in. Didn't see any tyres being changed there either for Cruton, so it'll be double stinting for Cool Racing as well before he rejoins. And managed a good chunk of laps during that opener, the opening stint for Nicholas Cruton. So 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, might have been A 24-lap stint, I reckon, for Nicholas Cruton. Slightly longer, therefore, for Prema Racing than Prema Racing's car.
A further incident under investigation. That's between Giacomo Petrobelli and Andrew Harrianto into the first chicane. It's almost an hour ago, 11:39. So that is right at the start of the race. What, lap 3? Clearly some kind of shenanigans underway there. Trullier, by the way, leads the race right now and has pitted. Oh, of course, he pitted early in the race for that puncture. So the Graf Racing car, out of sequence, has taken the race with Charlie Cruz at the moment, running second overall in the LMP3 leading car. So, number 9, Prema Racing car. That car running third at the moment in LMP2, with Nick Croyton having rejoined just a couple of seconds on pit lane to the Prema car. And here we go again with the traffic dealt with once again. Ferdy Habsburg on the tail of the Cool Racing car, but this time in heavy traffic, some of which is for position as they make their way through the leading pack of LMP3 cars and back towards the head of this field. So edgy moments here. In fact, we've got one move made. Is there a way through for? I don't think there is there for the Prema car, because in the way is another Cool Racing car, the 17, minding his own business.
That's, yeah, started by...
Well, it's Mo Smith, isn't it?
Maurice Smith starting from the front row of LMP3. This bizarre situation then where we have Eric Trullier leading the race. That's not bizarre for Graf Racing, but the next 3 cars in the overall order are all LMP3s, dicing for their own lead in the race. So Charles Cruz for Inter-Europol competition up as high as second overall now, ahead of Antoine Ducamp from the very back of the grid, behind all the GTs, remember. Car 27 up as high as second, and Josh Cahill in third for United Autosports. Quick glimpse there of Malte Jakobsen on left of shot down at Cool Racing. Absolutely, well, kind of bewitched by this race so far. The Cool Racing car that he is most concerned about is the number 17 that is running 4th in class and 7th overall. There's the 37 car, and theoretically the net race leader. This is will be for the race lead between Cruton and Ferdinand Habsburg. They're separated briefly by a Rinaldi Racing GT Ferrari, but Ferdinand Habsburg deposits that nicely on the exit of Lesmo through the Seraglio King and on towards Ascari they go. Cruton's doing a splendid job though here, out front and not being phased by all of the traffic.
Moves by Josh Cahill, that's 4th position. That takes 4th position overall, as Eric Trullier, by the way, pits from the lead. That will very soon be 3rd position overall, and they've then got the 2 leading LMP3 cars. So we're going to have an LMP3 car, I think, will lead this race. Maybe not, because I think Trullier's crossed the line, but we'll see. Charlie Cruz, Antoine Ducamp, those 2 separated by 3 seconds last time around, with Ducamp closing rapidly. Charlie Cruz shown as race leader. That's
I know,
a very unusual turn of events.
Well, it's because all of the LMP3s have been able to keep up with the pace of the P2s because of 2 safety cars amounting to 22 minutes. So Charles Cruz is the overall leader from Antoine Ducamp. 3.3 seconds is the gap between the top 2 in P3. Then you've got Nicholas Cruton, who is homing in on the 2 P3s at a rate of knots and bringing Ferdinand Habsburg with him. But we are going to have proper moves for position very shortly, with LMP2s having to overtake LMP3s. Josh Cahill running in 3rd position in LMP3. He's 5th overall, ahead of Julien Canal and Bent Viscal in their LMP2s for Panis Racing and Algarve Pro Racing. But it's like someone's chucked in a load of P2s and P3s into a mixing bowl and just swirled the whole thing around, because you've got purple, purple, blue, blue, purple, blue, blue, and it's, I mean, it's kind of hypnotic to look at, but it will sort itself out.
It'll sort itself out in probably about the next 10 or 15 minutes when we start to see the LMP3 cars down pit lane. But for the moment, it just adds another layer, doesn't it? Traffic. Charlie Cruz will be loving this. Don't think he's going to lead this lap, mind you, because homing in on him at the moment, Nick Croyton what a run from him at the start of this race. Still fending off Ferdinand Habsburg.
Cool Racing will be very, very happy with the performance of their 19-year-old German at this stage, because remember, they put Cruton in the car as the silver. We've still got Yifei to come, who's gold, and Nicolas Lapierre as the platinum. Lead change, an overall lead change, as Nicolas Cruton gets ahead of Charles Cruz, and Ferdinand Habsburg, after that overtake, looking to try and luck in as much as possible. He does close the gap, but there was no way through there at the Rettifilo chicane.
And this is another phase of the race. Why? Because there is nobody ahead of them now until the moment they're coming through Curva Grande and towards the turns 4. Next car ahead is at turn 9. So now, and almost immediately it happens, and this time it's the other way around. It's double yellows meanwhile at turn 10. Something's gone on there. Nick Cruton retains the lead, but will need to give that up, and give that up quickly.
So Cruton running deep into the second chicane, which is what Habsburg did a handful of laps ago himself, and yeah, karma is reset, if you like.
Time for a cool head here for Nick Cruton. Oh, there's a big shunt. There's a big shunt.
I fear they are the colours of United Autosport.
It looked like an LMP3 car as well. It's a safety car again.
The blue, white, and well, the two-tone blue and white.
It's got over to the left-hand side and then to the right.
It is a United car. It's the number 3 machine.
It's the number 3 car.
And that is Jim Maguire, I'm afraid to say, who's had a huge accident coming out of Ascari chicane. That's got to be one of the wheels from the LMP3 car. The door has been opened by Jim.
The impact damage is on the barrier is on the left-hand side. There's quite significant damage. It's hit the barrier on the left-hand side pretty hard.
Yeah, and clearly that car has had all 4 corners affected by it. Big concern, of course, again for Jim, very similar to when James Dayson had his accident at the first corner. And the marshals will reach Jim very shortly, but they have to make sure that all of the cars coming through Ascari are aware of the incident and dipping their speed as a result of that. So marshals not yet there, but they are raring to go, and everything's being bunched up again behind the safety car.
In the longer shot, we saw pretty clearly there was significant impact damage on the left-hand side of the track.
Here's the doctor. Very quick response indeed.
It's almost a carbon copy with the way in which Michael Fassbender went off. We've seen that accident happen so many times before. It went over the curb, then fired over to the left-hand side.
Well, there was also a massive crash here at Monza last year or the year before, I think it was, coming out of Ascari with an LMP3 car. His name was on my lips, but I didn't want to fully commit to it. Yeah, Patrice Lafargue, again, he lost it on this curbing in the
almost
front
exactly
shot.
the same accident.
The back end steps away and you spin all the way to the left and hit the barrier on the left-hand side first of all, and generally come to rest on the right-hand side.
Just beyond the graphics there, you can see there is the damage. That's where the impact happened. That will need repair.
Well, at least it's tyre wall rather than hard metal, bare metal Armco barrier.
That first bit of good news, Jim Maguire stepped out the car unassisted and is walked to the medical car and does not require an ambulance at this point. So that's good news. These cars are astonishing, you know.
Yes, they are. You always have to be a little cautious, though. A driver can appear to be upwardly mobile initially, and then as the adrenaline wears off, they suddenly realise they're in quite a bit of pain. So that's the reason why he'll be rushed to the medical centre now, and they'll do the necessary scans as well to make sure there's nothing nasty lingering there, like a concussion, which can sometimes rear its ugly head at a later date. But Jim will be well and truly checked out. And a sorry state of affairs, certainly at United Autosports, because it means that Kai van Berlo and Andrew Bentley will not be able to get a bit of race time in their car here at Monza. There have been a few teams like that, and that's the situation if you do have a big one in the opening hour, I suppose. We have had just over an hour of racing, although not technically of racing, because we've had probably half an hour now, affected of that hour by safety car periods. What it is doing is still keeping LMP3s in the fight for overall honours.
Yeah.
We've got Charles Cruz still hanging on to third place overall behind Nicholas Cruton's Cool Racing car and Ferdinand Habsburg. Again, the pit lane will be closed for the initial phase of this safety car period, though, so no chance to utilise this into strategy. Not that many teams would want to do this early on, because LMP2s have only recently pitted, and LMP3s will be able to make a more significant distance than their usual hour on the green. Same goes for the GT cars.
So again, the race is neutralised. At some point, you've got to ask yourself, when those pits are reopened, whether at this point you choose to stick with the regular strategy, sort of around the hour. There's a better view of the impact point. Substantial contact with the barrier from Jim Maguire. Whether or not, I'm thinking at the moment, the LMP3 cars in their fueling window in regular running. At the moment, we're just after the hour, and actually much the same for the GT cars. What do you choose to do? Do you choose to go as long as the fuel allows you, or do you take the opportunity if you're allowed to pit under caution here? I think the answer is the latter.
Yeah, but there'll be plenty of these decisions being made as we speak, because this is a really tricky race to negotiate now, and a question of, you know, how much of a penalty do you want to take during this initial phase of the stint to maybe be in a better position later on in the event. Yellow flags being displayed up and down the start-finish line. A reminder of the order in GTE. It's the 83 Iron Lynx Ferrari of Sarah Bovey, ahead of Christian Reed in the 77 Porsche, and Andrew Harrianto third for Absolute Racing.
I think this is going to play beautifully for Cool Racing. Why? Well, Nicholas Cruton is a silver driver.
Yeah.
A silver driver in a crew that has a gold and a platinum in the car, which they do with FIA and Nico Lapierre, has to do an hour and 10 minutes in the car as a minimum. It's an hour and 5 minutes, and this is going to take more than 5 minutes to fix it. So I think what we will see potentially here is a tactical pit stop towards the end of this safety car period from Cool Racing, and Nick Cruton will be done with his drive time with the two highly professional drivers to follow, and that will be one hell of an opening stint from that young man.
He's done more than was asked of him, certainly needed to try and retain the lead where possible, and that's exactly what he's done.
But he may have a penalty coming because he's not given up that place. Can't now because it's under the safety car, but he should have given up that place.
So just to remind everybody, he ran deep into the second chicane at the Della Roggia, took to the escape road. This is the pit stop that happened a little earlier on, by the way. I'm amazed still the choreography involved here. One guy leaps on the nose of the car. His job solely to scrub away at that windscreen. One other one just getting some tyre pickup away from the various crevices underneath the lights of the nose cone. And that was the only work that needed to be done. The fuel went in, no driver change, no new set of tyres, and away the 37 car went. But this pit stop under investigation. Now, what exactly has happened here for car 37? And away it went. Did they have too many team members over the line, therefore? Because there is much discussion being had, and clearly the message being passed over to the Cool Racing team about the news. So this penalty that hangs over the head of car 37, you said it was about the not giving the place back,
he's not giving the
which
place
he didn't do. But there's also a pit stop under investigation for car 37 as well, so it could be two-pronged potentially. To finish the point about the Della Roggia bypass into the chicane, Cruton was late on the brakes. He was trying to hold on to the lead at the time, took to the escape road and then rejoined. But he rejoined ahead, did he, of Ferdinand Habsburg?
Now he's letting go.
Yeah,
now
so there's the change of position.
That's the change of position. He'll have been told to do that.
But what is this worry about the pit stop for car 37? Too many team members over the white line, perhaps? I didn't count them up, in truth, whilst that pit stop was taking place.
Well, let's hope we can hear from race control on that sooner rather than later. Either way, doesn't take anything whatsoever away from the achievement of Nicholas.
Oh, no. I mean, he's not at fault for anything really that happened in the pit stop. I didn't see, there wasn't an unsafe release because there wasn't another car in the fast lane. He apparently obeyed all instructions from the team about where to stop and then when to go again, and that's all he needs to do. So Cruton back down to second place. We are going to head to United Autosports now to catch up with these guys. A sorry story for them to tell with Haley.
I'm joined here by Kai von Berlo, driver of car number 3 of United Autosports. Now, you just told me you have a bit more information on what happened. What did James Maguire say over the radio?
I briefly heard from James that he just lost it in Ascari. I guess he might have got some oversteer and couldn't catch it and lost the car, but that's all I know for now. He's doing well.
That's good to hear. Just with regards to your season, ELMS, last time you were doing the ELMS was in 2018. You're doing the ELMS this year. Ups and downs?
Yeah, I mean, Porica, we were looking pretty good. We had unfortunate contact on the first lap, so we lost quite a couple of positions and we're on the back foot from there. We still scored decent points in 7th place. Then we went to Imola. Imola, we came away with a win. It was a great race. We came all the way from the back and managed to get away with a win with a pretty big gap to P2. And now here we were looking pretty good as well after P3 in qualifying. We were lapped early on, but we got a lap back in the safety car, so we were pretty happy, you know, once we jumped back in the car that we could catch the leaders and fight for a podium. But unfortunately, James lost it. I'm glad to hear he's doing all right, and I'm sure we will be coming back stronger in the next race.
So just tell us about, you know, driving for a team like United Autosports and being a part of this entity.
I mean, it's great. I've been driving for United in the Asian Le Mans Series in 2018, 2019. We came away with a win in Fuji there, so, you know, I'm familiar with most of the guys here. I've always enjoyed working with this team. It's such a professional team. They have a really good car, and they want to get better and better and just beat the competition. And that's the team I want to be part of, so I'm really enjoying it so far.
Great, good to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kai von Berlo for United Autosports. Unfortunately, we won't see Kai behind the wheel of the number 3 car today, but great news that Jim Maguire is okay, and he'd already had a significant operation earlier on this year, as you explained.
So fingers crossed that's not going to lead to any afters.
Yeah, some complications may result of that, but we'll wait and see, and wish Jim well as he gets checked over in the medical centre here on site. The track crew here at Monza doing a very good job in reassembling the tyre wall. It's not just a question of putting tyres roughly back into position. They need to be, you know, integrally strong again should another car go off at the same point. And yes, that rubber massive band that goes across the front to make the whole thing rigid and taut, to make it structurally integral again. So they're nearly there, to be honest. Maybe 5 or 10 so minutes to go, and we'll be running again to green flag conditions. But we have an hour and 10 minutes gone already, and the race leader is Ferdinand Habsburg, given the lead back again under safety car by Nicholas Cruton. There they are, creeping through shot. 3rd position overall is Charles Cruz in that number 13 LMP3 into Europol competition car, ahead of Julien Canal for Panis Racing in a P2, Antoine Ducan in a P3 for Cool Racing, car number 27, and it's Ben Viscal in the number 19 Algarve LMP2 car. But a real mixture. Just look at that scoring tower on the left of your shot. Blue, that P2s, then purple, P3, blue, purple, blue, purple, blue, purple. It just continues on and on and on. And that's because the P3s have been able to keep up with the pace of the LMP2s because of this lengthy period under safety car. 3 of them.
And they've not pitted yet. They've not pitted. We're now an hour and 12 minutes into this race with a 3rd safety car period. And of course, behind that safety car, they're using very little fuel indeed by comparison with full green flag running, particularly here where there's so much full throttle. And those LMP3 cars, and for that matter, the GTE cars, would have been in their fueling window, well, in normal green flag running, but a part of 15 minutes ago. But it's not the case. Could prove, by the way, though, Johnny, to be quite a busy pit lane when someone decides to cough and come in. I think you're right, though. The repairs down at T10 are going well.
So, way too much incident, really, so far. Let's remind you of exactly what's happened. Round 3 of the European Le Mans Series at Monza got underway on the dot of 11:30. Lots of dust and smoke in the middle order, and there was some contact between Philippe Chimodomo and Julien Canal as Canal snatched the lead away from his fellow Frenchman. Going wide into the corner to get the required turn in, but just a little bit of contact on the rear quarter of Julien Canal's car as a result. That was Matthias Besch's reaction in the back of the TDS Racing garage as a result. Got down to almost walking pace in the GTs as one of the Oman Racing by TF Sport Aston Martins made its way through and looked out for some track speed. So wayward for Duncan Tappy, rattling along the side of Philippe Chimodomo as he tried to slow the car into Ascari, and Tappy lost a place to David Heinemeier Hansen in those early stages. And what about this in the GTs? Jacopo Petrabelli in the red and black of JMW Motorsport, level for the class lead with Sarah Bovey in the pink Ferrari. And then this between Duncan Cameron and Michael Fassbender, an angle there that we've not yet seen before, but this was the result of Fassbender across the road, making contact with Cameron, making contact then with Memo Rojas in the Duquesne team LMP2 car, and Pierre Eret, very much the innocent party, having nowhere to go and making further contact with the emerald green Porsche. 3 cars into one on the exit of Ascari would not work, and there was the Rinaldi Ferrari leaping on the brakes but couldn't avoid the additional contact. And this was looking at the back of Fassbender's Porsche, just the shards of carbon fibre Porsche, Ferrari, Duquesne bodywork going left, right and centre, churning up the grass as well. And then a view of Pierre Eret, who was parked up, having stepped on the brakes as hard as he could, but a smack into the barrier on the nose of the Porsche. It would then come back across the track and make contact with Duncan Cameron, who then biffed the side of the Duquesne of Memo Rojas. He was put out on the spot as well. Poor situation for the Mexican, who was also an innocent party. Side by side into the second chicane for Bent Viscal, up against Duncan Tappy in the number 22 car. This was a nasty situation though for James Dayson. Started a long way back on the main straight, heading into the Retifilo chicane, and virtually all 4 corners of his inter-Europol competition LMP3 car were damaged in some way, mainly on the front left though, destroying the suspension of the little prototype, and to add insult to injury, smacking the barrier on driver's left as well to finish the incident. That would instigate our second safety car, but out of it, the top 2 duelled again. Nicholas Cruton in car 37 for Cool Racing, ahead of championship leaders Prema Racing, Ferdinand Habsburg, and Habsburg shadowing Cruton's every move. Jim Maguire, a really horrible incident to witness here for the American as well, coming out of Ascari corner. He lost the car out on the curbs. There he is, just appearing underneath the bridge. And first of all, contact with Armco on the right of shot, his left, and coming back across the circuit to cause problems for pursuing cars. Jim Maguire taken to the medical centre, but early indication is that he is okay. The car, though, in a very, very sorry state, and United Autosports will be taking the bits back to Yorkshire to try and repair that between now and the following race at Barcelona. So the Ferrari that leads the class in GTE, we've now in a phase, in fact, of pit stops for the GTEs, an hour and 15 minutes into the race. It still says highlights at the top of our screen, but this is now back to live pictures.
No, I don't think it is. I think this is still highlights. All bar 4 cars have been down the pit lane while that's been going on. So we've now got a new leader. Our graphic, I'm afraid this is not correct. We are back to live. We're back to live pictures now. Still replay, sorry. This is the 9 car coming in, and this is the driver change. Bent Viscal, by the way, leads this race as we see this pit stop underway. Everybody came down the pits, with the exception of the 19 Algarve Pro, the 11 Euro International, 55 from Spirit of Race, and the Rinaldi Racing number 32 car. Safety car is coming in, has come in. We're back to green flag racing. So, there's damage there that's the repaired 32, isn't it?
Not very well repaired.
No.
So they put some tape on Pierre Eret's Ferrari. Who's in that now?
It is
Gabriele Lancieri running second. So that car has pitted.
Yeah, that pitted a while ago.
and a driver change.
The reason Duncan Cameron and Gabriele Lancieri have stayed out is because they pitted after the accident for repairs. So both those cars had damage. They did pit after the incident that involved Michael Fassbender, and we'll talk a little bit more about that new angle on that incident in a short while. Whereas Ben Fiscal and the Euro International car, which has now pitted, by the way, did stay out. Cool Racing, by the way, opted to do exactly what I said I thought they would. As soon as the pits opened, they've come in. Nick Croyton out of the car. Nico Lapierre now in the car, 23 seconds back from the number 19 Algarve Pro Racing leading car. But will be now out of sequence with the remainder of this field, which I imagine still has quite a lot of fuel aboard, though. But this is the squad, the number 19, that just has 2 silver drivers aboard, who will effectively split duties sort of half and half.
So there's a sort of dichotomy here in that the 2 cars that were affected in Michael Fassbender's accident are the better placed, but only because they were fuelled earlier, and they will have to pit before the rest of the GTs next time around for fuel, so they'll have to come in.
They're out of sequence.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to work out whether that puts them in a good position for the end of the race.
It potentially does, is the straight answer. If certainly the Rinaldi car, that's not a million miles away from a meatball flag, is it? That damage, that is not damage that I'm sure that race control will allow them to continue with bodywork flapping like that. Whereas Duncan Cameron's repair seems to have been rather more effective.
Yeah. So Cameron is at the moment 19 laps into his current stint, and Lancieri, or rather Pierre Herret, pitted a little bit later on than that. How many laps were there between Cameron's pit stop and Pierre Herret's pit stop? I make it 6 laps. Okay. So presumably the damage on the front of the 32 Ferrari took a longer time to manifest itself, and they realised they'd need to get it in to repair it. There's now an issue for the Inter-Europol competition 43 car, an overtake during the safety car, and not the one we've just had.
No, an hour ago.
But the one, I think the first one, which happened at 12 minutes to 12 o'clock, so 18 minutes into the race, and there's going to be a drive-through penalty for now Fabio Scherer for actually an infringement that has been assessed to David Heinemeier Hansen.
A battling trio here. This is the Racing Team Turkey car, now up into 4th position overall with Charlie Eastwood, fending off Nico Jamin, and Lorenzo Colombo now aboard the Kramer car. A further penalty, by the way, to pit stop for number 2. That's the United Autosports car for overtaking before the line. Josh Cagle, we had heard, had been reported for that, but it's a 5-second penalty added to the next pit stop for car number 2 from United Autosports. That car currently 2nd in LMP3, so that could be significant.
Yep. Here's the scrap for 4th position in LMP2 with the Racing Team Turkey car, now with Charlie Eastwood at the wheel. He's the best of the Pro-Ams within LMP2, of which there are 7 rather, when you include Graf Racing's Sebastian Page, who has rejoined the race fairly recently. Well, he's working his way back up the order, in fact, in the 40 car. That had difficulties earlier on. But Bent Fiscal leads the motor race by 22 and a bit seconds over Nicolas Lapierre's Cool Racing car. So Fiscal has been in from the start for the number 19 Algarve Pro Racing crew. Lapierre took charge of the Cool Racing machine that Nicholas Cruton has driven so well. Cruton has done his drive time, as Graham has mentioned, an hour and 10 minutes. So it'll now be Lapierre and teammate Yifei.
So that's quite the duo to come, isn't it? And if this produces the kind of result that it could well do, Nicholas Croyton is going to be the hero of the piece here, because that was, for the silver driver in the company he was keeping, extremely composed stuff, with the one exception right at the death of that stint, the run straight on at the second chicane and then not immediately ceding the position. That is David Heinemeier Hansen explaining to Sasha Fassbender, the team manager at Inter-Europol. He's clearly not very happy with what's been dealt. Pietro Fittipaldi getting involved as well.
Yeah, last time we saw Pietro, it was smiles all around for the Brazilian, but a different story now. And David Heinemeier-Hansen, I think, making the point that that, in his eyes, is not a legitimate penalty. So he's telling his team manager to go up and argue the toss there.
Switch there. That's the 40 car that's a lap down, by the way, but it's Lorenzo Colombo now is ahead of Nico Jamin and up into 5th position for the Prema Racing car now. Gap, by the way, behind the leader for these is about 30 seconds, but remember, Ben Fiscal is on a different pit stop strategy here and will drop behind these cars when he eventually pits for fuel.
Out of the Rettifilio goes the Prema team car for Colombo then. Behind him is Nico Jamin for Panis Racing.
Stu Cox there on the left-hand side in the helmet. Sam Cox, his wife and the team manager at Algarve Pro Racing, the lady standing in the middle of the shot we just saw. This is the number 4 car, Deco Engineering, in the hands of Alexander Bukantsov. Leads the race now. Why? How? Coming from nowhere, because they're the only one I can see in the LMP3 field that took the short stop option rather than the timed longer stop option. They must complete 2 timed stops, longer stops. DKR opted not to and have taken the track position for the moment, but they will fall back later in this race as they take stops which would be something like 30 seconds each longer than just turning around the car as quickly as Kenny Jenklas and his DKR engineering team were capable of doing.
Yeah, so in a kind of standard race, if you like, which this has very much not been so far with so many safety cars, you can get home with 3 stops in an LMP3. 2 of them have got to be the longer ones. The third, but doesn't have to be the third, as Graham's explained, can be as quick as you like. So this car is well out in front because they turned it around so quickly. And United Autosports will gain back time later on in the piece, as will other chasing teams like Inter Europol, Euro International and Nielsen Racing.
Trouble, as we predicted, was going to be for the 32 car. They are being shown the technical flag. That is, you must stop and repair the damage to the front of that car. Currently running in 2nd place, just behind Duncan Cameron. Gabriele Lancieri will soon be heading for pit lane. That will hand 2nd position to Christian Reed, who's running currently 3rd ahead of Giacomo Petrobilli. That's why, and that is the correct decision.
Well, Lancieri's going to go around at least one more time, and he might even take the class lead before he comes into the pit lane, because Duncan Cameron leading in car 55 from the 32 of Lancieri, 1st and 2nd in GTE. If Lancieri wants to overtake on Duncan's left-hand side, he's got to be mindful that his Ferrari is a lot wider than it was in any of the sessions previously this weekend. It's taking the inner wheel arch skin with it as well, so quite a lot flapping around there.
Can't be helping a straight line.
No,
it can't, but Duncan needs to be wise to this. He's also had repairs to the front of the car. As you can see by the AF Corsa red tape at various points on that car. As we're talking about this pair, I will say that from the angle we saw, pit stop for car 9 is under investigation now as well.
That's the Prema Racing car of Lorenzo Colombo. Lancieri's got a very good run on Duncan Cameron now. Which side of the road is Lancieri going to put his Rinaldi Racing Ferrari? To the inside. Oh, but doesn't quite get the required margin into Ascari. I thought we were going to have side-by-side 488s then into turns 8, 9 and 10, but it didn't quite happen.
To complete the point about the angle we saw with the incident between the 55 car and the 93, I think it was still a racing incident, is the straight answer, but for my money, the telling contact came from Duncan Cameron at that point.
Yeah,
I think Fassbender was on his racing line, and the movement, the error, if you like, came, I think, from Duncan and not from Michael.
Yeah. Well, that to me was always the interesting bit, not the spin from Fassbender, but was he forced out onto the curb?
You called it completely correctly.
By another car, and you know, that will be being looked at, and that's possibly the reason why they've said we're going to need to do this after the race, because there are so many different factors to incorporate and to think about. That Rinaldi Racing Ferrari of Lancieri is in for further repairs, by the way.
Yeah.
And
I'm not
just wondering whether
just looking at what the official might say here. because the light pod in that wheel arch is not secure.
No. Well, a massive sheet of tape that has just been found in the Rinaldi garage.
Which will not be allowed to obscure the front light.
Even in daylight?
Even in daylight.
You might be thinking, why do they not just replace the whole front valance as they do on prototype cars? It's not quite as simple as that, I don't think. And it also, have Rinaldi got the necessary bits in order to do that as well? We see it at Le Mans often in factory teams at GT level because they've just got endless components to keep putting on the car. But they wanted to be able to do that as quickly as possible. So a massive sheet of sticky back plastic has been applied onto car 32, and it does rejoin in the background with Lancieri still at the wheel. Here's the fight for 4th position in LMP2 with Charlie Eastwood ahead of Lorenzo Colombo now. So Eastwood at Racing Team Turkey, car 34 is gold, the Irishman, ahead of the silver element of Prema's entry, and that is Lorenzo Colombo, initially brought in as a replacement driver, but quite possibly now in for the season, considering his start with 2 race wins already from only 2 events.
Absolutely. Charlie Eastwood now has his mirrors full of the very Italian colours of Prema behind. Now we get into that phase. Ooh, that was close. That phase of leapfrogging through the traffic and just trying to keep a gap. It's not quite worked this time. Slightly the better run past the LMP3 car. Danger is not over yet, not by a long chalk. What's going on in this race, isn't there? It was the first race, the first hour of this race. We ticked through seemingly quite slowly the last half hour, despite the fact we've had a safety car for a chunk of it. It's racing away. Now past the 6 car. Better run this time through that part of the traffic for the Prema car, a lot closer. I think they're quite close enough here for the slipstream to be in play. It's the TF Sports garage.
So amazingly, for an hour and a half of racing, 40 minutes of it was affected by safety car when you add together the first, the second and the third time that the race was fully neutralised, rather than just going full course caution, full course yellow, which is an option to the race officials. But I think in each occasion, actually, the extent of the damage done, not only to cars but also to circuit infrastructure, safety car was the only option in each of the 3 situations. So we've been denied practically half of the racing distance that we've done already because of safety car, and that's what's helped LMP3s to stay close to the margin of LMP2s. It's a much more even looking timing screen though now that the middle order, the kind of baby prototypes, have all made their stops, to leave DKR Engineering's Alexander Bukantsov out front, from the United Autosport's Josh Cagill and Charles Cruz, who very much enjoyed leading this race outright earlier on in his opening stint into Europole competitions. Number 13 is in 3rd place.
Seeing again the garage at Algarve Pro Racing. Shouldn't forget, by the way, they were supreme on their strategy at Paul Ricard, handing the opportunity for the number 19 car to challenge the win. Eventually came home 2nd place. Got 2 cars, by the way, 31 and 40, under investigation for safety car procedures. The 40 is the Graf Racing car, 31 is the TDS Racing by Vion. They're watching those screens carefully. The reason they're doing that is Ben Fiscal, remember, out of sequence, but he's holding the attack from behind from Nico Lapierre, Patrick Pilet, Charlie Eastwood and Lorenzo Colombo. They are not closing that quickly on him. He was, I think, 22 seconds ahead when we went back to green flag racing. He's still about 21 seconds ahead, and that is good going from the young Dutchman.
100%. I mean, this is a guy who's finished on the podium in the FIA Formula 2 Championship last year, going very deep into the Parabolica. Is the 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari for Takeshi Kimura. The car guy car just about scrambles free of what could have been a much bigger incident, but has lost a couple of places as a result. Ahmed Al-Hati benefits in the 69 Aston Martin, and also through his Christian Hook in the red Ferrari from Rinaldi.
Yeah, a longer pit stop for the... just want to work out why Ahmed Al-Hati was as far back as he was in the order, and they've lost time in the pit stop at the Oman Racing with TF Sports 69 crew. He was on pit lane for a minute and 48 seconds, lost around 20 seconds to most of the other cars. So there was clearly some kind of issue in their first pit stop.
Kimura trying to get back in front of Christian Hook at the nearest opportunity, and Kimura from a long way back. We know he's good on the brakes into the second chicane, but nibbling away on the inside of Christian Hook, couldn't prize the opening.
And the P2 car in play as well.
Nielsen Racing, I think, 24.
Yeah.
So that will be Matt Bell running fourth in the Pro-Am order in LMP2.
Now Kimura goes and has another look. He's got nobody behind this time, so free rein to get stuck in here, and looking racy, isn't he?
Yeah, the car looks good in the hands of the Japanese driver. Christian Hook got his hands full, no doubt about it.
Class leader. This is the number 55 car. You can see vividly where the repairs have been made to the 55. Now that's put Christian Reed, Sarah Bovey and Giacomo Petrabelli ahead. I think Duncan can get out before Andrew Harrianto emerges here.
There goes Kimura, darting to the right-hand side now of Christian Hook, and should get this move done into the Parabolica, the yellow Ferrari of Car Guy, just ahead of the red and white and green of Rinaldi, and that is a place change for 8th position in GTE. And with a pit stopping Duncan Cameron, they'll both vault up a further place, although there's going to be a pit stop here for Christian Hook as well.
That might be drive time related, because it's certainly not on strategy. It's certainly not in terms of the fuel for the car. He has already stopped. It's the second stop for Christian Hook. There was a delay, by the way, to the pit stop for Duncan Cameron, with further repairs being made to the front of that car. That means that with Matt Griffin now aboard the car, they were on pit lane for a minute and 30 seconds. Not a huge delay, maybe about 5, 6, 7 seconds, but has dropped the car down to 8th in class now.
Only a 9-lap stint for Christian Hook, so you're quite right that it is well out of schedule, because he will have been up to almost 30 laps during the opening stint, but helped along an awful lot by the safety car. So yeah, slightly puzzling, but they are doing a driver change, so I think you're right that that might have been a bit a pre-race decision to say, you know, we'll give you an hour and a half or so and then get you out, Christian, and new driver in. So that was either Fabrizio Crestani or Jeroen Bleekemolen. Probably Crestani to do the middle stint, and leaving Dutchman Bleekemolen, who's new to Rinaldi Racing's team for this weekend, for the closing stint.
I think that might be his minimum time. An hour and 30, it is an hour and 30 minutes because of the combination of the crew. It is. He's gone through his hour and 30, and so that is Christian Hook's time done. The car rejoins the race.
And it is Crestani, as I suspected. So we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to see Jeroen Bleekemolen take charge of the 33 Ferrari, and then the timing screen will light up.
Will he be annoyed if we call him a veteran?
I think quite possibly yes, but I know what you mean.
Veteran, Jeroen Bleekemolen, love him dearly. He's a great guy to have in any paddock. Still supremely talented.
Yeah. He had a big birthday last October, which takes him into the kind of area of
26,
veteran.
27?
Something like that, yeah. He's probably now counting backwards a little bit in terms of his birthday age.
False twins, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, you may well be right. Gold rated, though, as well. So, you know, despite all of his successes within GT3 racing mainly, and he's won some big races through the years, including, I think, on 2 separate occasions, the Dubai 24 Hours. And on the road did take victory at Le Mans with Ben Keating, but that was subsequently scrubbed because of a fuel infringement.
Did win Le Mans in P2 back in the RS Spider days, if I remember rightly.
Okay, Porsche RS Spider. Yeah. There's a car to whet the appetite. Now, United Autosports LMP2s and 3s finding one another here at the Curva Grande. And the DKR engineering car now has a car in front, so that was a place change, wasn't it? Josh Cagill's got ahead of Alexander Bukansov, and he's done that on pure pace.
He has. That, by the way, we should remind you, is with United Autosports having burned the longer stop, and DKR engineering haven't. So that is a significant advantage for United Autosports at this point.
So something like a 12-second deficit for Josh Cahill, I noticed. And Josh is the bronze in car number 2. He is joined by Bailey Voisin as the silver, and Finn Gersitz also silver rated. So heading down towards the Parabolica is the second place fight in LMP2, with Nicolas Lapierre just darting to the right-hand side of that yellow Ferrari from the Iron Lynx team. And behind him is Patrick Pilet for EDEX Sport. So these two rapid Frenchmen will be offering very similar lap times, I'm sure. In fact, Pilet lap time through was 0.2 of a second quicker than the race leader. So that gap is starting to come down. Also a car best lap for Nicolas Jamin, who took charge of the Panish Racing 65 car in the last stop. And he's just done a 141.0, up as high as 5th position now for Nico Jamin.
Significant amounts of pit stops being investigated, aren't there? 95, 32, 9. Was it 43 as well? We had a little earlier.
Yes, it was.
Investigation.
That was a safety car procedure
apologies,
infringement.
It was another one. It was 37, wasn't it? It was Cool Racing that was under investigation for pit stop infringement. Ben Fiscal now on pit lane and then dropping out of the lead. It'll be interesting to see how far down the order he drops here with this difference in strategy. I can tell you he is away and running.
He did 23 laps on the stint there, but some of that was affected by safety car.
It's now Sophia Flörsch aboard the car for the first time, and Sophia is going to emerge in 13th place. But just 1 minute and 7 seconds off the lead, I believe. Double yellows at turn 1. And
that's why.
It's the 17 car. Was it?
Michael Benham is on board the car. It was started by Maurice Smith, but Benham has had a moment kind of similar, just from looking in the aftermath, to James Dayson's crash, but we don't know how Benham's ended up there yet. And we need a bit more evidence to find exactly why that is, but the leaders are heading towards the double-waved yellow area at turn 1, so Patrick Pilet won't be able to attempt an overtake. He's not going to be close enough anyway.
He's moved it back to the barrier, hasn't he? That car has moved from where we initially saw it. It was close to the barrier when we got first. There's another car on the exit. That looks as if it might be the number 7 car from Nielsen Racing. There's
two cars off at turns 1 and 2. Now, whether the 7 car or the Nielsen Racing car has been there all the time, I don't know. Stuart Cox down at Algarve Pro Racing.
It is the 7 car.
Was waiting for a decision about what was going to happen next, and all of a sudden he went, yes!
There's damage to the rear of that car. There's rear suspension damage to the rear of that car.
Was that up against another machine? Here we go. So Stuart Cox very unhappy initially, but then there was definitely a clench of the fist going, yes!
Does he think Sophia Flörsch was involved in that? She was on her way out the pits.
Okay.
EDEX Sport scrambling as well.
So EDEC, the second place car.
So that's the 7 car, stranded.
Nicolas Lapierre leading the race. Patrick Pilet in second for EDEX Sport. Lorenzo Colombo for the championship leaders in third for Prema Racing. You correctly identified the car of Tony Wells that is now down in 9th place, but Tony had a really good start actually and was running 4th for a long time.
I'll tell you the pit stop for the number 95 car that is under investigation is because the car hit a member of the crew.
Which car was that?
95. That is the Oman Raceman TF Sport car. Johnny Adam aboard that car at the moment. So I'm concerned as to why full course yellow is coming. That's not a surprise in 20 seconds or so. As to why Stuart Cox was so animated. Does he think one of his cars was involved in that incident, or is he concerned that a full course yellow at this point is going to negate the advantage they feel they've got on strategy?
Yeah.
I think it might be the latter.
Well, Ben Fiscal, we're going to go full course yellow as Graham's suggested. Ben Fiscal did a 23 lap stint, then Sophia Flörsch took that car over.
She literally was coming out as that incident happened.
Yeah. And won't do 23 laps. Well, might do now because we've got a full course yellow. Of course, the Bent Viscal 23 lapper was helped by 6 of those laps being on the safety car, and that's the amount of fuel you buy back in terms of consumption when you're pounding round, or rather trundling round at a much slower speed.
17, I think, is done. There is definitely damage.
100%.
That car looks to me to have been hit from behind.
Well,
So
was it side-to-side contact? So there's Benham.
There's Benham going up the... There's Flörsch, she's not involved in this at all. And then you can see the dust flying.
But we've not got a clue what happened there, unfortunately, whether there was contact with the number 7 car. They kind of went into the corner together, and Benham catching his breath after that moment, just down on his haunches a little bit.
Things.
Yeah.
Number 4 car, DKR, that's how the sequence comes into the pits. Alexander Bekantsov. Now,
well, it's not out of sequence, it's bang on schedule with everybody else, including Josh Cahill, Charles Cruz, Ross Kaiser, but clearly they're thinking this is a good time to make a stop during the full course yellow. The pits are not closed during a full course yellow, the opening phase of an SCY. They are, of course, for a safety car.
Chiller into the pits as well, as is the Proton competition car of Christian Ried from the lead in GTE. There are so many different strategies at play here. This is going to unwind in the final 40 minutes or so, Johnny.
Yeah, and that so often happens in these races.
Also being lifted, and I think maybe also there's a stall there from the number 4 car, the number 7 car being lifted as well. Perhaps we've lost 2 LMP3 potential front runners in one incident. This could be a very different looking podium in LMP3.
So who took over the number 4 car during that pit stop? Nobody, because Bekantsov stays at the wheel, and the DKR car is back into the race. They do have Sebastian Alvarez and James Winslow still to come in the only Duquesne in the field. Neat and tidy pit stop happening here for the Iron Dames. Car 83 getting a new set of Goodyear Eagle tyres. It is lowered down onto the rubber and gets going again.
So Jimmy Bruni, by the way, is aboard the number 77 car now. It is Michel Gatting is fielded in response to that for the Iron Dames. Leader at the moment, Giacomo Petrabelli, who did not stop that time around. In comes the 37 car from the lead with Nico Lapierre.
And Pile behind, you can't see him, but he is right there. Lorenzo Colombo
a little further back.
Yeah, now are they going to choose to pit that car as well? You would think if teams of the magnitude of EDEC and Cool want to come in to make a pit stop, then Lorenzo Colombo and his Prema team do not want to miss the advantage presented by a full course yellow.
Yeah, I'm increasingly convincing myself, by the way, that the reaction we saw from Stewie Cox was, I think he thinks they had another killer strategy. There goes Lorenzo Colombo flying by. I think they had a killer strategy, and I think they think this has negated some of that advantage.
Yeah. Well, was he saying yes because he thought there was going to be a safety car?
No, he was saying no. It was a negative reaction.
Oh, the initial one when he got up. But then when he looked at the screen 10 seconds later, he went, yes! Because he saw the cars were positioned at turn 1, stranded, and maybe thought, that's got to be a safety car. And that would have really brought the 19 car back into the equation. We haven't had that safety car that maybe he had expected, and the full course yellow doesn't help them out.
I think it hurts them. I think it hurts them because it allows the other leading cars to be closer to their strategy, and what they need is strategy and a little bit more. Because whilst both Ben Fitzgerald and Sophia Flörsch are ultimately very competitive drivers, we saw that with the times that were being delivered at Le Mans 24 Hours, if nowhere else. There are drivers out there able to take that fight to them. The result that was delivered at Paul Ricard was delivered by a combination of that consistent pace from both their silver drivers and a strategy that just played out beautifully at the end. It almost worked again, by the way, at Imola, but that rather went away from them with a late caution.
Yeah. There was a message on the screen a moment or two ago concerning car 7 and I think car 17, so suggesting that they did make Well, they did touch on the run into turn 1, and that will be looked at.
So was that a separate incident?
I'm going to make sure I've got the right car here. No, it was the Benham car, 17, wasn't it? So 7 and 17.
Oh, sorry, 17. I was misconstruing. So yes, I was thinking you were talking about the knee into.
No,
that's the other one.
I certainly saw 7. I didn't quite catch the second number before the message disappeared, but 17 would make sense because the 7 car is now off the road and well, is somewhere in the third sector. So at least Tony Wells is running again.
Okay.
Having been sitting there in the first sector for a long time, awaiting assistance, but he is moving again. So pit stop taking place for United Autosports. Patrick Pilet's got back out into the lead of the race, by the way, but we need to catch up with the man of the moment for Cool Racing. Here is Hayley chatting to him.
Right, so I'm joined here by Nicholas Croughton. Firstly, what a great opening stint for you, working your way up from 5th to leading the race.
Yeah, the start was ideal for us. Yeah, I got through cleanly out of the first chicane. I think I was already 2nd, and then yeah, just lap by lap got closer to Canal, and then finally managed to overtake him. Then it was a bit close with the Prema car. We had a couple of good fights, in my opinion. Unfortunately, I had to get the position back once, but yeah, I think we got back in the lead because they had a problem in the pit stop. And yeah, now it's looking good again for us, but obviously we also have to serve a 10-second penalty at the next pit stop because we had a sensor issue during the pit stop. So usually when the car's being refueled, we can already be on the starter button so that the engine starts as soon as the team released the I don't know how you call it in English.
Say it in whatever language you want.
Yeah. But yeah, the engine already started while refueling because of that sensor issue. But yeah, we couldn't have known that before, and it was nobody's fault. And now we are aware of it, so we wait now and serve the penalty. But it's very unfortunate because nobody could have known that, and it surely wasn't anybody's fault.
Could it be a starter motor, the word you're looking for?
Yeah, the starter motor started, although it was meant to start.
And then you just lost the lead during another pit stop.
Yeah, I think during full course yellow, a lot of people are stopping, and I think we just got caught up a little bit in traffic in the pit lane. But yeah, I think we're still in a good place, and we can still fight for the win.
Great, thank you very much, Nicholas.
Thank you.
Well, that's fascinating because a number of times at Le Mans over the years, teams have been pinged for their engine being started too early, or indeed engine running through a pit stop. The car's got to be turned off, hasn't it, for the fuel to go in?
But with several of these cars, you've got a system where when it drops off the jacks, the engine starts. That could be it. That could be the sensor he's talking about.
So, right, and this is down to the electrics rather than to do the electronics rather than anything to do with a mechanic or the driver or whatever.
So we'll explain by him. So that's 10 seconds to come at some point. We are back to green flag running. Edec Sport lead the race now with Patrick Pilet with mirrors full of Nicolas Lapierre. It took 3 seconds longer in that pit stop. Renzo Colombo is just a few seconds back from him as Patrick Pilet gets ahead, just moving to get some heat back into the tyres. I thought that should be too much of a problem on a day like this, but clearly Patrick feels there's a need to do that. Traffic coming, just looking for where Colombo is in the background, not in sight, so no immediate threat there. Pilet should make short work of the traffic. Lapierre just a little further back. Not sure he can be seen before the second of the Lesbos. Through he goes. And now on the run down to Ascari.
What did they do then on the 37 that they didn't do on the 28? Because a 55-second pit stop for Pilet when he came in behind the Cool Racing car, and 58 seconds.
I think we were being told that there's quite a busy pit lane, and maybe it's just a slight delay getting the car into position.
Okay, well,
it's 3 seconds.
Yeah, but did EDEC deliberately short fuel the car to get it ahead in the pits?
I think there was a genuine short delay for Cool Racing. If you look at the pit stop times around them, all of the 55, 56. In fact, Lorenzo Colombo on pit lane for 54 seconds. So I think there was just a tiny delay. Oh, big slide there from Nicolas Lapierre, but managed to gather that one back. Lost some ground here.
I think it's worth keeping an eye on the stint length now for Pilet and Lapierre, because if Pilet has to come in slightly earlier, like a lap earlier than Lapierre, and that might answer the question. There's no doubt EDEC feel that Pilet was the quicker car versus Lapierre, and he wanted to get track position. And this is the really important bit now, to try and open up a gap over the next 40-odd minutes or so.
So you're asking whether or not they may have just mildly short-fueled him to make that 2 or 3 seconds possible. But the only balancing comment I'd offer it, Johnny, is that Nicholas Creighton did say that there was delay in the pits.
Yeah, fair enough. So Cool Racing's car that earlier on had Creighton at the wheel, looking to the inside, or rather the outside initially, then to the inside was the 22 of Tom Gamble, who's really taking the fight to Nico Jamin in the Panish racing car. Jamin starting in, Jamin earlier on taking over that car from Julien Canal that started from the front row. Jamin now in 4th ahead of Gamble, who is 5th. Then Charlie Eastwood, who leads the Pro-Am division for Racing Team Turkey, car 34, ahead of Nicholas Nielsen in the 88, and Alex Peroni for Algarve Pro Racing, the other Algarve Pro Racing car, the 47, which is a Pro-Am entry that was started by John Fowle. Peroni for the middle stint, and they'll be keeping James Allen back for the closing stages. Meanwhile, down this straight towards the Parabolica goes the 3rd place car of Lorenzo Colombo. This fight far more intense, though, for 4th and 5th places. Rounding the Parabolica, running a little bit wide there, Tom Gamble, so he doesn't get the ideal exit off the final corner, and isn't as close as he was a lap ago to the Nico Jamin car, with the golden arches emblazoned on the nose of that car, with thanks to Julien Canal, with his fast food franchises around the city of Le Mans, and I think further flung places as well. Meanwhile, nose to tail here in LMP3 as well. This is the fight for 4th and 5th in category. Bailey Voisin closing in on Jean-Ludovic Foubert, and the 27 car for Frenchman Foubert being caught, no doubt about it, by British/Swiss driver Voisin. Bailey taking that car over then from Josh Cahill in the only stop that car has made, I think. Car 2, yes, has been on 2 separate occasions now. No doubt one of them was for a bit of fuel for the full course yellow that was happening a little earlier on. But Voisin's pace appears to be quite a bit quicker than Jean-Ludovic Foubert, but Foubert is sticking the elbows out and making sure that Voisin stays behind. So yes, a little earlier on, Josh Cahill came in for a pit stop and he stayed on board, not Boyd. We've got Wayne Boyd in one of these cars. And then 1, 2, 3 laps into the current stint for Bailey, who has to make room for the TDS by Vaillant car, and does so nicely. That car now being driven by young Dutchman Tymon van der Helm in car 31.
We'd expected a couple of penalties to come. Drive-through penalties are going to go to that 31 car. That's the TDS car. The 40 car from Graf Racing overtaken during a safety car. We already heard, didn't we, Johnny, from Nicholas Creighton, they expected that 10-second to be added to the next pit stop for the 37. So it's going to be urgent for Nico Lapierre to make up the ground and pass Patrick Pilet, because he is going to drop back with that 10-second penalty. And as things stand right now, that will put him somewhere between the 4th and 5th place cars.
Next car in should be Lorenzo Colombo, remember, because Prema are on a very different fuel stop strategy than others. They chose not to pit during the full course yellow, according to my data, which at the time was a bit of a strange decision. I remember calling the top 2 in and suggesting that Lorenzo Colombo would do likewise, but he obviously did not. Let's just have a look. 3 stops for that car. So they had well, maybe he did, therefore, and
we saw the 9 car run past in the background, if you recall, during another pit stop.
Yeah. So
I think they're trying to stick to their strategy as best they can. But I think he's had one short stint, hasn't he, which was opportunistic because of a full course yellow.
Yes. Yeah, but we need to just pay attention to the stint length for Colombo now, and whether he can go the same sort of distance as Pilet and Lapierre, who are first and second. Over the line goes Jamin. Tom Gamble is in 5th position. And then this really good dice for Pro-Am. They are many seconds apart currently, but Nicholas Nielsen could well be chipping away at that Charlie Eastwood lead, and probably similar speeds actually. Nielsen might just have the edge. And then Alex Peroni, the Australian driver from Tasmania, running for Algarve Pro Racing in his 3rd event of this season for the Portuguese squad. Meanwhile, down towards the 2nd Lesmo is the RLR M Sport car of Michael Jensen. Only one headlight working on that car, I notice, or is it just, it might be one of the dive planes actually that has whipped back across the headlight lens and meant it looks like it's not working, but it is beneath the carbon fibre. So there's some damage on the front left corner of car number 5. And behind him is a hard-charging Voisin with Jean-Ludovic Foubert now in the Brits wheel track. So Foubert was overtaken for 4th position. In comes to the pit lane Sebastian Page for Graf Racing, a little further around the Parabolica, and that's a good overtake for Bailey Voisin on Michael Jensen in the braking area for the Parabolica. We'll give him 3rd in class.
3rd in class. And beginning to, that strategy beginning to come together nicely, isn't it, United Autosports? 27 car with Jean-Ludovic Foubert right there as well now. Behind it's the Graf Racing car just leaving the pit lane behind there. Right down the order, I'm afraid.
I'm now beginning to think that Colombo absolutely did come in with Patrick Pilet and Nicolas Lapierre. So they'll be even Stevens again now on their strategy. All 3 of them 6 laps in, as from a long way back into the 2nd chicane comes Matt Bell, car 24 for Nielsen Racing, trying to home in on the 3 Pro-Ams much further up the road.
Pilet doing a great job here, fending off and pulling away from now Nicolas Lapierre. Not attacking, saying not able to attack, but not attacking at this point. And that gap, which has been in a second since these cars were back in under green flag racing, is now 2.4. And at this stage, Lorenzo Colombo is closing on Nicolas Lapierre. You can see there, just as Lapierre came into Ascari, under the bridge was coming Lorenzo Colombo. Look now back down the road, and you will see the red car there, and making rapid progress. So this is looking set to be a 3-car train. Not too much further into this race.
141 last time around for Lorenzo Colombo, and it was a 141 flat, in fact. Through the traffic, Patrick Pilet couldn't get anywhere close to that, and the same goes on this lap as well. So what will Colombo's lap time be at the end of lap 55? He's up in the 143s as well. So clearly that was a massively affected lap by traffic, and Lorenzo Colombo couldn't replicate his 141 from the previous time around. But the pace in the number 9 car is definitely there.
Don't count out Nico Jamin either. He had a better run through traffic on that lap. He was in the 141s. He's closing into about 3 seconds back from Lorenzo Colombo. This is concertinaing nicely, Johnny. There's a lot to be gained here by Patrick Pilet from escaping what looks to me to be a kind of gathering clan.
Yeah, 3.7 seconds is the margin currently. We won't ever know. Well, we will possibly find out how much fuel was put into Edex Sports' car. Were they just thinking, let's continue with our own fuel strategy rather than worrying about any other cars? Or did they think at the last possible moment, we'll put, 9.5 of tenths into the car rather than, so 95% of fuel into the tank rather than the full 100%, just to make sure that Pilet left the pits ahead of Nicolas Lapierre. It will depend on how long this stint is. We've got a fair bit of time to wait for that answer. Best lap so far within the stint for Patrick Pilet, a 1:41.768. We've just ticked over the 2-hour mark here at a red-hot Monza. Let's remind you of the various incidents so far. So we got underway at 11:30 this morning with the track pretty dirty offline. That's the reason why so much muck was being thrown up on the right-hand side of the circuit. Contact between Julian Canal as he took the lead and Philippe Chimodomo slipping down to second place. David Heinemeier Hansen getting a bit of a helping hand as well from John Fowle as they worked their way through the first chicane. Some pensive looks from Olivier Panis. How about this from Duncan Tappy? Superb car control, although he was all over the road at one point and leaning on Philippe Chimodomo after the incident into Ascari. Amazingly, both cars stayed on the straight and narrow. Jacopo Petrabelli in the JMW Motorsport Ferrari almost got the class lead then, and this moment between Duncan Cameron and Michael Fassbender resulted in a spin for the German-Irish film star in his number 93 emerald green Porsche, and that became a very second-hand 911 RSR 19. Leaning on each other there, did that then cause this moment for Fassbender as he came back across the track and into Duncan Cameron's Spirit of Race Ferrari, and the entirely innocent Memo Rojas in the Duquesne team LMP2 car? Also caught up in the aftermath was Pierre Eret's Rinaldi Racing Ferrari number 32, which had nowhere to go and drilled the side of Fassbender's stricken Porsche sitting right in the middle of the track. Fassbender just processing exactly what had gone on there, but delighted to see that he at least went to the doctor's car under his own steam. Side-by-side contact between Ben Fiscal and the 22 of the United Autosports. That was Duncan Tappy trying to fashion a manoeuvre at the second chicane. James Dayson, a rough old ride in the number 14 Inter Europol competition car down at turn 1, which would see him in the Armco right in front of the marshal's post, and there would be a third safety car period in order to deal with an incident for Jim Maguire that you'll see in a moment. This was the battling for the race lead though between Nicholas Cruton and a chasing Ferdinand Habsburg. Here, sadly for United Autosports and those associated with car number 3, was Jim Maguire's incident coming out of Ascari. Just went a little bit too wide, got out in the dirt, got out on the ripple strip and could not get it back once the pendulum had swung so far, rattling the barrier on driver's left. Phil Hansen immediately going, can we pit now then? Well, this better our strategy. He's in the same team, but always guys in rival cars are looking for the slimmest of advantages if they are there and present themselves. Good move from Josh Cahill to muscle the lead away from Alexander Bukantsov in LMP3. Michael Benham in the number 17 Cool Racing car and Tony Wells for Nielsen Racing were off the road not too long ago at turn 1. And some good fighting between Ferrari and Porsche, as they have done for decades in the GTE category today. Jean-Marie Bruni is currently leading that class in car number 77, ahead of Michel Gatting for Iron Links and Alessio Picariello. It is Inter Europol who lead LMP3 and EDEX Sport the race overall. And this, I'm sure, will provide us an opportunity to have a look at the classification so far. So it is EDEX Sports LMP2 Orica Patrick Pilet that leads after 58 laps have been completed. We are green around the whole of the 5.7 kilometres of the Monza circuit. 5 seconds is the advantage back to Nicolas Lapierre in the Cool Racing car. Then Lorenzo Colombo's Prema Racing Machine, Nico Shaman, Tom Gamble and Charlie Eastwood for Panis, United and Racing Team Turkey come next. The Racing Team Turkey car leads the Pro-Am subdivision. In LMP3, the race leader is the 13 Inter Europol competition car of Charles Cruz, ahead of Ross Kaiser's 360 Racing number 6 car. Bailey Voisson in the United Autosports number 2 is third, and he in turn is ahead of Michael Jensen's RLR M Sport number 5 and Cool Racing's Jean-Ludovic Foubert number 27. In GTEs, it's Porsche from Ferrari, so Proton Competition and Jean-Marie Bruni number 77 ahead of Michel Gatting's Iron Links Ferrari number 83. Then Absolute Racing's Porsche for Alessio Picariello number 18. It is Sean Hudspeth for JMW Motorsport, fourth, and he in turn is ahead of Argentinian driver Nicola Varone for the repaired Rinaldi Racing Crew number 32.
Yeah, it's been topsy-turvy stuff in GTE in particular, hasn't it? On board the 37 car, past a couple of battling GTE players. It's the number 60 on Lynx car. Into Matteo Cressoni trying to close down Sam de Haan for 8th place in GTE. It's Jimmy Bruni pulling away, but not very rapidly from Michel Gatting in the lead of the GTE class, but it's both being caught at the moment. 12 seconds back from Gatting and therefore 20 seconds back from Jimmy Bruni by Alessio Picariello in the Absolute Racing number 18 car, who is pushing on and under the 150s, the only driver in GT at the moment under 150. So under 2 hours, we've passed the halfway mark. Patrick Pilet is putting clear air now between himself and the pursuing Nico Lapierre. Elite Sports having their best run for quite a time. Lorenzo Colombo continues to close in on the Cool Racing car. Alice Racing's Nico Jaman also closing in on the leading 2 cars and sort of keeping pace with Lorenzo Colombo. Tom Gamble putting in a good stint as well. But he's in close contention, as we can see here, with Charlie Eastwood for what is 5th place overall. Eastwood, of course, in the leading car in the Pro-Am class. He's got about 20 seconds ahead of Nicholas Nielsen in the 88 AF Corsa car. This is the battle then for 5th place. Tom Gamble. So putting some head-turning drives, Johnny, in LMP2. As you're watching here, this is the DKR Engineering Duquesne, looking to get through the chicane ahead of the 27 car. Looked to be pretty hot in there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Not sure what we're looking at there, but is that just a change in position? It must be.
James Winslow getting ahead of Jean-Ludovic Foubert, I reckon. So DKR Engineering's machine, number 4, now runs 4th and is ahead of the Cool Racing car of Foubert, slipping to 5th. 2 TF Sport run cars side by side there as the Racing Team Turkey machine of Charlie Eastwood gets alongside the Aston Martin, which is another Tom Ferrier sport prepared car. You can see the TF, in fact, on the visor of the Racing Team Turkey prototype. Down towards the first corner. Got the Iron Lynx number 60 Ferrari to deal with as well at that first corner. 60's being driven by Matteo Cressoni now, so will not be hanging around in the hands of the Italian.
But Tom Gamble doing he's just actually got a warning for track limits, Cressoni, but Tom Gamble doing a great job here in traffic and is beginning to just edge away from the 34 car.
And we are something like 26 laps now into the LMP3 stints at the head of the order, and we are approaching, I just wonder how many minutes that is, with the last pit stop happening roughly about a stint to go, so not very far away now from LMP3 teams having to think about pitting their cars for a second time. And Charles Cruz for Inter-Europol competition helped out, as so many others were, by a number of safety cars during that opening stint, but much more of this one has been under green. We had those 3 laps for full course yellow as Charlie Cruz goes back across the line to complete 27 laps on the stint.
Now we've got the battle for second position overall, because Lorenzo Colombo has been working this gap for a little wee while. Nico Lapierre, I get the feeling Lapierre is looking after tyres here, you know. His pace has not been very Nico Lapierre-like. That tends to indicate he's either got a problem, which I don't think he has, or he's managing something, which I think he is.
Yeah.
And is this all about retaining the best of what they've got for a little deeper into this race?
Well, neither Patrick Pilet's car nor Nicolas Lapierre's machine were given new sets of tyres in that previous pit stop. The stops were too quick, and they wanted to get them out as quickly as possible. So they will have been having to nurse this set of Goodyears over a second stint. And Patrick Pilet, well, has possibly pushed a bit too hard, just bearing in mind that the mileage that still has to be done. We are quite a long way into this second stint for both Pilet and Lapierre now. They should be pitting in the next 3 laps, probably, from the race lead. 61 done. And there's now another warning flag for Mikkel Jensen, in fact, in the 57 car for abusing track limits. Mikkel just appearing into shot now in the 57 Ferrari run by Kessel Racing. Lorenzo Colombo shaping up Lapierre again, potentially for an overtake, maybe at the first chicane. Very close indeed as they get to the Parabolica.
Looking on. So, I think there, wasn't it? Going down towards the first chicane, no way through there. Close enough coming through Parabolica. Nico Lapierre knows what the task in hand is here. He's done this plenty enough times. With a P1 car or a P2 car.
So the current stints for the LMP2 leaders began at roughly quarter past 1. So if you think they can generally make about 40 minutes within the stint, we are looking at the next 10 or so minutes before these cars need to come back in again.
We've had a full course yellow in the middle of that.
True.
So maybe a little bit of an extension to it, but not so much.
Yeah. It was the back end of a full course yellow because they all pitted within it, of course.
Correct.
But you know, this is a long time for Lapierre potentially to soak up the pressure from Lorenzo Colombo for the next 10 or so minutes. But one thing sticking with the rapid Frenchman ahead of Colombo, and another one trying to find a way by, because Nico will make that incredibly difficult indeed for the silver-rated drive that is chasing in car number 9. Love watching the change of direction, rapid change of direction from an LMP2 car with all of its downforce through Ascari.
Also closing, by the way, is Nico Jaman. He's got one more P2 car between him and this pair. He's about 5-6 seconds back. It's Tim van der Helm that is the man between the Plymouth Racing car and this battle. Van der Helm going pretty quickly, and that's going to help the attack of Jaman. Now looking for a way onto the back of the 37. Closer this time, but still not close enough for any kind of realistic move from the Prema man.
So heading towards Curva Grande, that battle continues on between Lapierre and Colombo. Charlie Eastwood stays out front in the Pro-Am division in LMP2. Remember, Monza celebrating its 100th anniversary, centenary year in 2022. And the second oldest still operating motor racing venue in the world after Indianapolis. But this is its own temple of speed, if you like. And at the moment, Patrick Pilet doing a good job, but we're going to head to TDS Racing now to catch up with one of their drivers.
I'm joined here by Matthias Besch. So just with a quick word, you got pole, your second pole in the ELMS yesterday. It was a tough start for Philippe here in Monza.
Yeah, no, it was great to put the car in front. Of course, I think Philippe did a really brilliant start, but I think, to be honest, the other driver were a little bit aggressive with him. We have to consider that it's a bronze. Everybody knows his experience, and the same for all the bronze. We need to keep the championship fair, and we need to attack the drivers when they are bronze a little bit different than what we would do with another pro driver. So, considering that, maybe the level of aggression was a little bit high for him, but I think it's a great experience still. And yeah, also we've been very unlucky with the safety car. We lost 50 seconds. To be honest, killed a little bit our race, because we would be in a contention for the Pro-Am podium still. We are a bit far away now, so we're going to see how to make our life back to podium, but we know it's very difficult to overtake here, so we do our best.
But the safety cars do, you know, allow to kind of bite more time into the bronze drivers' time.
Yeah, it does, but the problem, they took out the safety car when everybody was into the pits. We should have done one more lap in the safety car and restart the race. I don't really understand that decision, but probably they have whatever information I don't have, but this needs to be checked for the future.
Okay, well, I'll let you go. You go get ready. Thank you very much. And I can see you wearing your cryo vest, keeping nice and fresh out here in Monza.
Yeah, it's pretty hot here, so we try to keep cool.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's an interview Haley very nearly didn't get, because I noticed that Matthias needed to shoot to the back of the garage. He was probably being called by the team that you're going to get in the car very shortly. So thank you to Matthias for kind of gifting us that time prior to him getting well and truly prepared, putting the hands device and the fireproof balaclava on, and then the helmet as well. And it'll be Besh then next into the TDS Racing by Vajont car to take over from Tijmen van der Helm, who's doing well. I mean, that's beneath the radar and easy to miss right now, but the lap times from van der Helm are pretty good for a silver and running in 15th place.
Now, we've still got Cool Racing, remember, to have to serve an extra 10 seconds in a pit stop. In close contention here, of course, with Prema for second position. However, we've just seen quite an interesting message on the timing screens, Johnny. It says there was a pit entry for the number 9 car under investigation as well. So could both of these cars find delays to do with infractions. That could help with Export at the moment, continuing on untroubled and gapping this pair.
So something about the pit lane entry for car 9. I think he's missed the timing loop, therefore. Has it been a really late call into the pit lane and he didn't go between the designated area? Because I haven't got a third pit stop on some of my data.
He's either the most fuel-efficient LMP car on the planet, or...
Well, he's into a 33-lap stint, if this is correct.
Which he clearly is.
But we know for a fact that he pitted at the same time as Patrick Pilet and Lapierre. But if he got a very late call, he may not have gone through the timing loop in the ground. And that might be the slight question mark about his pit lane entry, therefore.
13 car. So Charlie Cruz brought that car in for into the pole. Let's see who's down board the 13. It's been right in the thick of things, and it is Nico Bino, Chilean driver, who brings the car back out into the fray. 360 Racing at the moment, and Ross Kaiser lead the race, but it was a pit stop. Two pit stop completed batch. Whaley Mazan it is that leads the way.
Side by side, the second position. Colombo's run through the Parabolica was mighty, and he's just about ahead now of Nicolas Lapierre, who cannot hold him back. Lapierre feinted to the right-hand side to try and close him down, but it was too late. And as long as Colombo scrubs off the required speed into turn number 1, and the two cars came very close to contact nose to tail there through the second element of the Rettifilio. But there is a change cemented for Lorenzo Colombo, and he's going to start to stretch his legs now and chase down the race leader Patrick Pilet.
Now we'll see what kind of pace he's got available in the number 9 car, but that was not a move that came as a welcome move for Nicolas Lapierre. You can see that, couldn't you, from the body language of the car. This is happening, by the way, lead car, as we said, over to pit stop in LMP3, number 6 car. That is on pit lane at the moment. So that will shortly give the United Autosports number 2 car the lead back. Hour and 40 minutes to go. There's the driver change underway at 360 Racing. Late addition to the full season entry in the European Le Mans Series. Delightful to see them back.
Yeah, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me there, but 360 have not done the full season, have they, therefore?
No, they did.
Oh, they have?
Season, yeah.
So they were a late addition in what respect?
We had a full season entry announced, and they were then added.
Right, but they were at the Castellet.
They were at the Castellet.
Okay, so my mind was clearly playing tricks on me because I don't remember that at all, but apologies to all associated with 360. Great to have you, as you say, back again in the championship. And now heading out of the Parabolica, we focus on whether Lapierre has any speed to take back to Lorenzo Colombo after the overtake, but it's just not there for the Cool Racing car at this stage. Whether that is a bit of conservative driving from the Frenchman for the Swiss team, or whether there is a genuine issue, remains unknown at this stage. A little further down the order, Fabio Scherer fighting with Sophia Flörsch, who is less than a second behind.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see what kind of pace Colombo can get in clear air here. He's in the 142s, but Pilet in the 141s ahead. 43 and 19. This is for 9th place overall. So then comes Flörsch.
That'll be a 22-lap stint for Sophia Flörsch. Bent Viscal did 23 the previous time around, so about right on the schedule. And by those mathematics, Patrick Pilet should be due in the next couple as the race leader. He's working lap 67 currently. Very close between a couple of Ferraris from different teams here. Car 66 for J&W Motorsport is running 4th in the category for Sean Hudspeth. And he's got behind him Nicholas Varone in the best of the two Rinaldi Racing Ferraris, car 32. This is the one that was damaged in the Michael Fassbender and Duncan Cameron incident, and Memo Rojas involved with that as well.
Sort of wonder what was possible here for this 32 crew without those delays.
Well, yeah.
The 66 car as well, by the way, having another good run. It's a new look crew and a new look car for JMW. It is the same car, by the way. It's a remarkable team, a remarkable car. Still yellow underneath that vinyl. Up the door you can see it pretty clearly. All right, it's the 2017 Le Mans winning car in GTE AM, and they've used it every year since.
Hey, a race-winning car is a race-winning car, and you wouldn't want to get rid of that in a hurry because of its previous form. To the outside line goes Varone, trying to just unsettle Hudspeth, put him off his stride a little bit, but that's not going to work. So Varone will need to cut back to the inside now to ideally get the racing line into turn number 1, but Hudspeth covers that off as well.
Good run though out of Parabolica. Is there going to be the drag past here? It's going to be edgy. Hudspeth needs to just keep his ground. I think he's got it. He has got it. He's got it easily, in fact. So, Nicholas Varone from Argentina. Watches it. Still all smiles there.
Here comes Sean Hudspeth on the fight back though. This isn't quite done yet. They're heading through Curva Grande. The number of Ferraris that would have been door handle to door handle through here through the years. But now, yes, that is a definite place change for Varone. And the Singaporean driver behind having to settle for 5th position.
Myself, actually, we talk about JMW Motorsport. It was here in 2017 for the final race of their glorious 458.
Yeah.
The last GTE 458 in international competition. And took the win. Still owned, I believe, by Jim McNaught to that car. As is his 430 that preceded that.
Here's a pit stop for the Nielsen Racing gang, and
that's the leader.
Oh, beg pardon. It's not Nielsen Racing. It's 28, the Edict Sport car.
So they will now lead the race,
but also
for the first time. Is that right?
Yes. Also in the pit lane and in a similar paint scheme is Matt Bell, by the way, for Nielsen Racing. And there are several other cars coming down pit road, including Tom Gamble's United Autosports car 22. Charlie Eastwood for Racing Team Turkey. Nicholas Nielsen stops for AF Corsa in the 88. And Fabio Scherer, no, Scherer staying out. It's Alex Peroni in for Algarve Pro Racing car 47.
Yeah, and as we've seen, we saw Sophia Flörsch down pit lane a lap or two ago. So that difference in the strategies has been massively compressed by that last full caution alone. Trying to go to work. 3 cars, 9, the 37 and 65. Stay out this time. 88 car. Again, a quiet race from the 88 crew. The team we've been used to seeing at the sharp end have not been there yet. Will this come back into play? Pit lane in 8th at the moment. Here comes Lorenzo Colombo to complete his lap 70. Is he going to go for the pits this time? He is.
Well, I think 88 still have a strong chance of taking a good result within Pro-Am, and that is the priority. Remember, they have a bronze driver within their lineup, and Perodo must have done all his drive time now after all of the period that he was in the car during the safety cars. So he did a couple of stints at the start. Then Nicholas Nielsen took over just north of lap 30, and Alessio Rivera still to come in that car as Lorenzo Colombo gets out. This is the 4th stop for this car, and whereas they just did fuel and nothing else on the number 9 car in the previous stop, this will be full service now. Driver change and tyres.
Should be time for Deltran, shouldn't it?
Yes, it should.
Drive-through penalty, by the way, coming to Graf Racing. We've had a topsy-turvy race, not respecting the red light at pit exits.
Yeah, Louis Delatraz should be able to do an hour and 20 or so when you bolt together 2 stints. That won't be good enough to take them to the finish, though.
Need to stop.
Yeah, an hour and 33 still to go. So this is the timing of these stops is not necessarily ideal, and should mean to some degree a splash and dash for a lot of the LMP2s.
I think it'll be very interesting if we get another full course caution on a safety car, lengthy safety car. It is a drive-through penalty for car 95 as well for not respecting the red light at pit exit. That is the second on the Racing ETF Sport cars. Both those cars way down the order, 9th and 11th. I know they would like me to remind viewers and listeners. You can listen, by the way, if you're out and about, to this commentary with a little widget on the live timing screen at the top. I'd like to remind you there was a balance performance change for the Aston Martins leading into this race.
And that was a turning down the turbo, was it, of the 4-litre AMG-derived engine?
A fairly significant turning down.
And remember also that success ballast is penalising, well, a number of cars in this race, but certainly the 69 car is somewhat heavier than others in the class.
So with the latest pit stops, the Castellet changed course. Louis Delatraz now leads the race from Portimão. That's the Premier Racing Elite Export Cars Racing Team Turkey, now in the hands of Jack Aitken, the 34, running 3rd and leading LMP2 Pro-Am. Got Venutet is now aboard the Pennis Racing car, number 65 and 4th. Phil Hansen, and he's in the 22 United Autosports car. FIA now in the 37 car racing car. James Allen, 47 Algarve Brocart. Fia Flörsch continues in the sister car and is now behind, 20 seconds back for the sister car. Alessio Rivera we've already mentioned, and the 88A, of course, from completing the top 10. It's Peter Hanley now aboard the Nielsen Racing 24. Benny Hazard does lead the race in LMP3 from James Winslow. That's United Autosports from DKR. Your International in the hands of Xavier Oliveras is 3rd, Nico Pino 4th, and Max Cobalt in the 2nd Your International car. And 2 cars both in the top 5 at the moment. That runs 5th. Proto competitions, Jimmy Bruni leads in the GTE class from Michel Gatting, dropping back from Jimmy Bruni, but now he's got a mirrors full, by the way, of Alessio Picariello, the Absolute Racing car, with Iron Lynx, the Iron Dames car, under threat for that 2nd place. 4th is Nicola Veroni, 30-odd seconds back from that battle, and Siobhan Hudspeth is 5th in that battle. We saw that pair. This is the battle for 2nd place. Gatting under threat here, and I think he's going to lose that position.
Jean-Maria Bruni on the underside.
That's Picariello.
Picariello, beg pardon, on the side of the all pink Ferrari number 83, and does get the place as you predicted. They're going to tuck in behind the prototype that had just lapped them as well to just get a bit more of the hole in the air that's being punched by the prototype. Jack Aitken popping up into 3rd position overall in the Racing Team Turkey car puts their run for a Pro-Am victory in a superb position. And I have to say, Jack Aitken might even be able to get a little closer to the leaders yet as well.
Well, at the moment, Paul-Luc Chatin is the car with pace. He's 2nd place overall, 4.2 seconds back, but quicker than Louis Delatraz right now. It might be traffic related for Delatraz, but looking at the tracker, it's quite possibly the case. But looking at the relative pace of that top 3-4 group, Ife, by the way, is the pace man of the lot. He's quicker than anybody, under 141, and the only driver at the moment under 141. He's back in 6th place, 28 seconds off the lead. And top 6 within 30 seconds. Top 8 within a minute. Top 9 indeed within a minute.
Pietro Fittipaldi's now been strapped into the 43 Inter-Europol competition car that was started by David Heinemeier Hansen, and that car now jinking out of line from behind Alessio Picariello to put a lap on the second-placed GTE runner. So we now have the top two represented by Proton Run Porsches in GTE, the Proton competition entry itself, and the Absolute racing car with the flag of Hong Kong alongside, car number 18, and Belgian driver Picariello at the wheel. Then Michelle Gatting, who's just lost second place. Nicholas Veroni chasing her down from 4th position, and Hudspeth in 5th. Meanwhile, swinging right and then left, Fittipaldi keeping a watching brief on Thomas Leron and the approaches of the Frenchman in the Belgian-run Molnar Motorsport Orica. There he is going through the Curva Grande in the blue and white colours.
Yeah, another new addition to the European Le Mans Series in LMP2 this year. It's good to see teams stepping up, looking towards their future. And good to see Thomas Leron back in the P2 car as well. Missed him over the last couple of seasons. 21 car still looking to find that ultimate edge, but can often take a team a year or two. A new formula just to unbreak the code, if you like.
Through the Seraglio kink goes the Molnar Motorsport car then. Away in the distance is the BHK Motorsport car. That's actually quite a bit further back. Marcus Pommer about 14 seconds adrift. Side-by-side GT cars there, but not a change in place. Yeah, there's a lap between the Aston Martin in question. Johnny Adam on an outlap, in fact, in the 95. Sam Dehaan still at the wheel of the 69 car. They are running 9th and 11th, to follow up your point about the balance of performance change for the British cars.
That was, I think, the leader putting a lap, the 77 car, Jimmy Bruni, putting a lap on Sam Dehaan.
So Jean-Marie Bruni in a similar paint scheme to the Absolute racing car of Alessio Picariello. It's got a couple of gold stripes on the nose of the 18 car, which pick it out from otherwise the whole black front of Bruni's machine.
Chatin is catching Delatraz, no doubt about it whatsoever, and pretty quickly, actually. Paul-Luc Chatin, a talent that emerged through the European Le Mans Series. Remember the year he was the Rookie of the Year, back in the LMPC, the Le Mans, the Formula Le Mans days. And since then, he's been a staple in this championship, and in particular for EDEC Sport. Well, I believe he still works full-time. He's a qualified engineer, Paul-Luc. It's just stepping in, by the way, for the remainder of the season in the WEC. To replace none other than Sebastian Ogier, and is right on the tail now as the 9 car is held up behind the GTE Porsche, and he's going to try and get it done right away. Side by side they come.
And Delatraz needed the ground on the left-hand side. I thought he was going to swing into the path of Picariello there, but thankfully they were both clear. Now Delatraz to the inside, Paul-Luc Chatin to the outside, but Delatraz copes with that moment pretty well. And it's Picariello just behind, and the blue car is the BHK Motorsport machine a lap down for Marcus Pommer.
That, by the way, is Jack Aitken in the background, and he's catching as well.
Yeah.
So
I did think he would be, you know, spurted on, if you like, by the tantalising prospect of being able to take the fight to the overall leaders. Remember that Sally Jolich has done all of his bronze-rated drive time in the area of the race that was massively affected by safety cars and full-course yellows. So that's brought Racing Team Turkey well into contention after some good stints from Charlie Eastwood. There's potentially a drama somewhere in the middle sector of the lap now, but that's not where the race leaders are, with Delatraz still very much with his hands full of Paul-Luc Chatin trying every which way to get through. And this will not be the fastest route through Curva Grande for the race leader, and that's what's bringing Jack Aitken into it as well. They're going to draw level again on the run-up towards the second chicane at Della Roggia, and will, at the very last moment, Paul-Luc Chatin find a way underneath. There was a touch there to whip away maybe a little bit.
Safety car. We've got a safety car.
So this is the incident at turn 7, which has caused a safety car. We don't know yet what it is.
It's car 4.
But
it's
all of a sudden,
4.
gaps like 12 seconds between Jack Aitken and Joop van Houten will absolutely disappear.
It's James Winslow. It is indeed. And that's going nowhere, James. So he's gone off, and a long way off.
Second Lesmo.
That's rather ruined the day for DCAR Engineering, I'm afraid. So whatever's happened with James Winslow, that car is going to require assistance to move from there. Safety car it is. Well, that's good news for anybody that's not Louis Delatraz.
We are 5 laps in to Delatraz's stint, 6 laps for Paul-Luc Chatin. Jack Aitken's done 6, Joop van Houten's only done 5, but it's a massive win, I would say, for Paddis Racing, assuming there aren't that many cars between Joop van Houten and Jack Aitken.
Well, it's going to close up the gap, isn't it? 13 seconds it was before the safety car was scrambled, and that's going to come down to well under 10. And more to the point, that traffic, there's potential there for that traffic done in batches, if there is traffic. It looked like he went off by himself, and quickly.
No car in front or behind for James Winslow. Something broke on the car.
That's what I was just trying to think. It's not the kind of mistake we'd expect him to make. Was there a breakage? There's Kendi talking to the team.
It has been very dirty offline, this Monza track.
We saw repeated troubles yesterday in the Michelin Le Mans Cup there, but less so today.
Yeah, that's true. But thinking back to the Bullet Racing Aston Martin moment for Stephen Patrick at the Lesmo 1 yesterday, that was just a moment of diminishing returns when you get slightly offline and then it just pulls you in. But that was more of a question of just the car didn't even attempt to make the corner.
Well, I think the first thing to say here is that has removed a potential podium finisher.
Yep.
Whether or not it rejoins, it's lost a lot of time now. And it'll rejoin based on whether or not that was cause or effect, won't it?
Yeah, if the steering has gone on that car, or the throttle stuck open, for instance, then clearly that will not be able to continue. James will know exactly what happened, and whether it was a very uncharacteristic error. But the car has ended up in the tyre wall, so that will have done damage to the front, and it will be absolutely full of gravel now, including as James stuck it in reverse and buried the throttle on a couple of occasions, so that will spew gravel into all the unwanted areas of the car. The only Duquesne in the entry, remember, every other car in LMP3 is a Ligier JSP 320, same Nissan engine though, powering all of the 13 P3s in the race.
The other battle for whom this is very good news, bad news, is GTE, of course, because there was quite a gap between the Proton Competition 77 and the 18. That car has been taken into retirement. So that tends to indicate that James had a problem. The fact that he was trying to restart the car, I guess, was the opposing view.
Yeah.
But 77 and 18, which did have about 20 seconds between them. Well, there's the 77 with the gold stripes.
No, I think that's the 18.
18, my apologies.
Yeah. And it's fully black front for the 77. Now, there will be some degree of wave bite.
77,
can't get in the pits right now.
Apologies, 77 is going to get a lap here. 77 is behind the 18.
Yeah, but that's what I mean about the wave bite. There should be a wave bite to rectify that at some stage, but prepare the pass around. Yeah, okay. So that's going to be done in a second, and therefore should not necessarily bring the Porsches completely together, but will close down what is actually showing us over a 90-second difference right now.
Indeed.
The pit lane remains closed whilst all this is done. And we didn't used to have a wave bite. Came in, I think, for the first time last season purely because a safety car this late on in a race, and we've only an hour and 20 minutes still to go, can very easily change a result and make it unfair to many. So all those that don't need to go past the safety car are parked well over to the, well, not parked, but running well over to the left of the circuit now, between the Ascari corner and Parabolica. And the individuals that need to overtake the safety car and regain the best part of a lap that they would have otherwise lost can do so now.
Yeah. And that, by the way, is why it was such bad news for the 69 car to have been passed by the leader.
Yes, true enough. So Sam Dehaan, and maybe all those at Oman Racing by TF Sport, realising it's not their weekend, and all manner of reasons for that, including the adjustment prior to the event by the race officials. Prema and Louis Delatraz parked right behind the safety car as we continue to circulate then at these much reduced speeds, and the number 4 car of James Winslow is running again.
Okay,
so that wasn't a stuck open throttle or indeed a steering issue, as long as he can get through Ascari reasonably well, and he's trying to shake as much gravel as possible out of the car off the racing line, and doing so again now coming out of Ascari.
Well, Winslow, highly experienced.
Yeah, that's the puzzle about all of this, really.
Was it just as we saw yesterday for a couple of drivers, including Freddie Hunt, just being drawn off as we've got the here come the GTE cars released from the safety car pack with the 18 up ahead of it. And they are, by the way, going to catch the back of this train with just the Aston Martin between them and the lead car. So this is going to light up the GTE battle with an hour and 17 minutes to go, with all of these cars still requiring a single stop.
Yeah. And additional drivers, I think, as well, because in the 77 we haven't yet seen Lorenzo Ferrari. The 18 car still waiting for stints from Martin Rump, I reckon. And
I agree.
Yeah, so we can continue down the order in that respect. Rahel Fry still to come in the 83. 66 has had stints for Petrobelli and Hudspeth, but not Matthew Payne yet, the silver-rated Kiwi.
We've not yet seen Nicola Jensen, have we? Oh, he's in the car.
He's driving the 57, yeah.
Well, there's a man doing double duty for next weekend, of course, in a very different car next week for the FIA World Endurance Championship, which is going to race here next weekend, and he is part of the world debut of the Peugeot MX-8. So there are 2 cars between the number 77 of Jimmy Bruni and the pursuing pack, and those 2 cars are the number 69 Oman Racing and TF Sport cars, Hansa Sam Dehaan and a lap down, and that number 4 DK Engineering Duquesne, who, by the way, the 69 and the 4 battling for overall position, 33rd overall.
So the positions on the road: Prema followed by EDEC, then the next car is BHK Motorsport, a lap down. They haven't unravelled that one because that car is not effectively between the safety car and the class leader. It is officially a lap down, so you wouldn't unwind that. But a lot of these GT cars have been instructed to pass the safety car and are still trying to catch up with the back of the train now.
They're there now.
Excellent. So the gap between Bruni and Picariello, timed at safety car speeds, is only a couple of seconds. That might mean there are 1 or 2 cars between them. Let's just have a little look. Yes, there's an Aston Martin and the recovering number 4 of James Winslow.
Yep, that's exactly right. And then behind that, well, you can throw a blanket over the next 5 cars. Absolute Racing, Iron Lynx, JMW, Kessel Racing, in fact more than 5. Rinaldi, the second Iron Lynx car, and then Matt Griffin in Spinner Race 55. So there is a battle for the lead in GTE that is 8 cars deep.
Yeah. And the fascinating thing for me is that for the main part of this final stint, whenever those cars need to come in, the responsibility of the racing to decide where the cars will finish will be in the hands of the silver drivers. predominantly, because we have had gold and platinum stints over the last hour and a bit. So what a huge pressure on the shoulders, although it will be much wanted for people like Lorenzo Ferrari, Martin Rump. We've got, the Ferrari number 32 is an interesting one, because we've had stints, I think, from all three drivers now. Lancieri, Veroni, Pierre Eret. So they obviously worked out that they would put a driver back in again.
I've got a feeling we might have to see Pierre Eret back in.
Okay.
I think he may have only done one stint.
Yeah, so they did an early switch around there during one of the cautions, perhaps, to get one of the pros in.
Well, we won't have to be guessing very long here, because I think we're going to be getting back onto green flag racing pretty soon. Maybe they're doing a bit of track cleaning there.
We're up to 30 laps completed for the GTE leaders now, but bear in mind that the last 4 laps have been under safety car.
Safety car is coming in this lap, and instantly Louis Delatraz just drops back and gives himself the room to determine when he is going to dictate the pace to restart this race under the control of the lead car. We've seen all sorts of strategies through the racing this weekend in these circumstances. Where is the hammer going to go down? Is it going to be in the entry to Parabolica midway through, as we saw yesterday in the Michelin Le Mans Cup? Equally effective, by the way. But
he's gone now. He's already gone, has Delatraz, and Paul-Luc Chatin reacted nicely to that in the second place 28 EDEX Sport Car Racing Team Turkey. Jack Aitken goes a little bit wide there. That's not the next car. The dark blue is BHK, remember, but then the cherry red 34 car flashing its lights is Jack Aitken in 3rd position overall.
You've then got the Virage car between him and Job van Uter. Phil Hansen's right there as well. It's so Van Uter is through, and with Jack Aitken, so the only non-leading car in the mix at the moment is that BHK car.
Yeah, being driven by Marcus Pommer, and Pommer will be well aware of this situation and not wanting to influence the run for the 3rd and downwards cars towards the race lead.
FIA trying to get by the Virage car to get into this fight.
FIA just tucked in behind Phil Hansen. So, in fact, I think the place is now reverted as a little look to the lead there for Paul-Luc Chatin. So, yes, Ye in the, Van Uter in the 65 car is just ahead of the dark blue of Phil Hansen. Then it's Ye in a similar paint scheme to Algarve Pro Racing for Cool Racing, though, number 37.
Looking the races to the lot at the moment, Job van Uter, who's right behind the 34 car here in the Palace Racing car. But Paul-Luc Chatin, he's right under the rear wing of Louis Delatraz. Had the quicker car, I think, Chatin, coming into that caution period.
Into the Parabolica they go now, with Delatraz just ahead of Paul-Luc Chatin, who's got a phenomenal run out of the Parabolica and has to now move to the left-hand side of Louis Delatraz. Delatraz is going to go with him all the way into turn number 1 and should be able to defend this with the inside line into turn 1 as long as he can get the car stopped and turned. But here comes Paul-Luc Chatin to the outside and to the inside, throwing in the dummy. Outside line through the Curva Grande could work very nicely indeed for the Frenchman here.
Got a beautiful, beautiful run out the chicane, didn't he? And he's got good drive here as well.
Because this will give him the inside line into the De La Rocha chicane if he can keep the 28 car there, and he's done it. Drove the 9 car just slightly towards the curb as well, and Delatraz could not get the required turn in to further defend. So a great overtake over several corners that. It was sort of made into the Parabolica and needed to carry good speed over the start-finish line. So Paul-Luc Chatin, your new race leader, ahead of Louis Delatraz in 2nd. 3rd position, the other side of the BHK car of Marcus Pommer is still Jack Aitken, who's just about got the measure in pace on Job van Uter.
Delatraz has immediately dropped back, was immediately under threat, by the way, for the BHK car. This is the move, beautifully done, and it started, didn't it, with the contesting of turn 1. A great run out of turn 2 from Paul-Luc Chatin, and just placed the car perfectly to place the the Delatraz under pressure throughout Curva Grande and into the second chicane. Jack Aitken makes it through.
Yeah, Pommer really did need to make space for Jack Aitken because he would have been shown a number of blue flags, did that into the Parabolica. So there's now clear air between the front of the Racing Team Turkey Orica and the rear of Louis Delatraz. New man into second place. I did expect GT pit stops to be happening fairly shortly, so that's the
previous race
77
leader
car rejoining, isn't it? Now in the hands, as we thought, of Lorenzo Ferrari, and he's got to make space for all of this LMP2 traffic. Does pretty well there, had to take a lot of curve at turn 1, but still survives the moment.
But that's not great news for Proton Competition if they're taking delay with traffic when you've got the field this close and everybody's just about to come in. 3 wide there for a moment, and it's going to stay 3 wide for a while.
Including a back marker in the form of the Team Virage car. And that is Jazeman Jafar looking to stay out of the way as much as possible, but keep the pace as well. Jafar looking for a way by Marcus Pommer, and
well, he needs to because he's just been taken by Matthias Pesch for position.
Yeah. And Jafar and Pommer, they're on the same lap as well, so that's a legitimate overtake. But of course, both Pommer and Jafar will be being shown blue flags to make way for the next car on the lead lap, which is tucked in behind. This is very complicated motorsport, and it's why we love it.
Absolutely cracking stuff at the moment. Paul Chatan, though, is gone 3 seconds clear. This is a replay of what's been going on here in GTE. Kessel Racing up the inside, Mikkel Jensen of Michel Gatting. And then the 33 car in contention, as well as the 69, but that is the 57 car going through to lead the race.
Yep.
Michel Gatting led briefly after the pit stops for the 2 cars that were ahead of her.
So Jensen, your new GTE race leader, but he hasn't yet made his 3rd pit stop in this race. Again, if you're pitting a GT car now and it stays green to the finish, they may well need a splash to make sure they do the full distance. But Jensen edging away from fellow Danish driver Michel Gatting, with Nicola Varone in 3rd place, car 32.
Tends to indicate the Porsches have all pitted that there's a little bit more fuel efficiency for the Ferrari. I think a little bit less pace. And which way is this going to fall with 1 hour and 7 minutes to go?
Into the Parabolica goes Nicolas Varone. We think Pierre Eret will need to get back into that car to complete his required drive time.
That car's in now. All 3 of them are in now. So this is going to put the 77 back into the lead, I think.
Yeah,
Absolute Racing have come back out 4 seconds back. So it's going to be 77 from 18. And then after that, well, frankly, who knows? We'll find out in a couple of minutes. We'll let you know.
Yeah. So the last time around we saw stops for car 77, for 18 as well, the Absolute Racing entry that was indeed taken over by Martin Rump, and the 60 car, which now has Davide Rigon at the wheel. Now 60 has just been going about its business quietly and assuredly. Rigon's going to have a massive impact here if he's surrounded by silver-rated drivers in the main. Mikkel Jensen will be getting out of the 57 car to hand over to Frederick Scharndorf. So we need to be paying close attention to the bright yellow Iron Lynx car of Davide Rigon, who is a factory Ferrari driver with the AF Corsa crew in the World Endurance Championship. And so what order did have 60 gone with in terms of their drivers? They've got Schiavone, Cressoni. So Schiavone who started.
He did. I think he did his driver time at the start. I think it's Rigon now until the end.
Yeah, and that's what makes me think they're in a wonderful position now.
Yeah.
With everybody else having to go to their silver-rated drivers. Rahel Fry's probably just about the fastest of the 3 in the Iron Dames, although it's nip and tuck. Now for the 37 car from a long way back for Cool Racing. Charges up the inside, although not without contact on Phil Hansen. That was Yifei Ye, and something went skating across the road surface, I think from the United Autosports nose cone.
I'm not sure there was contact. I'm not sure that was debris or contact. It looked clean. It looked very daring. It looked very, very late, and I was impressed he managed to hold that, but I'm not sure there was contact.
I don't know, I thought something was whipped off the nose of Phil Hansen's car, but I'd like to see it again to be sure.
Paul Chatan is in a hurry here. He's 5.7 seconds up the road and pulling away. He's got traffic clears that traffic, and he's got an absolutely clear track ahead of him for, I would suggest to you, Johnny, almost half a lap.
What about Davide Rigon? He's just done the quickest first sector for that car, number 60. So Yifei up the inside and got through. The car did not move around at all when it reached the first apex of the Della Roggia. But it's from Phil Hansen's car, really, that we'd like to witness that moment.
There is Davide Rigon, and he's got the 33 car ahead of him. That's a lapped car, isn't it? It is. Johan Bleekemolen is not on the same lap.
OK, so that is the 33 car from Rinaldi. Nicola Varone, interesting, staying at the wheel of car 32. Now, Varone is...
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we've actually got to the stage where I think he's a silver, isn't he?
He is a silver. Lancieri bronze, Pierre Eret bronze. And it's about the maximum drive time, I suppose, of a silver-rated driver. Make sure that you're not putting the silver in for too long, but there will be a minimum drive time as well if you've got 2 bronzes and a silver, as the 32 car has. Yes, 2 bronzes and a silver, so 3 drivers in a GTE car.
Actually, it plays quite nicely for them. It's a 45-minute minimum for 3 drivers for 2 bronzes and a silver. So the bronze drivers only have to do 45 minutes, as does the silver. So as long as the other 2 drivers have done 45 minutes, which they will have done, he's fine to go.
Yeah. R32. Just see.
Oh, trouble. And it's trouble for 2 leading cars, including the leader. It is trouble for the 37 from Cool Racing and the 28 from Edex Sports. Both will get 20 seconds penalty added to the next pit stops for not respecting the full course yellow procedures. What is that?
I don't know. Yeah, we've had a couple of full course yellows to this point, and whether that was... I'm trying to think now. There was a place change, wasn't there, to revert a position. 37 and 28, were they the cars involved? No, that was Cruton and the number 9 car, wasn't it, when there was a place change behind a safety car. So, yeah, don't know. And a warning flag to David Drew as well for the abuse of track limits.
It's becoming less and less important for anything happening to the Graf Racing team. They've had so much by way of woe in this race. Still, by the way, running in 16th place and on the train of LMP2s, but 2 laps down now to the leaders.
What are the progress of Davide Rigon? He's still lighting up the timing screen in 5th position and has just done a 150.1, so that is faster than most of the cars ahead of him. Remember, you've got Lorenzo Ferrari in Proton Competitions Porsche, who's the silver. Rahel Frey, silver for Iron Lynx. Nicola Varone, silver for Rinaldi. And Martin Rump, likewise, for Absolute Racing. But then Rigon, who is absolute platinum in the 5th placed Iron Lynx 60 car. But he's got to find his way through the traffic and, of course, keep his eyes peeled on the door mirrors for LMP3s and P2s that want to get by in the process.
8.4 seconds off the lead for Davide Rigon, and the quickest car on the track in that class by at least half a second last time around.
Yeah.
And we've got over an hour to go. Looking good for them.
It really is, but it's fascinating to have an hour to go. You're down in 5th, but you're most likely to be the winners in my book. But he's got to do the overtaking and keep it clean on the way through. And probably, well, there will need to be, if we stay green, another fuel stop for all those GT cars as well. So that's an added complication.
Well, as things currently stand, Sophia Flörsch, by the way, on pit lane now, that 20 seconds to be added to the race leaders' pit stop would drop them down out of the top 10.
Yeah.
That's how significant. And pretty clearly, we're talking there not just about the 28 car, but the 37 car as well. That car is 5th. It would drop them, well, out of the top 12. So it could, if pace continues to be as this for the top 10 cars, an absolute turnaround. Massive plus for Prema and for Racing Team Turkey and for Panis Racing, all of whom are separated by tenths.
Phil Hansen with his hands full, although with a car that is a lap behind him in the form of Matthias Besch. So Matthias looking for a way by the 6th placed car overall. The next car that Phil Hansen needs to be majorly concerned about would be James Allen. Meanwhile, the 37 gets by Job van Aert, so that's Yifei getting into the Ascari chicane and taking the place.
He's got to get a wriggle on. He's going to get a 20-second penalty. He's got to make up ground. Time made here could be extremely valuable.
Yeah, and Job van Aert may be given the instruction by the team to say, you know, you can allow this guy through because he's not an immediate threat. He will be given that penalty at a later date.
Well, meantime, by the way, at the front of the race, Paul-Luc Chatin is jetting away. He's now 11 seconds to the good. He'll have got the message. You've got to gap the field. The absolute last thing they need now is a safety car.
Yeah, and we've had a number of those already this afternoon. A couple of them this morning, in fact, before midday in this race. We started at 11:30, remember? Well, we're running through till 3:30 local time. We've just ticked by 2:30 here at Monza. And we're down into the final 60 minutes with plenty more for this race to give, including several more pit stops for just about every class. P3 is always tricky to predict and try and stay on top of. Have teams done their 2 longer stops yet or left them to the last possible moment? Yifei didn't indicate really to Job van Aert that he was going to pull off that overtake until the last possible moment.
Brilliantly done.
It really was by the Chinese driver, and up a position to 4th spot.
Shows extraordinary confidence in the machine, doesn't it?
Glenn von Berlo now lighting up the LMP3 timing screen with a best lap of the race within that category. It's a 1:46.868. He has 8 seconds to try and find on Finn Gersitz, who hangs on to 4th place.
Bad news for Rinaldi Racing, because another car is going to get 10 seconds added to a pit stop, and it's the 32 car here in close contention for 2nd place in this GTE battle. But Nicolas Veroni is going to be serving 10 seconds to the next pit stop for a pit stop infringement.
And the 32, remember, had to come in as Rahel Fry drops a couple of Michelin tyres, Goodyear tyres, I should say, into the gravel trap there on the exit of the De La Roggia chicane. All of these GT cars these days on a control Goodyear Eagle tyre, similar to the LMP2s, I suppose, although it's not the same makeup of compound. Rahel Fry, some pressure now on her shoulders. Not good memories of the last trip to Italy for the team. Remember a tyre going...
Yifei's passed Jack Aitken.
Yifei up to 3rd position, therefore. So you're right about him being really on a charge here to make up for the deficit.
That's why he knows he's got to do this.
Yeah.
There's no option at the moment. If they're looking for anything close to a podium finish, he's got to pass the Prema car. At this point, it's all going to be about time as well as position. Jack Aitken was probably that pass. We didn't see it, but I reckon that happened. First chicane. By the time we saw them again, here we go. Going to see it, goes to the inside. It's another gutsy pass, isn't it? And neat and tidy stuff. And yet another one. It's the 9. The 9 gets 10 seconds penalty added. So the Prema car for a pit stop infringement.
I'd love to know what all of these infringements actually are, whether they're the same breach of regulation. I don't know.
Well, we've had 2 for 20 seconds for a safety car infringement and 2 now for pit stop infringements at 10 seconds. So all of the top 3 cars at the moment are getting 10 or 20 second penalties added to their next pit stops.
Did they come into a pit lane that was closed during one of the safety cars because they were that desperate for fuel? But normally the rule is you're allowed 5 seconds of the nozzle being attached for fuel to go in.
Yeah, but they didn't come back in, did they? That's the point.
You are allowed a punctured tyre to be replaced as well. And then normally what would happen is you rejoin the race, come round again, and once the pit lane is open, you come back in for your full fuel load. But as things do that.
As things stand, if this race finished right now, your 1, 2, 3 on the podium would be Racing Team Turkey, Panis Racing and United Autosports.
Yeah,
that's what would happen, because we've got a 20-second penalty coming the way of the lead car, a 10-second penalty coming the way of the second place car, and a 20-second penalty coming the way of the third place car. At the moment, Paul Chatin leads this race by 13.9 seconds. He is pulling away to the point where that 20 seconds is going to be less of a factor. What's not happening is no one else is catching him at the moment, and no one else is making an inroad into the deficit they're going to incur at the next pit stop. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 cars within 3 seconds. After that, 5 cars within 3 seconds. This could be a totally different podium to the current 1, 2, 3.
Down towards the Parabolica goes Yifei, and it's a really interesting notion, this, that you think, oh, he can't hang around now and not afford to overtake people. Well, what's he doing the rest of the time? Well, what are the other cars doing? Well, surely they're going to be driving on the ragged edge.
No,
all
I think
the
the answer is what they are doing is looking after fuel mileage and tyres, because that's part of the discipline. Right now, he hasn't got a choice.
No, so he's got to push like crazy and commit more so than those that are thinking about the long game are willing to do right now.
The biggest problem he's got now is that the car in front has just been told they've got a penalty as well. Yeah. So he's going to defend like hell.
Of course. So the 9 car doesn't want to give any ground up. Louis Delatraz, Yifei desperately wants to get in front for the same reason. Here comes Jack Aitken, who at the moment doesn't have a penalty hanging over his head in car number 34. Thought about he could get ahead of Yifei, but not on that occasion into the Della Roggia chicane. Lesmo 1 all over the road. There is the number 9 car. There's dust in front as well, but not. And here's the move change into the second Lesmo, and gets it. 37 in front for Yifei, and Louis Delatraz couldn't hold him back. I wonder where all that gravel dust had come from. It may well have been from the number 9 car of Louis Delatraz, who ran a touch wide and is now on the back foot because he's about to be overtaken by Jack Aitken for 3rd position.
It's going wrong at the moment for Prema, and Jon Vanuta is also right there with the number 9 car. He's going to duck out of the slipstream here, and I think he's got enough of a run. No delay through the Ascari. No, he's not got it. Moves to defend, moves again.
Remember, this is the championship leading team.
Outside.
Round the outside will go Panis Racing's Job van Outert, and the championship leading team is losing points hand over fist here. They're all of a sudden on one lap, slipping from 2nd to 5th, and Jack Aitken will pit at the end of that lap. Phil Hansen will pit at the end of that lap, and Rivera is also in as well. Paul-Luc Chatin from the lead of the race down pit road as we head to the pit lane.
I'm down here in the Prema Racing Garage with Lorenzo Colombo. We've just been watching Louis Delatraz. He went from 2nd to 5th place. How did you interpret that?
Yeah, I didn't enjoy watching it, but of course it was a good overtake from Yifei. Maybe a bit too aggressive into Lesmo 2. It's not a typical place to dive, but yeah, he's trying his best to recover his penalty because they got 20 seconds penalty. We're gonna do pit stop shortly with Louis, and yeah, hope they will give him new tires, so full push until the end. Regarding my stints, I think everything went pretty smoothly. We lost a lot in the pit in the first driver change because we had an issue with the cars in front. Was the pit lane basically we got stuck, and yeah, these things happen in endurance, but I managed to recover well in my stints and catching the cars ahead.
Absolutely, a great recovery from you, Lorenzo. Now, Lorenzo, we can't see it now, but for those more observant, might have seen that your name is actually on your race suit now. Does this mean that you're a permanent fixture in the team?
Well, to be honest, today was very hot, so when I jump out, the first thing I wanted to do was to remove the suit. It's extremely hot today, really. It's the hottest day of the weekend, and yeah, I had some time to cool down, to clean my sweat and everything, so now I'm more clean for the interview, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lorenzo Colombo, possibly not the best time to be chatting to him because his car was losing places all over the shop, but Louis Delatraz back to 3rd because cars ahead of him have now pitted, and in fact he's into the pit lane as well. Yifei, leader of the race now, car 37. What a hard charging stint this has been for Cool Racing. Straight into the pits for a gulp of fuel. This will not get them to the end of the race with 50 minutes left on the clock.
And he's got the 20 seconds to soak up here, so we're going to be a couple of minutes until we can really tell you what the overall position is going to be in this race, with those 3 penalties coming the way of leading cars off the road for the 83 car. Position lost to the 32 behind that has got a penalty to soak up the next time it stops. Still comes out ahead, though, of the 18 with Davide Rigon all over the back of the Absolute Racing car. This is lighting up. Where do you look next here, Johnny? So by the way, leading the race right now, Monza Motorsport. And
Thomas Laurent taking his moment in the sunshine, and why should he not? Laurent is on the same pit-stopping strategy as the other cars behind him, so he will be able to do one more lap on this tank of fuel, but I would be surprised if he can go much further. It will be 23 laps if indeed if he pits at the end of this one, which in total is lap number 93. So Rigon had a long look at the inside of Martin Rump a moment or two ago. The 360 Racing LMP3 car also looking for a way by. That is car number 6, Terence Woodward, running in second position, and behind Nico Pino, the Chilean driver for Inter-Europol competition, car 13. GTs as far as the eye can see as they come across the start-finish line, and there is Terence Woodward just behind Davide Rigon. Another look up the inside, and the straight line speed of an LMP3 is greater than the GT car of the Italian.
We need to be looking at this battle, because out back onto track, Monza Motorsport by the wrong pit lane now. Paul Chatan did come back out in the effective lead, so his pace at the lead of this field, despite the 20 seconds added to their pit stop, has carried him back into the lead of this race. Panis Racing, though, right there with him in second place. United Autosports up in third. Nielsen Racing right now up into fifth place, but I think they still need to pit. They were out of sequence earlier. Pietro Fittipaldi, though, maybe on pace right there. This is all over the place.
It's why we love the European Le Mans series, Graham.
I adore this series. It continues to throw this kind of stuff at you, and it's just great racing. When they're on track together, the racing is absolutely epic.
Yeah.
But somehow the cartoon anvil that kind of hangs over every race falls somewhere here repeatedly.
Yeah.
Batters it within an inch of its life.
There was definitely a couple of stints where people were just going through the motions and things quietened down, and frankly we needed that portion of reflection. But now into that window of the final stint, getting very, very intense indeed. And bear in mind, those LMP2s that have just pitted cannot make the finish on this single tank of fuel should it stay green. Certainly a bit of full course yellow or indeed safety car would help them, but we kind of don't want the safety car now to intervene, because it would create even more of a tough result to follow for those that have had a good race up until this point and spent time building a lead, like EDEX Sport. 0.7 of a second is the gap now, back to Joop van Houten for Panis Racing. Phil Hansen just exiting the first Lesmo and into the second one, car 22 for United Autosports. Thomas Laurent feeds back in for Monza Motorsport, I reckon in the fourth place, and ahead of Ben Hanley in the Nielsen Racing car, now leading the Pro-Am category. But Ben Hanley, well, he's just pitted a couple of laps ago. I still don't know. He won't be good enough for the race finish either, and will need to do a splash and dash in the closing 10 minutes.
I think as well, by the way, the number 9 car must, beyond the 10 seconds added, have had a further delay in the pits, because they've dropped right out of it. They're 12th now. Cool Racing got double the penalty, 20 seconds to add, unless they played some games here with short fueling and looking for when they're going to come in for their final splash. They're well ahead of the number 9 car in 9th position with FIA. Again, to say what a cracking run that was to the front from FIA.
Yeah, so impressive from someone who made his name in single-seater racing, but found prototypes a couple of years ago, and some great success already with Team WRT, and now moving forward to this crew for 2022 Cool Racing. Down in 9th, but very much in contention still for a good result here at Monza. Meanwhile, the 77 Porsche reaching the turning point at the Parabolica. That's Lorenzo Colombo, Davide Rigon, looking for a way by the... Now, where's the 60 car? Still in 5th place, isn't it?
5th place, but remember, the second place car here was a bit of a red herring. They've got a penalty of 10 seconds to soak up, either with a pit stop or to be added post-race.
Yeah.
So you need to effectively see that 32 car as being 10 seconds further down the order.
Indeed.
And that would put it in the clutches for 7th place here.
But the 32 still having an impact on Rahel Fry and Martin Rump right now, and if anything, holding them up a little bit.
Well, he's going to try and gap them if he possibly can, because if he can, in exactly the same way as we saw with Paul and Chatan, if he can pull away by 10 seconds, at the moment he can't, then the penalty becomes not a penalty anymore.
True. But Rahel Fry putting her car in the middle of the road, then aware that the 27 Cool Racing prototype was wanting to get by.
That's for position, by the way, the 27.
Okay.
Nicola Malini is trying to make his way up here, so it's not a lapped car. This is the 27 trying to make his way back up towards his cohorts in class.
Yeah, not been a happy day for Cool Racing with Michael Benham's incident down at turn number 1, which quite possibly involved Tony Wells in some description as well for the Nielsen crew. At least 7 is running it again though now with James Littlejohn at the wheel, and he's in 8th position in class. Nico Pino for inter-Europol competition leads the LMP3 part of the race from Terence Woodward and the 360 crew. Max Cobalt for Euro International. That makes it a 3rd different nationality in the top 3 as the race leader in P3 comes into the pit lane, and these will be the final stops for LMP3, started by the class leader Nico Pino.
Now the key is going to be here, do any of these cars still need to burn a long stop? If they do, it's sort of game over at this point. We'll keep an eye on those stops as they come through. It's a driver change for the inter-Europol competition team. I'd like to say that the manner of that driver change indicates it's not a short stop.
Terence Woodward to the lead of the race by virtue of the fact that he didn't stop. 3 stops being done by car number 13, the last of which was 1 minute and 6 seconds, but
let's wait and see.
That might have just been during a caution, and they chose to do, because there's something to stop you doing a 4th stop at some point, should you wish that be useful for strategy. As long as there are the 2 mandated timed stops by the end of the race, your result will count.
There's so many twists and turns that are going to come here, that we know are going to come here, with penalties still to come for the 32 car. And, well, long, exciting and sometimes bitter experience tells us there's a lot more to come still. It's not a quick stop, this for the 13, you know.
There goes Terence Woodward underneath the bridge that separates kind of standard road course from the oval, all built together in the early 20s here at Monza, and then out onto the long straight between the Ascari chicane and the Parabolica, rejoining the race car 13, and there was a driver change there.
It was a long stop.
Oliveira, the Portuguese, taking over from Nico Pino, Chilean driver, and it was one of the longest stops of car 13, says Graham Goodwin.
It was 1 minute and 46 seconds, so it's not good news for Inter-Europol. Wait and see just exactly where that leaves them. 360 Racing, Terence Woodward pits from the lead now. So who is it going to be? Who's going to come out on the top here? And round the outside, and 9 Dames going back into 2nd position here. Can they? Can they? Oh, no, they're going to lose 3rd. It was side-to-side contact with the Absolute Racing, and then the 60 goes by. So from 2nd to 3rd for the 83, from 5th to 4th for the 60. And that was all with the Rinaldi Racing car trying to defend from Rahel Fry into the chicane, goes to the outside this time. Davide Rigon fancies a go here as well. Over the curbs for Veroni, either side from the Iron Lynx cars.
Go on, Rahel.
It's 5 wide.
Fry round the outside, fabulous manoeuvre that
and Rigon's going there too.
She's saying to Veroni, if you're going to hang around, I'm going to drive through the gravel and around you. Rigon going the same way as well. And the Porsche out in the background losing time because muscling his way up the inside is Frederick Scharndorf for Kessel Racing. This is a 20-minute GT race that has suddenly broken out in the middle of a 4-hour encounter.
Absolutely amazing. And back through it into 2nd position for Rahel Fry with can only be described as somewhat muscular driving. Well done, Rahel.
I love it. She's been doing it for years in Audi TT racing and now in the GTEs with the Iron Dames. And, you know, you see a slow car up on the curve in the second chicane, just drill that throttle and find a way by. And Rahel Fry now leading that pack down towards the Parabolica in the Iron Dames car, and it is now a great position because she's got Regon behind as well. So there may be a bit of tactical thoughts here with the Iron Lynx crew, but they have just managed to kind of wriggle free from everybody else, including Nicola Verone, and will just start to edge away for second and third in the GT category.
That's 5 cars, $5 million cars in a row here. And keep a good eye here if you're in the market for a GTE car, and if you see any of these on eBay advertised as never raced or rallied. In certain cases on that last lap, it was both. Absolutely magnificent stuff. I love endurance racing. I think that's blindingly obvious, but you know what? This is absolutely pure stuff.
Yeah.
There's passion bubbling up here. These drivers, these teams, they really want it, and it's all of a sudden going horribly wrong for Nicola Verone.
Yeah, Verone was desperate to try and stay in front of as many of these cars as possible, as again an awful lot of gravel is driven through on the exit of the Della Roggia chicane. The gravel trap's getting wider because it's starting to encroach on the actual track surface. There's now a warning flag for Phil Hansen for the abuse of
Still
track
40 minutes left, and he's got to be watching that. That is the final warning.
5th position for his, third position for Phil Hansen's car. And 5th position for Ben Hanley, getting those two surnames mixed up briefly. Hanley leading the Pro-Am category from Alessio Rivera, but Rivera, well, lapping at a similar pace, and there's about 8 seconds at the moment between the Mancunian driver and the homeboy from Italy, Alessio Rivera, who's been a revelation in recent seasons, and it didn't take him long to move from silver to gold standing.
Looking as we keep watching this, and why wouldn't we? It's magnificent stuff in GTE right now. Iron Dames, Iron Lynx. It's LMP2. This is the middle pack, and watching Jack Aitken, Annie Fayet, very quick indeed at the moment. They're closing in on Pietro Fittipaldi. This is the battle for 7th place. I'm not going to tell you at this point that we're not going to see cars in this shot on the podium. And through goes Davide Rigon into 2nd place. And also the 57 and the 18 swapping places again. Schandorf ahead of Rump again.
Well, Rahel Fry didn't make a big deal of that, and I think there's been a bit of radio traffic within the Iron Lynx team to say Rigon's going to be quicker, generally speaking. Allow him through. You've got the legs, Rahel, to keep behind you, Nicola Verone, theoretically, although the Argentinian's closing up under brakes there to go against what I was saying. Frederick Schandorf is also building a nice little profile for himself. Fellow Dane to Mikkel Jensen in a Japanese team, well, Swiss-run Japanese flagged team. Car guy, it's a Kessel Racing, entered Ferrari, and then Martin Rump, as you say, still very much part of this otherwise all Ferrari scrap.
Here comes the race leader behind this group. Edgy moments here, isn't it, when you're trying to get through such a closely packed, competitive group of cars. Has 7.2 seconds, by the way, over Job van Uyttet. This has been a spectacular stint from Paul Le Chatin. What a run he's had. He effectively counted out a 20-second penalty on pure pace.
And 7.2 seconds is another margin that he has had to build. A couple of seconds ago, was there a moment between Inter Europol and Racing Team Turkey? Team Turkey car up on the curves. They're still running 2 abreast to the second part of the Rettifilo chicane. That's good driving from those involved. So Pietro Fittipaldi versus the Racing Team Turkey car of Jack Aitken, and they did not make contact throughout all of that, as far as I can tell.
Pulled away from the 43 car. Now it's Fayet looking to do the same. He's going to go up the inside. Can he make it there? He can. It's another gutsy move for the Chinese driver for Cool Racing. Another position. Just grasped back, and that is 8th place goes to FIA as Jack Aitken and FIA start to leapfrog up the order. Trouble there for the 57 car by the look of it.
Straight line this first chicane, didn't he, up the escape road.
And also the Absolute Racing car has passed the Rinaldi Racing car and now can get onto the back of the 2 Iron Lynx cars. Yeah. So all of a sudden things have started to get a bit feisty. Next car trying to deal with the GTE battle is the Panis Racing car. What happened here?
Well, did the Porsche go down the escape road as well?
No, it was contact.
It wasn't Scharndorf's fault, in fairness. No. Veroni just didn't turn in, preventing Scharndorf from going through, and then Veroni shortcut the chicane as well.
Oh, there's trouble there between the 35 and the 51.
And that was obviously before all the GT cars arrived at the scene, resulting in a spin for BHK and Marcus Pommer.
That was a battle for position as well. So now what can Martin Rump do as trying to make his way through? Jean-Paul Utet wants to do that in a hurry because he's losing ground in this traffic to Paul Lupchatan ahead. Phil Hansen is the next to encounter. Thomas Laurent is not far behind, you know. Well, the run they've had.
Yeah, mightily impressive.
And Ben Hanley there too.
Mühlner Motorsport and Ben Hanley. Rivera's about the 7 seconds adrift, but yeah, Laurent and Hanley are right together, and now trying to force a manoeuvre on.
It's the
well, that's 40 car that's a way back for David Drew.
Should be reasonably simple for the 34.
And Jack Aitken trying to slot ahead.
Hanley and Laurent here in contention for a significant position coming down to turn 1 in amongst the GTE traffic on the inside, just brushing the grass down. He makes the turn and makes the place, Ben Hanley. Good move.
So the Mühlner Motorsport car driven by Thomas Laurent is no longer 4th. That is now in the hands of Ben Hanley, and Laurent will provide a cushion for the Pro-Am race leader, although Laurent is on the fight back. We're not done yet with this. They jink to the left-hand side, and Laurent is not going to draw level because there's just not the track width available to those LMP2 cars. They were having to make space for Rahel Fry and the chasing Porsche of Martin Rump. Fry again, all over the gravel.
And that's not helped her escape from the second chicane, still under at risk with that position with the closing Porsche. And all of a sudden, Ben Hanley's got clear air between him and Thomas Laurent. Meanwhile, we've got a couple of the late stops coming for these LMP2 cars. They'll all have to come down pit lane. The first 2 to do it, 43 in the hands of Pietro Fittipaldi. Ben Fiscal is in and out in the Algarve Pro number 19. They're 11th and 12th overall at the moment. Just fuel-only stops, and a very quick stop from Pietro Fittipaldi, just 46 seconds on pit lane.
Gap between the top 2 in GTE is up to 10 seconds now. Generally speaking, Rigon should be able to catch Lorenzo Ferrari, but he needs the gaps in the traffic to help him a little bit. Meanwhile, the AF Corsa 88, driven by Alessio Rivera, 2nd place in Pro-Am, makes its way up the inside of Frederick Scharndorf, so he's in the meat of this GT battle as well.
Well, also needs to catch Ben Hanley, because that's for the LMP2 Pro-Am. Yeah. So 4th and 6th and 7th at the moment are Pro-Am cars. Look at this lot.
Martin Rump needing to be so careful not to run in the back of Rahel Fry, dicing over the 3rd step of the podium in GTE, and Rivera nearly ran in the back of Martin Rump there in the 88 AF Corsa car. So that might provide the foundation for Jack Aitken to just unsettle Rivera, who's in 2 minds as to which side of the GT fight to go there. But actually, he's done pretty well in the metallic silver car of AF Corsa.
They've managed to get through what was a wall of traffic. Still more to come. Davide Rigon this time, not easy to pass in a GT car, not easy to pass in a P2 car by the look of it either. They duck out this time, they go for it, and Jack Aitken has got the run. Couldn't make the corner though.
No. Rigon's got to turn in at some point, and in fairness to Jack Aitken, he realised that the big heavy GT car to what, 1 1/3 tons or something like that, turning into Lesmo. These cars have so much mechanical grip.
Look at Louis Delatraz, where he is.
Well. Delatraz in the Prema car.
He's been leapfrogging traffic. He's made a better run through this than the Cool Racing car has.
And so, Yifei to the left-hand side of the track as well.
But Delatraz was 2 or 3 places behind Yifei about 4 or 5 laps ago, so it's been a great run back from Delatraz. The car that didn't have pace all of a sudden has got it.
They must have saved a very fresh set of Goodyear tyres.
I'm guessing that's exactly right.
And yeah, the clever teams do that to hold back a set of stickered Eagles, ideally, for the closing bit. But he's clearly pushing hard on this particular set of rubber, and they'll have to extend the stint as well, because there's got to be another one to come now. Remember, the LMP2s that will pit between, well, in the next 10 minutes or so will obviously be fine till the end of the race.
Remember, the deeper they can go, the less time they'll spend on pit lane. We are 30 minutes from the end of this race. It's been run like a sprint all the way through, as we so often see with the European Le Mans Series. We've had some amazing races down through the years. This is right up there.
Of the top 4 cars, 3 of them pitted on different laps, by the way, last time around for fuel. It's Phil Hansen and the race leader, Paul Chatin, who are on the same cycle. Job van Aerten pitted a lap later, and it was 2 laps prior to that for Ben Hanley. Now, how does that compare to the second-place car in Pro-Am? Rivera can go deeper into this stint than Ben Hanley.
I think there's going to be a penalty coming for Nicola Veroni, by the way. The instant between 57 and 32 reported to the stewards.
Yeah.
Remember, the 32 was already carrying a penalty for its next pit stop.
And Scharndorf attempted to turn in at turn number 1 and could not, because the 32 Ferrari was in its way and not making the corner.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, it had to straight line that second part of the Rettifilo chicane, so that'll be Scharndorf's defence.
29 minutes remain, 32 seconds separate the top 10. And with pit stops for everybody in that list to come, I believe.
Yeah, it's only the P3s and the GT cars that should be fine to the fit. Well, when did the P3s pit? That was
I think they're
19
okay.
odd laps ago. Yeah, so that's okay. GTs might be a bit of a different question, actually. Anyway, we'll focus on what we can see right now. Certainly all of the LMP2s will need to come in, but at varying different points.
I'm addressing one of our other audiences, and it's Jota Sport. See those 2 cars? They're the same colour. See if I can make out which is which. One with the yellow, one with the red. That's what we're talking about.
The 77 Porsche of Lorenzo Ferrari pitted at almost 22 minutes past the hour. So this is tight. They will, I think, have to come in again for a quick splash. And if we judge the 77's stint length versus everybody else, they're all about the same. So there's one more stop to come for all of the leaders, I would say, in GTE.
Martin Rump ahead of Rahel Fry. Frederick Scharndorf right there. Those 3, Rump, Fry, Scharndorf, separated by 1.2 seconds right now. This is the battle, by the way, for the lead in LMP3. Finn Gerschitz leads from the first of the Euro International cars, with, astoundingly, the 2 Euro International cars having been quiet throughout this, emerging from this in 2nd and 3rd place. And putting the leader under pressure. It is Finn Gerschitz, Glenn van Berlo, Max Kobold, and Ross Kaiser a little way back from this battle in 4th of the 360 Racing crew. We said that would get mixed up with the final stops, depending on who'd taken their longer stops, and this is going to be a long 26 minutes, 27 minutes for Finn Gerschitz. Surely going to be an attempt at a pass by Glenn van Berlo, brother to Kai van Berlo, of course.
So Guilherme Oliveira for inter-Europol competition was the car that spent the longest time in the pits the last time around. Most cars, if you were doing a very quick stop, you get it to as close to a minute as possible, and that's exactly what the second Euro International gang did for Max Kobold, and similar for 360 Racing Ross Kaiser. Finn Gerschitz pit stop was 1 minute and 18. And it was 1 minute and 32, which is a peculiar one, because that's neither fish nor fowl for Glenn van Berlo. But nevertheless, it's put the Euro International car in the 2nd position, car 10, ahead of the 11 car Max Kobold, with a much more impressive pit stop of just over a minute.
10 looking to make his way. Oh, got hit for the rear, the number 2 car briefly by the number 10. That was the 43 car getting into the mix. The 10 car trying to take the opportunity of the car going through. Gershitz was wise to that, tried to get the optimum line through the first chicane. Unfortunately, slightly tardy exit from the chicane for the 43 meant he checked up and got a brief biff up the rear from the Euro International car. Don't think there's significant damage to either car, though. It's the 21 car, best run of the season so far for Milner Motorsports.
Yeah.
But look at the group behind, and they're all catching. Alessio Rivera is on a charge. He's interested not just in catching and passing Thomas Laurent, but in particular the Nielsen Racing car, who is ahead of the 21 for the class win in LMP2 AM. At the moment, fastest car in the class, Louis Delatraz, who's catching, but then Alessio Rivera.
Ben Hanley trying at every possible moment to get ahead of Phil Hansen, and this might be a really good opportunity as they come out of the second chicane and into the first of the Lesmos. Hanley happy to go wide, and now he'll tuck underneath Phil Hansen. A bit of a switch to the right there. There's contact again into the second Lesmo, but that was just to say to Phil Hansen, this is my corner, don't think about turning in, and Ben Hanley gets third place.
I'm prepared to put reasonable money now that the positions 1 to 10 won't look remotely like that as this in what, 24 minutes.
Yeah,
because there's so much of a mix up here with strategy, with tyre wear, with the kind of pace we're seeing out of some of these drivers. Paul-Luc Chatin, 12 seconds to the good. Jan van Utet, second place, behind the Edex Sport car, 4 Panis Racing. He's got 5.6 seconds ahead of a charging Ben Hanley. Hanley, though, knows that there's a threat coming. That's why he was keen to get ahead of Phil Hansen. He's now put 2 cars between him and the AF Corsa 88 of Alessio Rivera, the other one being Thomas Laurent. Rivera is catching Laurent. He's got Jack Aitken right with him, another LMP2 car. Louis Delatraz is right with Jack Aitken. There's those 3. Can't count Kramer out of this for a podium finish, you know.
Well, the amount of ground that Louis Delatraz made just, 5 or so minutes ago, up the order, and clearly their car at Prema has been tuned to be going so well later on in the stint and later on in the race as well, and you can deliberately set up a car to go well in the closing stages. They haven't necessarily had the luck or necessarily the strategy. There's a slow car there. That's Rivera.
88.
That's
88.
Rivera in the 88 AF Corsa car, who has absolutely no power coming out of the second chicane at Della Roggia. So that was the 6th placed car and second in Pro-Am.
So what has happened there? Is that a drive issue? Can't be fuel, surely not fuel.
Rivera's was only 16 laps into a stint. You can do 21, 22 fairly comfortably, so it's not fuel. He's now going to sit on the inside of Lesmo 1. He is still moving, thankfully, and the marshals will be warning.
He's picked up speed.
Warning of the slower car by white flags. No, he hasn't. This is out of the second Lesmo, where you would be absolutely.
Oh, that's a terrible place to stop.
Well, he's not on the racing line.
No,
it's the run into the second Lesmo. So there are now yellow flags being shown because it is a stopped car rather than a slow-moving one, where we had white flags initially. And the GTs, thankfully, are more spread out than they were about 10 minutes ago. So there is ample warning. Double-waved yellows now for Alessio Rivera.
Apologies. Rahul Fry's now fallen behind the Kessel Racing car, by the way. So is that a power recycle, or is it worse than that? Well, lights are still on, aren't they? They're now off. Switches the lights off and on. That tends to indicate he's trying to recycle power.
Yeah, but he's already down to 12th position in Class and off the podium now in the Pro-Am division. So the new podium top 3, well, Ben Hanley was there anyway as the race leader. Jack Aitken to second in car 34 for Racing Team Turkey. And it'll be Algarve Pro Racing, car 47, who will benefit from all of this. James Allen is motoring on well in the blue and black Algarve Pro Racing car.
Topsy-turvy stuff, as we said. Damage on the 55 car, I think it is. I think their sticky black plastic has come awry. They can't count out that car might not be summoned to the pits. There's damage on the front left of that car.
There There was a message on the screen a second ago about 55, but I don't think it was...
Drive-through penalty car 51 for the contact with 35. That is the Virage car. As the overall race leader, Paul-Luc Chatin, tries to make his way through this traffic. It looks a very second-hand number 55, damaged front, but I think it's the front valance coming apart on both sides, actually.
The message from race control regarding the 55 was actually a track limits warning for David Perel, so not connected to this damage, which has now manifested itself, probably, as you say, from way back, close to the start of the race, and the incident with Michael Fassbender when Duncan Cameron was driving this 55 car. And that's the reason why there's an awful lot of red tape all over an otherwise green and white car, because it's run by Spirit of Race, who are effectively AF Corsa.
That 55 is causing problems for the race leader in LMP3. Can't get by and has now been caught again by the number 10 for Euro International. This is the battle for the LMP3 lead.
Yeah.
It's Finn Geerschets and Glenn van Berlo. Looks to the outside.
And Glenn van Berlo in the dark blue car kicking up the dust. Finn Geerschets will have the racing line into Ascari if he can run a little deeper than he would normally do, and he does defend into Ascari. But no doubt about it, the quicker of the two cars is Glenn van Berlo. It was less to do with the 55, because to be honest, the last time I checked the gap between these two cars, it was tenths of seconds.
It was when he was trying to get through the Lesmos, it just caused him a little bit of grief, and it's also closed up the second of the Euro International cars again. And the last thing Finn Geerschets wants is both of those involved here.
Max Cobalt in the second Euro International car for the Italian team, car number 11.
Talking to Antonio Ferrari from Euro International earlier in the week, asking what their plans are for next season.
Race leader is in for its final pit stop. This is Paul-Luc Chatin, and they're not going to do tyres, quite sensibly. It is just the amount of fuel that EDEX Sport need to get them to the checkered flag. 110 laps completed, and other LMP2 cars will have to do the same.
Neat and tidy, no delay. Who else is in? 28 is in. Algarve Pros 47 is in from 7th position with James Allen. Complete the tale about your international. 10 appearances at the Le Mans 24 Hours. 9 appearances, by the way, for your international at the Indy 500, but they are hoping to nail down their 10th appearance at the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona next year. LMP3, we'll know more after a summer test programme involving some familiar names.
It is an interesting decision to come in after only 19 laps, when we know full well that you can do 21 or even 22.
I wonder whether or not it's about the fact that the pit lane is empty.
Yeah, and before the madness properly begins, they want to get in and out and do their business, because probably the difference between pitting with 15 minutes to go, 14 minutes to go is not a great deal away from pitting as they did with 18 minutes left on the clock. So 3 hours and 42 minutes done. It actually drops Paul-Luc Chatin as way down as 7th place, but the 6 cars ahead of him will all still have to make a stop.
Here comes Job for Nutet through, now leads the race courtesy of that pit stop. Must tell you, the 88 car, by the way, did make it back to pit lane. It's an accelerator issue for the 88 and has now rejoined the race in the hands of Alessio Rivera, but down in 14th place. Their great run is gone. Here now, number 9 on the number 22. This is for 2nd position.
Neither of them pit, but they do have enough fuel on board for a bit longer in this stint. They have to go around the J&W Motorsport Ferrari, which is running in 8th position now with Matthew Payne at the wheel of that.
Behind the Milner Motorsport car and the Racing Team Turkey car. 22 managed to depart. And there's a spun car. That has to be the 2. That has to be the 2.
From the lead in LMP3.
Because the 3 is out. The 3 is out.
It's Finn Geerschets who was leading across the line, and Glenn van Berlo is now confirmed as the leading car for Euro International in LMP3. Was there contact between Glenn van Berlo and Finn Geerschets?
Did he jump or was he pushed? It's put both the Euro International cars through. 1-2 now for the 10 and the 11.
And Guilherme Oliveira for Inter-Europol competition up to 3rd position to maybe get the Polish squad onto the podium as well.
That's cost him dearly, hasn't it? Sven Geerschets drops to 5th place from the lead.
Well, as I said, couple of laps to go. I did feel that Glenn von Berlo had the faster of the two cars, but has he forced his way through, or is that just a mistake from Finn Gersitz? The looks you would have expected from those down at United Autosports. Although they do have an LMP2 car running as high as second place now, but Phil Hansen still needs to pit, and there's a change there for Louis Delatraz.
No, Jack Aitken. Jack Aitken behind us, just in that traffic, managed to leapfrog by Thomas Laurent. So Jack Aitken was in 5th position, now up to 4th, having taken the position from the Frenchman.
Yeah, and not yet Delatraz through, but he is now. Phil Hansen rather conceding that position.
I think he's coming for the pits.
Yeah,
they're both coming for the pits.
So that's interesting. Did Phil think that Delatraz wasn't going to pit and allowed him through, thinking he would stay out for another lap? So as expected, well, how long on the stint for these guys? Hansen about to complete 21, I believe, on the stint.
Jack Aitken opts to pit as well. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars on pit road for what should just be a splash of fuel. Or has anybody got tyres left? Would you do it at this point?
No, because it's only 15 minutes and you're going to lose 20 seconds probably by doing tyres as well. Remember, tyres cannot be changed at the same time as the fuel goes in.
Watch for the Prema car. There you go.
The fuel's still going in.
Where's the United car?
Lifted.
It's a long way. The United car goes back ahead of the number 9. And where is Jack Aitken?
Was there a hiccup at the start of that stop? Because looks like Prema's lost a good bit of ground there.
A chunk. There's Aitken right with the 9. They come out ahead of the EDEC Sport car.
And remember, you can't whip across from the blend line from right to left. But you're, yes, ahead of the EDEC Sport machine. Joop van Uitert leads the motor race ahead of Thomas Laurent for Panis and Mühlner, respectively. Yifei is currently 3rd on the road. Phil Hansen has rejoined significantly ahead of Louis Delatraz. That's a mysterious one for me, as after Delatraz actually led Phil Hansen into the pit lane.
Have I just misidentified the EDEC Sport car as the 24? The 24? No, he is.
It's possible to do that. I've done that already this race as well.
I think I have. I think that was the Nielsen Racing car.
Yeah, which is the Pro-Am leader, and that is the car now between Phil Hansen and Louis Delatraz. So yes, Paul-Luc Chatin had already gone through. Meanwhile, now Joop van Uitert is into the pit lane from the race lead for Panis Racing. Thomas Laurent surely due in fairly shortly as well. No, he stays out and takes the race lead. So Laurent completely surrounded by all sorts of traffic, including the new LMP3 leader, Glenn von Berlo. So somehow he's managed to get between von Berlo and Cobalt. There's only 1.3 seconds separating them. There's Cobalt a bit further back. And to the high side of the Curva Grande goes Laurent on the grass. And he got it back on again. Wow! He had to go around the outside of Glenn von Berlo there. On the exit of the Curva Grande.
Just as he went out of our sights, there's that puff of dust, wasn't it? Wow.
I tell you, my heart rate, Graham's heart rate, you know, we're at the ceiling here, folks. I'm not sure I can take much more of this.
Yifei in and out. Mühlner Motorsport lead. Paul-Luc Chatin is out on track, but has had his final stop. So of the cars that have taken the stops we believe they all need, Chatin it is, from Joop van Uitert. 11 seconds to the good. Phil Hansen is 15 seconds back. And then after that, throw a blanket over the next 4. It is Ben Hanley, Louis Delatraz right with Hanley across the line, Jack Aitken, James Allen. And in fact, Hanley has ceded that position to Louis Delatraz.
So remember, the later you can pit in this race, the less fuel you need to take on board, quite clearly, the shorter your pit stop can be. Mühlner Motorsport, are they going to find the need to come into the pit lane this time around? Yes. Thomas Laurent will be just about the final car in this leading sextet or so that needs to take on fuel.
77 pits from the lead in GTE.
Well, yeah, the GTs all need fuel to get to the finish, so this is the first of a few. Lorenzo Ferrari is in.
That was not a lot of fuel for Lorenzo Ferrari.
No. Well, there's only 11 minutes to go, and remember, they can, on a full tank, reach an hour and sometimes more than that.
Max Cobalt pits in LMP3 from 2nd place.
That's an interesting one.
Now, how long is that pit stop? Your International still lead with the number 10 car. The 13 Inter-Europe competition car is in 2nd place. 360 Racing up into a podium position. And the number 2 car, after that spin out of the lead that we didn't see that incident, is in 4th. Instant between 10 and 2 under investigation. 10 is the lead car. That looks to me as if there was indeed contact. 10 minutes to go. What an absolute corker this has been.
Let us not completely discount Guilherme Oliveira either for inter-Europol competition, because they made a pit stop off sequence from everybody else. So
I don't think they have to stop.
No, and whereas Glenn van Berlo will do, hasn't yet, but his last pit stop was at 2:25 an hour and 5 on a tank of LMP3.
It's
fuel.
tight.
It's all been green, I think, that as well for Glenn van Berlo. There was a brief yellow flag, but it wasn't a full course yellow, so that won't have bought him much consumption at all.
Well, the 11 Euro International car has come out after Fingershits. Does Fingershits need to stop?
Yes. Let's just check whether that's been a 30-lap stint as well for Gersitz after the spin at turn number 1 that we described to you. Still not quite got the right line for this. Gersitz is 30 laps on the stint currently.
Absolute racing on pit road now. From 4th position for Martin Rump. He's come in from 4th position. It's so close. Losing positions as you come down pit lane. Davide Rigon to the lead, 3.8 seconds ahead of Frederick Scharndorf, so it's Iron Lynx from Kessel, the 2 yellow Ferraris, then the bright pink Ferrari of Rahel Fry, 5 seconds back.
Over the line goes the 22 car of Phil Hansen. He has Ben Hanley right on the tailpipes there.
Hansen's lost the position to Louis Delatraz.
Yeah.
Thomas Laurent, by the way, has come back out in 3rd position.
What about this for the Pro-Am podium? Hanley in the black car for Nielsen. Immediately behind is Jack Aitken for Racing Team Turkey. And then you've got the blue and black car of James Allen. They're
fantastic,
all fighting it out for Pro-Am, the subcategory brought in to the ELMS last year.
You cannot call any of the class winners and podiums at this point. It's manic.
But Davide Rigon, I'm pleased we spotted this going into the closing stints of GTs. The Iron Lynx crew and Car 60 had actually played where they were utilising each of their drivers perfectly, keeping platinum-rated Davide Rigon back for the closing stages, whereas so many other teams put their gun drivers in for the middle stints of the race. And he emerged after his pit stop, where he took the car over in 5th position, but has worked his way to the top and now has a nearly 4-second advantage over Frederick Scharndorf's car guy Ferrari.
You can see the top 3 there in extended line of stern.
Yeah. 7.5 minutes to go.
I'd point out as well, by the way, there's a number of the LMP2 cars in that lead order getting warnings for abuse of track limits at the moment. Several of them are going to be very, very careful. At the moment, the top 3 overall, it is, as you look at the GTE leader with Davide Rigon, great to see him back in real form. Nasty injury a while ago and clearly in top form again. Paul-Luc Chatin leads this race from Job van Utrecht, and Thomas Laurent, Edex Sport, Panis Racing, Mulner Motorsport with the result of their lives. Prema Racing closing on the 3rd place car. Louis Delatraz looking to grab points if he can here from Phil Hansen. Then the top 3, here they are, separated by, what is that, 0.8 of a second for the top 3 between Nielsen Racing's Ben Hanley, Jack Aitken Racing Team Turkey and James Allen from Algarve Pro Racing. Oh, big twitch from Aitken there for the 2nd element of the chicane. So they're getting into traffic as well. They're catching Phil Hansen here, who seems to be having a bit of a struggle at this point in the race.
Yeah, I'm not sure the reasons for that. He came in after a 21-lap stint, so that was bang on schedule. But they will be double stinting this particular set of tyres. Great that the Pro-Am battle has just all come together in the closing stages, because, I mean, Ben Hanley pitted 7 laps ago, Aitken only 4 laps ago, and James Allen 6 laps ago. So they've been on very different strategies, but they've now all found one another. And of course, in the case of Jack Aitken, they didn't have to put much fuel in that Racing Team Turkey car at all.
You know, it's only going to take a stumble here, and as in comes the leader from GTE.
Yeah.
As is the Iron Lynx number 83 car. So both Iron Lynx cars on pit lane. Castellet Racing go to the lead. The Rinaldi Racing car of Nicholas Ferroni comes in and will drop back here because he needs to serve that 10 seconds. Good point.
So the 83 Iron Lynx Ferrari is in. So too is the 32 Rinaldi car, as you say. The one we're still waiting for to come in for a fuel stop is Frederik Schandorf. Also in is the International Glenn van Berlo, who had lost the lead before he came into the pits. So he had to delay somewhere. He'd lost the lead to Oliveira before he came in. And it was a 2:08 as an in-lap, which seems to me pretty slow. Unless he... Has he had a penalty we've not seen and then come back around? Pit stop number doesn't necessarily indicate that. No, it doesn't. Car number 10, so what has happened to stops. But it was a slow... I mean, 2:08, yes, it's an in-lap, but it's a slow in-lap. It's a very slow in-lap. Did he have a mistake? I think he's been forced off by traffic, perhaps? So very interesting that Guilherme Oliveira for Inter-Europol competition is now out front, and by my basic mathematics, he shouldn't need to pit again. This stint for the Portuguese began at 2:50 this afternoon, so you can comfortably get to the end there on fuel. It's a drive-through penalty as well for the 10 after that contact with the United Autosports car. Josh Cagle climbs aboard that car. So at the moment, top 3 in LMP3, the 13 Inter-Europol competition car, Guillaume Oliveira, Ross Kaiser. This is the battle for 3rd position overall. Yeah, Delatraz, a cracking run on Thomas Laurent, and I don't think Laurent's going to be able to hold back the Swiss driver, although, having said that, inside line, there's contact, that's sent the number 9 car out onto the curbing. Now Delatraz will say, well, I was put there, so I don't need to give the place back, but Thomas Laurent will say, well, you made contact with me at the turning point, so you absolutely do have to do that. Schandorf in from the lead in GTE, and does indeed. Right, so fair play to Louis Delatraz. Heads up, actually. Yeah, not wanting to take the penalty. He thinks, well, I've still got 3 more minutes to maybe replicate that manoeuvre a couple more times. He's carrying good speed. Here's Frederik Schandorf. Are they just going to risk whether the car runs out of fuel or not? It's just been in. So it's Iron Lynx from Proton now. Davide Rigon is right with. It is a battle nose to tail in GTE. It's a battle for the final podium position nose to tail in LMP3. God knows what's happening in LMP3. I honestly thought, Car Guy, we're just going to say, well, we're in the lead. If we run out of fuel, we run out of fuel. But that's not the sensible thing to do when you're thinking about a championship. And they have, as you say, been in and dropped to 3rd position. So Iron Lynx versus Proton, nose to tail fight. Here they are between the two Lesmos, and Davide Rigon had built himself a tidy little lead before the pit stop phase, but Lorenzo Ferrari in a Porsche is right with him, car 77. Great stuff. It's going to be interesting Sunday lunch next week, isn't it, between the Van Berlos. Two brothers, of course, in different LMP3 teams and involved in that incident. There's another incident now under investigation which concerns the 9 and the 21 cars. So Louis Delatraz, that's the one at the chauffeur chicane. Yes. There's so much been going on here. I've immediately forgotten something I witnessed 30 seconds ago. But yes, turn 1. Ben Hanley, by the way, clear. And Jack Aitken and James Allen, all now with Phil Hansen. That is a 4-car train. Amazing. Guilherme Oliveira looking fine for me to the finish now. 6.4 seconds in front. In fact, he's extending the gap. We're inside the final 90 seconds of the race. And Oliveira out front from Ross Kaiser with Euro International. Not too long ago, had 2 cars in provisional podium spots, but they're now going to have to make do with 1 car making the podium and 1 just missing out. What on earth happened to Glenn van Berlo? We'll probably only find out after the race. It's going to be this lap, the lap he's on, and coming towards the end of that lap with a minute on the clock
for the race leader, Paul-Luc Chatin. For me, the absolute star of this race. It's been an astonishing
run. He will cross the line now to commence his final tour, and that is confirmed on our screen. This will be the last lap of the 2022 edition of the 4 Hours of Monza. It has really been a cracker, and one that you couldn't take your attention from, because the nature of early safety cars, and several of them, I mean, after an hour and a half of racing, we had 40 minutes worth of safety cars.
Patrick Pilet in the middle there, broad, smiling, quite right, he should. Exceptional stuff from EDEC Sport. What a bounce back form this has been. He drove an absolute corker, but a fantastic run in the latter part of this race from Paul-Luc Chatin. The team incurred a penalty, 20-second penalty for a safety car infringement, and Chatin got his head down, got his foot down, and gapped the field to come back out effectively as the de facto leader, despite that 20-second hold in the pit stop. Done on pace. He's come out again from that last pit stop. He's done the same again. He's found 15 seconds of a gap where everybody else seems to be locked into battles that are measured in the tenths and the hundreds. Amazing stuff from EDEC Sport. Previously champions, been way off form for way too long, but they've come back with an absolute nuclear bang.
And easy to overlook the role that Paul Lafargue took in it, all of it as well, because he had to keep out of trouble during a lot of the safety car carnage. And of course they were able to burn some silver time in the early stages of the race to allow Patrick Pilet and now Paul-Luc Chatin to turn on the style and bring the former championship winning team from 2019 to a race victory. It is EDEC Sport who take the win here at the 4 Hours of Monza, round 3 of the 2022 European Le Mans Series. And that is what it means to the EDEC Sport team, a family-run affair. And Paul Lafargue will be jumping for joy. In fact, he is. He's in the throng there of the team mechanics.
Watch the LMP3 battle behind here as the number 13 car comes through to take the win for into Europol for LMP3. But behind, nose to tail, but it's going to be Nielsen Racing, I think. It took it. Yeah. It is Ben Hanley, and the gap to Jack Aitken for the win in LMP2 Pro-Am was 66 thousandths of a second.
And Yifei managed to gain a place, actually getting ahead of James Allen in that closing lap, but it didn't affect James Allen's class position. He finishes third for Algarve Pro Racing, car number 47, joined by teammates John Faub and Alex Peroni. Back to GTs, and Frederick Scharndorf in third position, but the second place car will go to Lorenzo Ferrari, and the win to Davide Rigon, who emerged a couple of pit stops ago for his first duties in the race, down in fifth. We said it was going to be a phenomenally entertaining run to the checkered flag, and he had to overtake 4 cars on the way through there. Each of the GTs also needed to make an additional stop, and I don't know why there are cars stopped on the main straight and one in the pit lane, Graham.
Well, one is the Euro International car taking his drive-through, I think. Now, is that going to count for him crossing the line?
No.
I don't think it will.
No.
But it's one of the Algarve Pro cars that appears to have stopped on the main straight.
Might be James Allen, but at least he crossed the line.
And there's Milner Motorsport car there. They've run out of fuel.
Yeah.
They've run out of fuel.
Well, it doesn't matter because they crossed the line. And, you know, you don't need to necessarily make your way all the way to the pit lane. There's always the fuel sample that needs to be supplied, though, by the end of the event.
Yeah. One thing to say, by the way, about the Iron Lynx number 60 car. Claudio Schiavone, part of the operation that's put together the Iron Lynx operation. He is not the quickest driver on this in this field, but what he's learned here is to get through that stint error-free and allow the other 2 guys to actually take the fight to the rest. He's done that. Congratulations to Claudio Schiavone. That's what being a gentleman driver is about in terms of developing your skill set, is get it home error-free, get it home as quickly as you possibly can, as consistent as you can, and allow the pros to go and do what they can do. Absolutely magnificent stuff that Bremeier there was just wandering through. It is the 47 car
So that
stopped.
is James Allen. Now, he has made the podium in Pro-Am and actually pitted only 11 laps ago. But that's how close the margin is. When you fill in the car up and the time you stand to gain if you've not got the nozzle on for too long. So they haven't even thought about the slowing down lap at Algarve Pro Racing. Get it to the finish, and literally it has conked out of fuel just the other side of the start line. Not the finish line, but the start line. And he just pulled over and parked it.
Great stuff, by the way, from EDEC Sports. And that's what it means. Patrick Pilet, Paul Lafargue and Paul-Luc Chatin. Paul-Luc is a big part of this operation. Patrick Pilet, well, what a story for Patrick Pilet. Came in as a late replacement after Dwight Merriman injured at Le Mans a couple of seasons ago. He's been a firm part of this LMP2 effort since, and as his Porsche career has kind of wound down, brand new life for Patrick Pilet, and you can see what it means to him. Smile as white and bright as the Goodyear cap on his head, and he's part of this family, this team. Paul-Luc Chatin, richly deserved, took that race by the throat, and great stuff too, by the way, from the Inter-Europol competition team. They had a period of time where they got used to winning in LMP3. It's not been like that lately, but Guillermo Oliveira, Charlie Cruz and Nico Pino, a different looking crew for Inter-Europol of old, but they brought it home on a day when it went wrong for the team's other car.
I just suddenly pops into my mind a penny for Cara de Vlaming's thoughts, because her first race that she's not part
It's all
of.
Cara's, hashtag blame Cara. Well, I was actually about to say, there's the two CARs, if you like, there's three. There's the one that's the car that's there. There's Cara de Vlaming, I'm sure, is watching, and Cara, I hope you are enjoying a well-deserved retirement.
But she used to say
to
me,
look, it's having to be pushed back in.
Brilliant.
Oh, now this going to be interesting. Have they got enough fuel left?
Well, it doesn't matter again, because they did cross the line. I'm more akin to this sort of thing at a banger racing track, to be honest, where teammates help one another back into the
different
pits.
budgets in play here, Johnny.
Possibly so.
I was
But
also
it's
going to say, by
interesting
the
that
way,
they don't really care about the front valance of the 83 car.
Carina is the other CAR, by the way,
Yes.
and I'm sure you're watching, and please don't try to get overexcited. Surgery to come on Monday, Carina.
Okay.
But I'm sure you're delighted with that.
Hopping around, perhaps, in the treatment room. But Cara de Vlaming, so used to writing press releases about the car finishing in 5th. It was her last Le Mans last month. First race without her, they go and win the race. How ironic. Anyway, let's get some reaction for EDEC Sport now, with Hayley Edmonds chatting to our winning drivers.
I'm with the winners, of course, in the LMP2 category here in Monza. Wow, it was a long time in the coming, Paul Umi, but a well-deserved victory here in Monza.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you to the team. You know, after more than 2 years without any podium in LMP2 since our last title in 2019, it's just amazing for Paul, for Patrick. They did an amazing job all the weekend on the team, of course. So I'm really happy for the team, and we are back in the game for the championship, and that's the main thing.
And you really put up a fight out there, because, you know, you incurred a 20-second penalty, but you managed to really kind of stay on top in the top 3, and of course now bring home the victory.
Yeah, first I didn't give a lot of helps to Paul, because we start P9 after a pretty difficult quali. But I have to say the car was fantastic today, and the entire team executed perfectly. Also in the pits, we have to thank all the guys. We have to thank Nico and also Paul, because he did an amazing job at the start. And yeah, it's just incredible feeling, and we never give up. And at the end, yeah, Paul would just gives the best for this result.
The hard work paid off. Well done, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, last year, which was obviously 2021, 2 years after their title-winning season, they didn't feature in the top 5, actually,
He
in
says
terms
2
of
years,
results.
didn't he? He said 2 years since they've scored a podium.
Yeah, I mean 2020 was just a non-event for them, and sometimes that can happen. You win a title and then you really struggle to replicate that. But a first podium result, a first win certainly since 2019. And this is what it means to iron links to the 3 drivers involved in car number 60. Claudio Schiavone, who did the opening couple of stints, Matteo Crisoni and Davide Rigon, who brought the car home. So that's what it means to Iron Lynx. The car only able to get into victory circle with help from Rahel Fry in the number 83.
Well, Davide Rigon, as we said, he suffered a nasty injury, and it's a hard fight back to the kind of fitness you need for top quality endurance racing, and that was what we're seeing there as Deborah Meyer. And, you know, it's a huge credit to her and partner Claudia Schiavone for what's been achieved and what will continue to be achieved by Iron Lynx. There are massive storylines to come, let me tell you, Johnny, from this organisation. Massive.
Here is confirmation of the provisional result then, and EDEX Sport take their first win in a couple of years after 121 laps and win convincingly by 13 seconds. Paul-Luc Chatin bringing the car home ahead of Panis Racing, Prema Racing, the championship leader, so they still mop up with decent points. 15 they will get. Mulner Motorsport United, and the Pro-Am win goes to Nielsen Racing, car 24. LMP3 is won by the Inter-Europol competition crew, car number 13 of drivers Nico Pino, Charles Cruz and Guilherme Oliveira. Then it was the 360 Racing number 6 car second, and in third position the 11 Euro International. GTE is won by Iron Lynx, the 60 car for Davide Rigon and other drivers mentioned. There they are reacting with the drivers from the 83 as well. Big hug from Ferdy Habsburg, who creeps into shot, I notice. There's the Prema and Iron Lynx connection. That's why they're celebrating amongst themselves. Proton back second with Porsche number 77, and the 57 car of Kessel Racing in third spot. At 11:30 this morning, round 3 of the European Le Mans Series for 2022 got underway in clear blue skies and the sun searingly hot, 37 degrees Celsius. There was a nibble there between Julien Canal and Philippe Chimodomo, with the Canal car, Panis Racing, getting the lead. Matthias Besch wasn't too happy, though, in the back of his garage. And then it got really busy in the GTs. Duncan Cameron and Michael Fassbender going door handle to door handle. And afterwards, this was the horrible result for the Hollywood film star, who unfortunately was left in the middle of the track after a spin coming out of Ascari. Whether he was assisted by Cameron after that leaning or whether he did it all on his own, perhaps we will never know. But the result fairly evident, with Memo Rojas caught up in that in his Duquesne prototype, and also Pierre Eret in the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. James Dayson, a huge off here, which grabbed the attention in the number 14 Inter-Europol competition car, going hard into the barrier after knocking off certainly the front left wheel and doing substantial damage to the suspension. That car would be out on the spot, of course. Good jostling for position for the lead of the race, but then a big off for Jim Maguire in the United Autosports number 3 car. In the background, underneath the bridge, just a bit too much curb. He ran over the ripple strip, and that unsettled the car and swung the pendulum around and into the tyre wall. The car would ping back across the track, but thankfully not be further collected. Then there was an issue for, well, good fighting initially, actually, for the other United Autosports car, the number 2, ahead of the only Duquesne in the field from DKR Engineering. Michael Benham and Tony Wells stricken at the first corner in their Cool Racing and Nielsen Racing cars, respectively. Side by side between the Prema Racing car and the Cool Racing machine of 37. At this time in the hands of car 9, being driven by Lorenzo Colombo, and he just about able to stay ahead of Nicolas Lapierre. Also really good fighting between our eventual winning car, the 28 of EDEX Sport, getting a good overtake done in car number 9 through the second chicane. Clash between 2 Ferraris from rival teams. Rinaldi Racing's 32 car not turning in and allowing Frederick Scharndorf the only option to go straight on and down the escape road. One of the late pit stops here for EDEX Sport in car 28. And then some jostling for position. And this was a weird moment for Finn Giersitz, who had already spun by the time the camera panned around. Now, whether there was any contact, we heard that later on that there'd been a collision at the front of LMP3. There's the win for the 28 EDEX Sport crew. And a very close finish for Pro-Am honours, eventually going the way of Nielsen Racing ahead of Racing Team Turkey. The applause for Iron Lynx, who win in the GTE category. And in LMP3, it is inter-Europol competition with Guilherme Oliveira coming across the line.
Well, lots going on throughout that 4 hours, in particular, John, in the last 90 minutes or so. Each of the classes, for a variety of reasons, provided all sorts of uncertainty and entertainment. Confirmed, by the way, that 10 car that I think tried to serve the penalty at the end of the race, that would appear to be a mistake, because that is going to be not classified as a finisher. Should have probably just crossed the line and taken the penalty at the end.
Yes, it depends when it was assessed, but if it was in the final 5 laps, then it is normally bolted to your race time.
Yeah. So
whereas when you finish your race in the pit lane, that is judged by, and has been in ACO rules racing for several years now, to be a non-finish.
Bit of a layer cake there. The yellow cars at the back, the 60 car and the 13, the winners in GTE and LMP3, and the 24 car and the 28 car, the LMP2 AM and LMP2 winners overall, as we move towards the podium ceremonies. And I think the second most iconic podium in world motorsport after Le Mans, this podium that straddles the pit lane and actually overlooks the track. That's the view from it here at Monza on a blisteringly hot day.
Yeah. The temperature has been steadily climbing, well, since sunrise, really. And it was always going to be the hottest day of the week today for race day. The teams will have been well aware of that, and knowing that, well, how crucial a brand new set of tyres, if you can hold them back over 3 days of running, could be to that final stint. There's now a pit stop under investigation for the GTE winners, we are hearing. Now, exactly what the reason for that is, we don't know. There have been several pit stops through the course of the day that have been investigated and penalties dished out, sometimes 10, sometimes 20 seconds. And the margin for the winning car is only 0.9 of a second. So if there is to be a penalty issued after the race, that will change the result, and dramatically.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the timing screen that's in front of us. And the other thing for you to keep an eye on if you're watching at home is who does come out, at least initially, for the podium ceremonies, which will get underway pretty soon. There will be 4 of them for the overall winners, of course, for the LMP2 AM winners, LMP3, and of course for LMGTE. But well, how many cars led in each of those classes in that race? And the answer is lots.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be fascinating to look back on a lap chart over the last 4 hours and just try and work out where on earth the twists and turns
Well, including at one point, because of those delays in the first hour, an LMP3 car, Charlie Cruz, led the race overall.
He did.
In the car that eventually finished in the winning spot for LMP3.
Yeah.
That's another thing that Cara would have liked to have had in the press release. And by the way, she sends her regards.
I've spotted that.
Yes.
Yeah. She is paying close attention to this race and into Europol competition.
Yep.
Just hear some of this chatter.
Yeah, spotted the pair on the right coming in together in road car this morning.
And was that Louis driving Ferdy?
It was Louis driving Ferdy to work.
Yeah.
It's nice you've got a driver. You know.
They cut through the park, I noticed.
They did.
There were signs, gents.
We didn't do it. We didn't do it.
We definitely didn't do it. We took the long way round, but I suppose they are racing drivers. Absolutely no patience.
No patience.
So are they going to hang on to the championship lead?
What do you think they're going to get fined for coming through the park? No, not that. No,
that's a moot point, and we don't make that decision. Yeah, somebody at a far higher pay grade than us will do that. I think, well, Jock van Aert, Nicolas Jabin and Julien Canal were closest for Panis, actually. So they've outscored Prema.
Yeah. So close it up.
By 3 points. Anyway, to the third step of the podium. We'll confirm new point standings in a moment or two, but it is Louis Delatraz, Ferdinand Habsburg and Lorenzo Colombo to the third step of the podium. Second step for Jock van Aert, Julien Canal and Nicolas Jamac.
But what a great squad that is proving to be. They really are proving to be a threat everywhere. But to the top step, Johnny.
Here come Paul-Luc Chatin and Patrick Pilet and Paul Lafargue, together with one of the members of EDEX Sport as well.
I think that is Bastien, I think, the race engineer.
So their race engineer will stand on top of the podium. We'll hear the French national anthem.
I should point out, by the way, pretty certain that therefore is the very first ELMS overall race win for Patrick Pilet.
Okay, first win in prototypes.
Well, first win overall, because he's only ever driven prototypes for EDEX Sport. He wasn't part of the squad when they had their title-winning year, and since then they've not had a rich vein of form. But whilst Paul-Luc Chatin and Paul Lafargue were part of that squad, Patrick was not. So that's another tick in the career box, isn't it?
But in that year at Le Mans, with the incident for Dwight Merriman, which meant that he didn't race in the race itself, they brought in Patrick Pilet to replace. Was that his first time in a prototype in competition?
Yes,
therefore. Okay. Having had so much success in GTs in the past, both in the States and, well, around the world, frankly.
Yep.
Patrick Pilet with a first overall win in a championship like this, and certainly a first win in prototypes. Julien Canal's very, very happy with that. In a rich vein of form in the last few Le Mans, I think successive podium finishes in 2019, 2020, 2021. And EDEX Sport have been away for a long time. 2019 in the European Le Mans Series was all about Paul-Luc Chatin, Paul Lafargue, and in those days, Memo Rojas. Well, two of the three drivers are still with car 28, and they take a first win in a long time to confirm Prema Racing will indeed still have the championship lead, and EDEX Sport slot into second position now after some good point scoring from 3 rounds so far. Panis, in fact, drop to third position as we head to Barcelona in about a month's time at the end of August. It's quite a bit longer that actually than a month's time, but will be next month nevertheless. Now some reaction from elsewhere in this race. Let's get to Victory Lane with Hayley Edmonds.
So Ben, a great result for you and the team here, winning at the 4 hours in Monza.
Yeah, massive result, huge. You know, we struggled a little bit in quali, probably outright pace we were lacking a bit, but you know, we made up for it in consistency and some tyre management. You know, it was really hot, so at the end I think I was battling people with a stint less on the tyres, so we had nothing left, but it was enough to keep us in front and get that win, so it's very satisfying.
Congratulations and well done, guys.
So that we'll see the podium in a moment for the Pro-Am teams, but congratulations at the last possible moment there, Matt Bell putting a finger to the air to indicate they were the winners in the Pro-Am category. Rodrigo Sales, Matt Bell, and the man we heard from, Ben Hanley, doing those closing stints. So let's welcome in reverse order to the podium the Pro-Am finishers. It was Algarve Pro Racing's number 47 for John Fowle, James Allen and Alex Peroni. Second place going to Racing Team Turkey for Sally Jolic, Charlie Eastwood and Jack Aitken. Here they come in the race suits to match the car's livery. Sally Jolic, the last of those three, just sort of sauntering up the steps really in the beautiful sunshine.
Cracking battle in that race.
Well, I have to say, seeing them through the first chicane in the closing stages, literally, you know, first, second, third, nose to tail, when you'd had 3 hours and 45 minutes of racing and they couldn't really be separated. 24th taking the win, though, for Nielsen Racing. Rodrigo Sales, Matt Bell and Ben Hanley. Here's the national anthem. The Nielsen Racing race suits tell me it's Flower Power that have got them to the top step of the podium.
It's the Day of the Dead livery. It's the same livery that we've seen on the side of the car from Le Mans. Also good, by the way, to see the team member there on the left-hand side of the shot. That's Stuart Mosley, who's the team manager at Nielsen Racing, as opposed to Sven, the team principal. Of course, Stuart is an ex-Le Mans Series racer himself back in the day.
So champagne being sprayed and rather spoiling those very smart race suits, but they will have been going to the laundry anyway after some hard stints in warm weather.
Should also add, by the way, this is probably the first time we've seen on a European Le Mans Series podium a husky, because on the rear of those race suits there are cartoon versions of the dogs of each of these three drivers, and in the case of Rodrigo Sales, it's Shadow the Husky, and as a proud Husky dad, that sort of matters.
So the Day of the Dead is tying in nicely with Rodrigo Sales and his heritage, I suppose, where that part of the world he hails from. Let's get more reaction from the race with Hayley Edmonds.
Claudio, a fantastic result for the team. First win of the year here at home in Monza in Italy. I mean, how does it feel for you?
Well, it's great. I mean, look at this, an Italian team winning in Monza, in Italy. That's fantastic. I mean, it's a very long, we've been waiting very long for this win. And I basically don't have no words, but I'm absolutely delighted by this. It's incredible.
It wasn't an easy race though, was it? And you had the hard task of starting.
Yeah, it was very hot. And then there's been a couple of very heavy accidents, which we're kind of dodging. I saw tires coming at me during the race, which I didn't like that much. But, you know, in the end, everybody did a fantastic job. The strategy was perfect. The team was great. The mechanics did a fantastic job in the pit stop, and my fellow two driver, there is nothing to say on their stint. So when everything matches, then, yeah, that's the result.
Everything did come together. Well done, gentlemen.
It was a best result previously as a fifth place for Matteo Crissoni, Claudio Schiavone and Davide Rigon this season. They finished fifth, in fact, at Imola, but going several places better off this time around in the second Italian visit for the European Le Mans Series. This is the podium for the GTE category then, and first of all to the third step of the podium for Kessel Racing. It's Takeshi Kimura, who had a blinding stint, I thought. Some of the overtakes he was attempting and also pulling off, mightily impressive. Mikkel Jensen did the middle portion of the race, Fredrik Schandorf bringing it to the end in the checkered flag. Second place going to the 77 Porsche of Christian Ried, Lorenzo Ferrari and Jean-Maria Bruni, but it is a win for the first time this season for the 60 car of Claudio Schiavone, Matteo Crissoni and Davide Rigon, and that means we will hear in Italy, in front of I'm sure some fans of the Tifosi, here is the Italian national anthem. So that draws to a close our event here at Monza. My thanks to Hayley Edmonds and to Graham Goodwin. From Johnny Palmer, we'll see you next month in Barcelona.